Close your eyes and settle in. Tonight we walk through the life of Leon Scott Kennedy, a man whose first day on the job became a nightmare that never truly ended. From rookie cop to hardened government agent, his story is one of survival, duty, and the slow erosion of idealism in a world where bioterrorism never sleeps. This is the complete chronicle of Leon Kennedy, told in one unbroken narrative that flows like the fog through Raccoon City streets. Before the nightmare, Leon Scott Kennedy's story begins in tragedy long before he ever set foot in Raccoon City. His childhood was marked by violence and loss when his entire family was murdered in what appeared to be a crime connected to organized criminal activity. The specifics remain unclear, buried in police files and sealed records, but the outcome was absolute. Leon became an orphan before he could understand what that word truly meant, before he could build the kind of memories that anchor most people to their sense of home. In the aftermath of that violence, a single police officer stepped forward. This unnamed figure of authority saw a child who needed help and provided it, guiding Leon through the immediate crisis, and likely ensuring he ended up in appropriate care rather than lost in an overwhelmed system. That act of compassion planted a seed that would define everything that followed. Leon looked at this officer and saw what heroism could be, in its simplest, most meaningful form. One person choosing to help another when no one else would. That moment became Leon's compass. If one officer could change his life through simple decency and intervention, then perhaps he could do the same for others. It was a pure motivation, untainted by the complexities that would later define his career. Leon decided he would become a police officer, not for power or prestige, but because he understood firsthand how much that role could matter when executed with genuine care. He entered the police academy carrying that conviction and graduated at 21 years old with solid marks and a placement waiting for him at the Raccoon City Police Department. His instructors noted his determination and natural aptitude for the work, though some might have observed that his idealism was unusually intense, the kind that comes from personal stakes rather than abstract principle. Leon wasn't playing at being a hero. He genuinely believed in the possibility of making things better through dedicated service. In the days before his first shift, Leon received his assignment details and made preparations to relocate to Raccoon City. The town had a reputation as a quiet place, the kind of posting where a rookie could learn the fundamentals without being thrown into situations beyond his training. It seemed perfect, almost too good to be true. He packed his belongings, made arrangements for housing, and prepared mentally for the transition from academy student to active officer. Then came the phone call that nearly derailed everything. His girlfriend, whose name has been lost to the chaos that followed, ended their relationship just days before he was set to report for duty. The breakup hit harder than Leon expected, perhaps because it represented the last connection to his pre-career life, or perhaps simply because rejection hurts no matter how prepared you think you are for it. He dealt with the pain the way many young men do when their judgment fails them. He found a bottle and drank until the world softened at the edges. The hangover on September 28th was brutal, but Leon forced himself through the final preparations. He would leave the next morning, September 29th, 1998, and arrive in Raccoon City ready to begin his career. The irony of that drunken night would haunt him later. The poor decision that made him oversleep and arrive late for his first shift was the only reason he survived what came next. Sometimes the worst choices save your life, and you spend years trying to reconcile the guilt of surviving when those who made better decisions died screaming. September 29th, 1998. First day, last day. Leon's car rolled into Raccoon City on a night that felt wrong from the moment he crossed the city limits. The streets were too quiet, the kind of silence that makes you check your radio to see if it's working. A few fires burned in the distance, visible as orange glows against the darkness. But Leon's mind initially categorized them as accidents or isolated incidents rather than evidence of systemic collapse. He was hours late for a shift, focused on finding the police station and explaining his tardiness to whatever supervisor would be waiting with understandable irritation. The first body appeared in his headlights without warning. A figure crouched in the middle of the road, hunched over something. Leon slowed, his training kicking in with questions. Was this a medical emergency? An assault in progress? He called out, received no response, and approached carefully. The figure turned, and Leon's mind struggled to process what he was seeing. The person's face was wrong, skin gray and sloughing, eyes clouded and empty of anything resembling consciousness. Blood covered their mouth and hands, and between their fingers Leon could see what they'd been crouched over. Another body, this one being actively consumed. The creature lunged. Leon stumbled backward, hand moving instinctively toward the service weapon he'd been issued but hadn't yet fired outside a range. Before he could draw, the sound of a motorcycle engine cut through the night, and the creature's head snapped to the side, distracted. The motorcycle swerved around Leon, and he caught a glimpse of the rider, a young woman with short hair and determined eyes, someone else who clearly didn't belong in whatever nightmare Raccoon City had become. The woman on the motorcycle was Claire Redfield, and their first meeting consisted of shouted warnings and confused questions, exchanged at high speed, while more of the shambling creatures emerged from alleys and side streets. Claire was looking for her brother, Chris, an officer with the Special Tactics and Rescue Service who had stopped responding to her messages. Leon needed to reach the police department. Both objectives pointed in the same direction, so they agreed to head there together. They never made it as a pair. A burning truck jackknifed across the intersection just as they approached, flames erupting high enough to force them apart. Leon watched Claire disappear down a side street on her motorcycle while he was forced in the opposite direction on foot, already surrounded by more of the creatures. These were zombies, though Leon didn't have that word yet, didn't have any framework for understanding how the recently dead could rise and hunt the living with such persistence. The next hours blurred into a desperate fight for survival. Leon made his way through abandoned streets, discovering that the creatures were slow but relentless, that headshots dropped them permanently while body shots merely slowed them down, that the entire city had become a tomb where the dead refused to stay buried. He found other survivors, some of them officers from the department he'd never officially reported to, most of them too traumatized or injured to be much help. He gathered weapons, ammunition, first aid supplies, anything that might keep him alive long enough to find answers. When he finally reached the Raccoon City Police Department, the building looked like it had been under siege. The main entrance was barricaded, bodies littered the front steps, and the few lights still functioning revealed a scene of carnage that suggested the defenders had lost their battle hours ago. Leon forced entry through a side door and found himself in corridors that had become charnel houses. Officers he would have worked alongside lay dead or transformed into the same creatures that prowled the streets outside. The place that should have represented safety and order had fallen just as completely as everywhere else. Inside the station, Leon's training finally found purchase. The building was a three-dimensional puzzle filled with locked doors, hidden keys, and survivors trapped in various rooms waiting for rescue or death. He moved methodically, clearing areas, searching for supplies and information about what had caused this catastrophe. Documents scattered throughout the building painted a disturbing picture. The Umbrella Corporation, a pharmaceutical company with facilities in and around Raccoon City, had been conducting illegal bioweapons research. Something had gone catastrophically wrong, and the result was a virus called T-virus that reanimated dead tissue and turned living humans into mindless cannibals. It was in the police station that Leon encountered Ada Wong. She appeared suddenly in a hallway, dressed impractically for a zombie outbreak in a red dress and heels, claiming to be an FBI agent investigating Umbrella's activities. She was looking for her boyfriend, a researcher named Ben Bertolucci, and needed Leon's help accessing restricted areas of the station. Something about her story felt off. Federal agents didn't typically conduct investigations alone in evening wear, but Leon was desperate for any ally who seemed competent, and Ada moved through the chaos with a confidence that suggested genuine training. Their partnership formed quickly, born from necessity, and the simple fact that two people survived better than one in this environment. Ada was searching for information about the G virus, a new bioweapon even more dangerous than the T virus that had destroyed Raccoon City. Leon helped her access the underground areas beneath the police station, fighting through corridors that led to Umbrella's secret research facility. It was there, in sterile laboratories built beneath the city, that the full scope of Umbrella's crimes became clear. The G virus had been developed by William Birkin, a brilliant scientist who had been murdered by Umbrella's own security forces when the corporation decided to seize his research without compensation. In his final moments, Birkin had injected himself with the G virus, transforming into a massive, constantly mutating monstrosity that now hunted through the facility with animal cunning and superhuman strength. His daughter, Sherry Birkin, was somewhere in the facility, and both Leon and Ada's paths became entangled with finding and protecting the child. In the laboratory's depths, Leon encountered Annette Birkin, William's widow and fellow researcher. She revealed that Ada wasn't FBI at all, but a mercenary sent to steal a sample of the G virus for an unknown employer. The betrayal stung more than Leon wanted to admit. He'd trusted Ada, had begun to feel something for her beyond simple partnership, and now discovered she'd been manipulating him from their first meeting. When Ada didn't deny the accusation, simply acknowledged it with the kind of professional detachment that made clear she'd done this many times before, something in Leon's worldview cracked. The confrontation between Ada and Annette escalated into violence. Gunfire echoed through the laboratory as the two women exchanged shots, each trying to secure or protect the G virus sample. In the chaos, Ada was hit, stumbling backward toward a platform edge. Leon lunged to catch her, but was too slow. He watched her fall into the darkness below, her body disappearing into shadows too deep to penetrate. There was no time to search for her, no time to confirm whether she'd survived, because the facility's self-destruct sequence had been activated and he still needed to find Claire and Sherry. Leon reunited with Claire and Sherry in the facility's lower levels, all three of them battling exhaustion and injuries while searching for an escape route. William Birkin's mutated form pursued them relentlessly, the creature that had once been a loving father now reduced to base instinct and rage. They fought him multiple times, each encounter revealing new mutations and adaptations, the G virus continuously reshaping his body into more efficient killing forms. The final confrontation came on a train platform deep beneath the city. William Birkin, now barely recognizable as anything that had once been human, blocked their escape with the kind of determination that suggested some vestige of human will still directed the monstrosity. Leon and Claire fought together, combining their remaining ammunition and weapons into a desperate final assault. When Birkin finally fell, his body collapsing onto the tracks, They had seconds to board the train and activate its emergency departure. As the train accelerated toward the surface, carrying them away from the self-destructing facility, one final horror emerged. A tyrant, one of Umbrella's most advanced bioorganic weapons, crashed through the train car's roof. The T-103 model was designed to be the perfect soldier, intelligent enough to follow complex orders but completely loyal, strong enough to tear through reinforced barriers, and resilient enough to survive damage that would kill any normal creature. It had been pursuing them since the police station, directed by programming to eliminate witnesses to Umbrella's crimes. The fight should have been impossible. Leon and Claire were out of ammunition, exhausted, wounded, and trapped in a moving train car with something designed to be unkillable. But Ada Wong appeared one final time, very much alive, tossing a rocket launcher down from above before disappearing again. Leon caught the weapon, aimed at the tyrant as it advanced, and fired. The explosion in such a confined space was deafening, but when Leon's vision cleared, the tyrant was gone, blown apart by the point-blank hit. The train emerged into dawn light, carrying 3 survivors out of a city that was already being written off by authorities. Leon, Claire, and Sherry stumbled out at a station miles from Raccoon City's limits, alive but irrevocably changed. Behind them, the city continued its death throes, fires spreading block by block. Within hours, the decision would be made at the highest levels of government to sterilize the entire area with a nuclear strike, erasing the evidence of Umbrella's crimes, along with any remaining survivors who hadn't managed to escape. The aftermath and recruitment. The immediate aftermath of Raccoon City was bureaucratic nightmare disguised as rescue and debriefing. Leon, Claire, and Sherry were separated almost immediately, taken to different facilities for medical treatment, psychological evaluation, and interrogation. The government wanted to know what they'd seen, what evidence they'd encountered, and most importantly, what they might say publicly about the disaster. Umbrella Corporation had powerful friends in multiple agencies and industries, and the truth about what had really happened in Raccoon City was politically inconvenient. Leon spent weeks in a facility that was part hospital and part detention center, being treated for his injuries while government officials tried to determine how much of a problem he represented. He'd seen too much, understood too clearly that Umbrella's bioweapons research had been conducted with government knowledge, if not outright support, and his idealism made him the kind of person who might insist on accountability. The officials who interviewed him spoke carefully, asking questions designed to assess whether Leon Kennedy, the rookie cop, would become a whistleblower or a liability that needed to be managed more permanently. It was during this period that Leon learned the full extent of what he'd stepped into. Raccoon City hadn't been Umbrella's first disaster, merely their most public one. The Arklay Mountains incident that had occurred earlier that year, investigated by Chris Redfield and other STARS members, had been covered up successfully. Similar outbreaks in other locations had been contained before the public noticed. Umbrella's bioweapons program had been operating for decades, selling their products to militaries and terrorists worldwide, and the T-virus was just one product in an extensive catalog of horrors. The government's solution to the Leon Kennedy problem arrived in the form of a simple ultimatum delivered by men in suits who didn't bother introducing themselves. Leon would be recruited into a newly formed anti-bioterrorism unit operating under direct presidential authority. He would receive training, resources, and missions targeting Umbrella's remaining facilities and any other bioweapon threats that emerged. In exchange, he would remain silent about certain aspects of what he'd witnessed in Raccoon City, and Sherry Birkin would be placed in protective custody, rather than being turned over to whatever remained of Umbrella's research division, which had shown intense interest in the girl who carried G-virus antibodies in her blood. It wasn't a choice. Not really. Leon could accept the offer and at least continue fighting against the bioterror threat with official backing. Or he could refuse and watch Sherry disappear into a system that would treat her as a test subject rather than a child who needed protection. The idealistic rookie who had driven into Raccoon City, wanting to help people, would have refused on principle, would have demanded justice and transparency. The man who had survived the outbreak understood that idealism was a luxury he could no longer afford. He accepted. The training that followed was comprehensive and brutal. Leon was already in decent physical condition from the police academy, but the program he entered operated at a different level entirely. Close quarters combat, advanced weapons handling, tactical operations, intelligence gathering, survival skills for every environment. Leon absorbed it all with the focus of someone who had seen what happened when you weren't prepared for the worst. His instructors noted that he learned quickly, adapted well to changing scenarios, and maintained effectiveness under pressure. What they couldn't measure was the cost. Leon was being transformed from a person who wanted to protect people into a weapon pointed at threats most people didn't know existed. During this period, Leon maintained limited contact with Claire, who had her own battles to fight. She'd gone searching for Chris and gotten caught up in Umbrella's operations on Rockford Island, an experience that left her as scarred as Leon's Raccoon City nightmare. They understood each other in ways that normal people couldn't, bonded by shared trauma and the knowledge that the world was far more dangerous than civilians suspected. But their paths were diverging. Claire wasn't interested in becoming a government operative. She'd eventually align with human rights organizations fighting against bioweapon proliferation through different channels. Sherry remained in government custody, technically protected, but effectively imprisoned for her own safety and for the research value her unique antibodies represented. Leon checked on her when he could, using what limited access his position allowed. She was being educated, cared for physically, but growing up in a gilded cage that would shape her into someone very different from the frightened child Leon had helped rescue. The guilt of that arrangement sat heavy, but there were no better options available. At least she was alive, which was more than could be said for most people who'd been in Raccoon City that night. By the year 2000, Leon Kennedy had been remade. The rookie cop was gone, replaced by a government agent with classified clearance and a mission portfolio that took him to locations that officially didn't exist to deal with threats that officially hadn't occurred. His first assignments were reconnaissance and cleanup, tracking down Umbrella assets, investigating suspected bioweapon development sites, and occasionally extracting researchers who wanted to defect. He was good at the work, efficient and thorough, but something fundamental had changed in how he approached it. The idealism was still there, buried deep, but it was now wrapped in layers of pragmatism and the understanding that saving everyone wasn't possible. Sometimes you just tried to minimize the casualties. Operation Javier, South American Nightmare, 2002. Leon's first major mission as a government agent came in 2002 when intelligence reports indicated that a South American drug lord named Javier Hidalgo had begun deploying bioweapons in the Amazon rainforest region. Javier ran a criminal empire built on drug trafficking, human trafficking, and political corruption, controlling a territory where government authority barely reached. Recently, his operations had taken a disturbing turn. Villages in his territory were being attacked by creatures that survivors described as impossibly strong and resistant to conventional weapons. The pattern was familiar to anyone who'd studied bioweapon deployment, and the U.S. government wanted Leon to investigate. For this mission, Leon was partnered with Jack Krauser, a former Army Special Forces operator who had been recruited into the same anti-bioterror unit through different channels. Krauser had an impressive military record, multiple tours in conflict zones, specialized training in counterinsurgency and jungle warfare, and a reputation for getting results through aggressive tactics. On paper, he was exactly the kind of partner Leon needed for a mission deep in hostile territory. In practice, the two men had fundamentally different philosophies about their work. Krauser saw the mission in purely strategic terms: infiltrate Javier's territory, confirm the bioweapon presence, eliminate the threat, and extract. Collateral damage was acceptable if it achieved the objective. Leon, despite years of government training, still held on to the belief that protecting civilians mattered, even when it complicated the mission. This tension would define their partnership throughout Operation Javier, with Krauser growing increasingly frustrated with what he saw as Leon's sentimentality, and Leon disturbed by Krauser's willingness to prioritize objectives over lives. They inserted into the region during the rainy season, when the rivers ran high and the jungle canopy was thick enough to obscure aerial surveillance. Intelligence had provided approximate coordinates for Javier's main compound, but the territory between their insertion point and the target was unmapped and hostile. The first village they reached had been abandoned recently, meals left half-eaten and fires still warm. Something had driven the inhabitants away in a hurry, and Leon's instincts, honed in Raccoon City, told him they needed to find out what before pushing deeper into Javier's territory. The answer came at dusk when the creatures emerged from the jungle. They resembled humans in basic shape, but moved with disturbing fluidity, their bodies enhanced with what appeared to be T-virus mutations. These weren't the shambling zombies Leon had fought in Raccoon City, but something faster and more coordinated, retaining enough cognitive function to use tactics and weapons. Krauser engaged without hesitation, his military training evident in how efficiently he eliminated targets. Leon fought alongside him but couldn't shake the recognition that these creatures had been people recently, probably locals who'd had the misfortune of being in Javier's territory when he decided to test his new weapons. As they penetrated deeper into the region, the situation became clearer. Javier Hidalgo had obtained samples of the T-virus, likely from former Umbrella personnel selling off assets as the corporation collapsed under international pressure following Raccoon City's destruction. He'd been using the virus to maintain control over his territory, turning disobedient subordinates and rival faction members into bioweapons that served both as punishment and demonstration of power. But intelligence also suggested something else. Javier's daughter, Manuela, was sick with an incurable disease, and her father's desperation to save her had driven him to even more extreme experiments with bioweapon research. They encountered Manuela in Javier's compound, a young woman in her late teens who should have been dying from her illness but instead showed signs of active viral infection. Javier had infected his own daughter with a modified virus in an attempt to cure her disease, and while the virus had indeed arrested the original illness, it was slowly transforming her into something inhuman. She was lucid, aware of what was happening to her, and terrified of what she was becoming. Her father saw only that she was alive, calling it a miracle of science, and refusing to acknowledge the horror he'd inflicted. The moral complexity of the situation troubled Leon in ways that Krauser dismissed as irrelevant. Yes, Manuela was infected with a bioweapon. Yes, she represented a potential threat if the infection progressed. But she was also a victim of her father's crimes, and Leon couldn't shake the parallel to Sherry Birkin, another child who'd been caught up in her parents' bioweapon research through no fault of her own. He advocated for bringing Manuela out alive, getting her proper medical treatment, giving her a chance. Krauser argued for the clean solution: eliminate all bioweapon threats, including Manuela, burn the compound, and ensure nothing survived to spread infection. The decision was taken out of their hands when Javier, confronted with the realization that his empire was collapsing and foreign operatives were in his compound, injected himself with a massive dose of his most advanced viral samples. The transformation was rapid and grotesque, his body expanding and mutating into something that barely retained human configuration. Javier had become the very thing he'd been deploying as a weapon, and now he was using his new form to try to kill everyone in the compound, including his own daughter. The battle against mutated Javier pushed both Leon and Krauser to their limits. The creature that had been the drug lord could regenerate damage faster than they could inflict it, had developed biological weapons integrated into its body, and fought with the kind of desperate fury that comes from having nothing left to lose. They expended most of their ammunition and explosives just slowing it down, and the fight ranged through the compound, destroying buildings and killing many of Javier's remaining subordinates who got caught in the crossfire. Manuela made the decision that neither Leon nor Krauser had been willing to commit to. She used her own viral infection, which had given her limited control over organic matter, to attack her father's mutated form from within. The effort was burning through her life force, killing her in the process of killing him, but she did it anyway, choosing to end the nightmare her father had created, even if it meant ending herself. Leon tried to stop her, tried to find another way, but Manuela was resolute. She'd seen what her father had become, what she herself was becoming, and she made the choice to ensure no one else would suffer from Javier's bioweapon experiments. When Javier's mutated form finally collapsed, destroyed from within by his daughter's sacrifice, Leon and Krauser escaped the compound with Manuela's body. She died in Leon's arms, asking him to remember that she tried to do the right thing in the end. The mission was technically successful. Javier Hidalgo was dead, his bioweapon stockpiles were destroyed, and the threat was eliminated. But Leon returned from Operation Javier changed in ways that his debriefing officers noticed but couldn't quite quantify. Krauser's assessment was different. He'd watched Leon hesitate, seen him prioritize civilians and infected victims over operational efficiency, and concluded that Leon Kennedy was too soft for the kind of work their unit required. Krauser requested reassignment and was placed on medical leave shortly after Operation Javier when an injury from the mission failed to heal properly. The two men parted ways with mutual professional respect, but no personal warmth. Each convinced the other had the wrong approach to fighting bioterrorism. It would be years before they encountered each other again, under circumstances neither could have predicted. For Leon, Operation Javier reinforced lessons that Raccoon City had first taught him. Bioweapons destroyed everything they touched. The people who created them always believed they could control the outcome, and they were always wrong. Innocent people died in numbers too large to fully count, and sometimes the only victory available was making sure the disaster didn't spread beyond its current boundaries. Those lessons would serve him well in the mission that would define his reputation and prove that he'd become one of the most effective agents in the government's anti-bioterror arsenal. Resident Evil 4, The Spanish Village, 2004. In 2004, Leon Kennedy received orders for his most high-profile mission to date. Ashley Graham, the president's daughter, had been kidnapped while returning from university in Massachusetts. Intelligence suggested she'd been taken to a remote region in rural Spain by an organization that had no apparent political demands or ransom requests. The Secret Service and FBI were handling the investigation through official channels, but the president wanted someone with specific experience in unconventional threats to lead a parallel investigation. Leon's record made him the obvious choice. The mission briefing was deliberately vague about why bioterrorism specialists were being deployed to what appeared to be a straightforward kidnapping. Leon pushed for more information and was told that intelligence indicated the kidnappers might be connected to a religious cult called Los Illuminados that had been flagged in reports about unusual activities in the region. The cult's leader, Osman Sadler, had been purchasing biological research materials through black market channels, and there were concerns that Ashley's kidnapping might be connected to bioweapon research rather than conventional criminal motives. Leon inserted into Spain alone, traveling under diplomatic cover to a small village in the mountains where Ashley had last been tracked. The official Spanish authorities had been notified that an American agent would be operating in their territory, but were told it was a kidnapping recovery, not a potential bioterror incident. Leon carried standard armament for the region, a pistol, combat knife, and communication equipment that would let him call for extraction once he'd secured Ashley. The assumption was that this would be a quick operation. Locate the girl, neutralize any resistance, and get out before the situation escalated. The first indication that something was deeply wrong came when Leon reached the village and was immediately attacked by locals with farming tools. These weren't professional kidnappers or security forces, but ordinary villagers who moved with disturbing coordination and expressed hostility that went beyond normal wariness of outsiders. When Leon defended himself, dropping several attackers, he realized they weren't staying down. Injuries that should have been incapacitating barely slowed them, and their behavior suggested something neurologically wrong, some kind of drugging or conditioning that overrode normal human responses to pain and danger. He fought his way through the village, searching for any sign of Ashley or indication of where she might be held. The locals attacked in waves, using numbers and environmental advantages to compensate for Leon's superior training and equipment. Unlike the zombies in Raccoon City, these people were fast, could use weapons and tools effectively, and coordinated their attacks with tactical awareness. They were infected with something, Leon was certain, but it wasn't the T-virus he'd encountered before. This was different, something that left hosts with their cognitive abilities intact while subverting their will. In a village house, Leon found evidence that confirmed his worst suspicions. Documents referencing Las Plagas, parasites that had been discovered in the region and were being cultivated by Los Illuminados. The parasites could be implanted in human hosts, growing throughout their bodies and eventually allowing the cult to control their behavior. The entire village population had been infected, turned into thralls serving Los Illuminados' purposes. Ashley wasn't being held for ransom. She'd been brought here to be infected with a plaga, turned into a weapon that could be sent back to the United States with access to the highest levels of government. Leon's mission parameters shifted immediately. This wasn't a rescue operation anymore. It was a bioterrorism incident that required containment and elimination of the threat. He radioed for support and was told that backup would take time to arrange given the remote location and political sensitivities of operating in Spain without full governmental approval. Until extraction could be arranged, Leon would need to locate Ashley, prevent her from being infected if possible, and survive in hostile territory where every civilian was a potential enemy. He found Ashley in a church that Los Illuminados had converted into a holding facility. She was alive, unharmed, and already infected. Lord Sadler, the cult's leader, had personally overseen her infection, implanting a plaga that would take several days to fully mature. Once it did, Ashley would lose her free will completely, becoming a puppet that Sadler could control remotely. She'd be returned to her father, placed back into her normal life, and wait until Sadler activated the plaga and turned the president's daughter into his instrument for infiltrating or destroying the U.S. government. Ashley was terrified but holding together, and Leon immediately shifted into protective mode. He'd get her out, find a way to remove the plaga before it matured, and prevent Los Illuminados from completing their plan. The complication was that during the initial village attack, Leon had been ambushed and knocked unconscious long enough for the cultists to inject him with a plaga as well. Both he and Ashley were infected, on a countdown until the parasites matured and Sadler could take control of them both. The mission had become personal in the most immediate way possible. Their escape from the church triggered a pursuit that would span the entire region. Los Illuminados wasn't just a village cult, but an organization that controlled significant territory and resources. Sadler commanded not just infected villagers, but also 3 powerful lieutenants he called his castellans. Ramon Salazar, a deranged aristocrat who controlled a castle filled with bioweapon experiments. Vitores Mendez, the village chief whose plaga infection had transformed him into a creature of immense strength. And a mysterious figure in tactical gear who operated with military precision and seemed personally invested in ensuring Leon failed. Leon and Ashley fought through the village, across the lake, and into Salazar's castle, a medieval structure that the young aristocrat had converted into a laboratory and prison. The castle was filled with horrors, plaga-infected humans in various stages of mutation, bioweapon experiments that had been ongoing since before Sadler took control of the cult, and traps designed to capture or kill anyone trying to navigate its corridors. Salazar himself appeared periodically, taunting Leon through speaker systems and sending waves of infected at them, treating the entire situation as entertainment. It was in the castle that Leon encountered Luis Serra, a researcher who'd been working for Los Illuminados, but had grown horrified by what the cult was doing with his research. Luis was a complicated ally, charming, intelligent, guilt-ridden about his role in developing the plaga cultivation process, and desperate to make amends by helping Leon and Ashley escape. He revealed that he'd been working on a method to remove plagas before they fully matured, a drug that could kill the parasite without killing the host. The research was almost complete, but the samples and equipment were scattered across the region, and Luis would need time to synthesize enough for both Leon and Ashley. Working with Luis provided Leon with his first real advantage in the mission. Luis knew Los Illuminados' operations intimately, understood the plaga's biology, and could guide them to resources and weapons that might even the odds. But Luis's defection hadn't gone unnoticed. Sadler dispatched his forces to hunt down the traitor, and the mysterious figure in tactical gear made Luis a personal priority. During one encounter, as Luis was preparing to hand over the first plaga removal samples, he was attacked and fatally wounded. The mysterious figure removed his mask as Luis died, revealing himself to be Jack Krauser. Leon's former partner from Operation Javier had somehow survived what was supposed to be a career-ending injury and was now working for Los Illuminados, functioning as Sadler's enforcer and the one responsible for originally kidnapping Ashley. The betrayal cut deep. Krauser had been a difficult partner, but always a professional. Seeing him actively working for a bioterror organization suggested either coercion or a corruption that Leon hadn't seen coming. Krauser's presence escalated everything. He was as skilled as Leon, more ruthless, and enhanced by something that gave him inhuman abilities. His left arm could transform into a massive, blade-like appendage that suggested plaga infection, but far more advanced than what the villagers demonstrated. During their first direct confrontation, Krauser dominated the fight, forcing Leon into pure survival mode. Only Ashley's intervention, using resources in the environment to create distractions, allowed Leon to escape and continue deeper into the castle. Luis died, passing the plaga removal samples to Leon, making him promise to save Ashley and stop Sadler. The drugs worked, killing Leon's plaga before it could mature, but there was only enough for one dose. Ashley would need to wait until Leon could find Luis's laboratory and synthesize more, assuming the equipment still existed and he could figure out the process. The weight of that responsibility, that he'd been saved while Ashley remained infected, drove Leon forward with renewed intensity. They fought through Ramon Salazar's forces, eventually confronting the young Castellan directly. Salazar, infected with a specialized plaga that gave him limited telepathic control over other infected, had transformed his own body into something monstrous in an attempt to kill Leon personally. The battle took place in a ritual chamber deep in the castle, with Salazar's mutated form growing to massive proportions as it absorbed biomass from the environment. Leon destroyed him using a combination of conventional weapons and improvised explosives, bringing down part of the castle in the process. With Salazar dead and the castle collapsing, Leon and Ashley escaped to an island facility where Los Illuminados conducted their most advanced research. This was where Sadler had been developing military applications for the plagas, creating bioweapons that could be sold to the highest bidder. The facility held documentation of Sadler's true plan. He intended to use plaga-infected agents to infiltrate governments worldwide, creating a network of controlled individuals in positions of power. Ashley was just the first step, a proof of concept that would open doors to more ambitious operations. The island facility was also where Leon finally confronted Krauser directly. His former partner had been ordered to kill Leon and recapture Ashley, but there was personal animosity driving Krauser beyond just following orders. He'd grown to resent Leon during Operation Javier, seeing him as weak and sentimental, and wanted to prove his own philosophy about strength and ruthlessness was superior. Their battle ranged across the facility's exterior, Krauser using his enhanced abilities, and Leon relying on tactics and adaptability. Leon prevailed, though he took significant injuries in the process. As Krauser died, he revealed fragments of how he'd ended up working for Los Illuminados. After Operation Javier, his injury had ended his military career, and he'd been recruited by someone promising power and purpose. That someone was Albert Wesker, a name Leon recognized from reports about Umbrella Corporation's collapse. Wesker had been a high-ranking Umbrella operative who'd survived the corporation's destruction and was now operating independently, gathering bioweapon samples and research for unknown purposes. Krauser had been working for Wesker, and Wesker had placed him inside Los Illuminados to monitor and eventually steal their plaga research. This revelation added another layer to the mission. Leon wasn't just fighting a cult. He was caught in a larger game involving remnants of Umbrella's bioweapons network. Wesker's involvement meant that even if Leon succeeded in stopping Sadler, the plagas might still end up in circulation. The thought was exhausting. Another reminder that bioterrorism wasn't a problem you solved once, but a continuous battle against people who saw living weapons as profitable commodities. Leon found Luis's laboratory and synthesized the plaga removal drug for Ashley, successfully treating her infection. With both of them clear of parasitic control, the mission became simpler. Escape the island and ensure Sadler couldn't use Los Illuminados' resources to continue his plans. But Sadler wasn't going to let them leave without a final confrontation. He'd injected himself with a master plaga, something that gave him control over all other infected while transforming his own body into a walking bioweapon. The final battle against Sadler pushed Leon beyond anything he'd faced before. The cult leader's transformed state made him nearly invulnerable to conventional damage, and he could summon infected subordinates as reinforcements. The fight ranged through the ritual chamber at the island's center, Leon exhausting his ammunition and weapons trying to find a weakness in Sadler's defenses. He was on the verge of being overwhelmed when Ada Wong appeared, just as she had in Raccoon City, throwing him a specialized weapon. Ada's presence raised questions Leon didn't have time to address. She was working for Wesker, obviously, sent to secure the plaga sample that Krauser had failed to retrieve. But she helped Leon kill Sadler rather than simply taking what she wanted and leaving him to die. Whatever her orders were, she'd made a choice to assist him, and that choice saved his life. Sadler's mutated form collapsed, and Ada used the opportunity to secure a plaga sample before disappearing, warning Leon to leave immediately because the island's self-destruct had been activated. Leon and Ashley escaped on a jet ski as explosions tore through the island facility, destroying Los Illuminados' research and any remaining infected. They rendezvoused with extraction forces miles offshore, both exhausted and injured, but alive. The mission was successful by any objective measure. Ashley was rescued, the plaga threat was eliminated, and Los Illuminados was destroyed. But Leon knew the larger battle was far from over. Ada had secured a sample for Wesker, which meant the plagas would eventually surface again in someone else's bioweapon program. The aftermath of the Spanish Village mission elevated Leon's profile within the government. He'd successfully rescued the president's daughter under impossible circumstances, demonstrated exceptional combat effectiveness, and contained a bioterror threat that could have had global implications. President Graham personally thanked Leon and made it clear that he now had a direct line to the highest levels of government for future operations. Leon had become one of the most trusted assets in the fight against bioterrorism, a reputation that would define the rest of his career. Degeneration, Will Pharma Incident, 2005. The year after the Spanish Village incident, Leon was dispatched to investigate a bioterror attack at Harvardville Airport. A T-virus outbreak had occurred in the terminal, transforming dozens of civilians into zombies and creating a hostage situation that local authorities couldn't handle. Leon's assignment was to infiltrate the airport, assess the situation, and neutralize the threat while federal teams established a perimeter to prevent the outbreak from spreading beyond the facility. The airport incident seemed straightforward at first, a tragic case of terrorism using biological weapons that Umbrella had developed, but as Leon fought through the infected terminal, rescuing survivors and searching for the outbreak's source, complications emerged. One of the survivors was Claire Redfield, who'd been at the airport for a meeting with TerraSave, the human rights organization she now worked with. Their reunion in the midst of another zombie outbreak was grimly ironic, a reminder that their lives had been permanently shaped by Raccoon City. Working together again, Leon and Claire uncovered that the attack was more complex than simple terrorism. A pharmaceutical company called Will Pharma had been developing a T-virus vaccine using samples that should have been destroyed after Raccoon City. One of their researchers, motivated by a combination of revenge and greed, had stolen viral samples and released them in the airport to create a crisis that would drive up demand for Wilpharma's vaccine. The attack was engineered not just to kill people, but to manipulate stock prices and pharmaceutical policy. The cynicism of using bioterrorism for financial profit disgusted Leon in ways that even Sadler's cult hadn't. At least Los Illuminados believed in something, however twisted. The Wilpharma incident was pure greed dressed up as tragedy, and the people dying in the airport were just props in someone's scheme to get wealthy. Leon's approach to the mission reflected his anger, moving with an efficiency that bordered on ruthless as he eliminated infected and traced the attack back to its source. The operation expanded when a new bioweapon, the G virus strain that had transformed William Birkin in Raccoon City, appeared in the airport. Someone had released not just T virus but also G virus samples, creating an escalating crisis that threatened to overwhelm containment efforts. Leon faced multiple bioweapon entities while also trying to keep civilians alive and evacuate survivors through secure corridors. The mission lasted hours, pushing Leon's endurance and resources to their limits. By the time the airport was secured, dozens were dead and the facility was rendered unusable, needing complete decontamination. The researcher responsible for the attack was arrested. Wilpharma's illegal vaccine program was exposed, and measures were put in place to prevent similar incidents. But Leon walked away from the operation more disillusioned than before. Raccoon City was supposed to have ended this. The T virus was supposed to be gone, but here it was again, being used by people who saw bioweapons as tools for personal advancement. Claire noticed the change in Leon during their brief reunion. The optimistic rookie she'd met in Raccoon City was gone, replaced by someone harder and more cynical. They spoke briefly about what they'd each been doing in the years since their first meeting, and Leon couldn't hide the exhaustion in his voice when he described the endless cycle of bioterror incidents. Claire worked to prevent these situations through policy and advocacy. Leon cleaned up after them with weapons and body counts. Both approaches were necessary, but only Leon's resulted in nightmares. Infinite Darkness. Government Conspiracy, 2006. In 2006, Leon was assigned to security detail at the White House when a cyber attack compromised the facility's systems. During the chaos, zombies appeared in the building itself, creating a crisis that suggested someone had deliberately targeted the president with a bioterror attack. Leon responded immediately, protecting President Graham and eliminating the infected, while security forces evacuated key personnel. The incident appeared to be an isolated attack, until Leon discovered classified documents suggesting the outbreak was connected to a military operation in Penamstan, a conflict zone where U.S. forces had been deployed. The documents referenced bioweapons being used in the conflict, and a conspiracy within the government to cover up the deployment. Leon's investigation led him to a senator who had been using bioweapon incidents to manipulate foreign policy, deliberately creating crises that justified military intervention and increased defense spending. This mission was different from Leon's previous operations because the threat came from within the government he served. The bioterror attack on the White House wasn't foreign terrorism, but domestic conspiracy. Powerful people using the very weapons Leon was fighting to eliminate as tools for their own political agendas. The moral complexity of the situation tested Leon's loyalty to his position and forced him to make choices about how far he was willing to go to expose the truth. He partnered with federal agent Shen Mei, who had her own reasons for investigating the conspiracy, and together they uncovered a plot that extended beyond just one senator. Military contractors, intelligence officials, and politicians had created a network that profited from bioweapon deployment, treating outbreaks as business opportunities. Leon gathered evidence while fighting through facilities where bioweapons were being researched and tested, encountering creatures that had been specifically designed for military applications. The investigation culminated in a confrontation with the senator and his bioweapon assets in a facility hidden within U.S. territory. Leon successfully stopped the immediate threat and gathered enough evidence to expose the conspiracy. But political considerations prevented full disclosure. The president couldn't publicly reveal that elements of his own government had been deploying bioweapons without triggering an international crisis. The evidence was sealed, the conspirators were quietly removed from power, and the truth was buried to protect national security. This outcome broke something in Leon. He'd risked his life to expose corruption and prevent future bioweapon deployments, only to watch the evidence disappear into classified archives. The people responsible faced consequences, but the public would never know what had almost happened, and similar conspiracies could emerge again because the full scope of the threat was never revealed. Leon completed his mission but came away questioning whether his work actually mattered, if the truth could be suppressed whenever it became inconvenient. His interaction with Claire Redfield during this period was strained. She wanted him to leak the information to TerraSave, to let them publicize what the government was hiding. Leon refused, arguing that doing so would compromise national security and potentially trigger international conflicts. They parted on tense terms, each convinced the other was making the wrong choice. Leon chose loyalty to his position over transparency, a decision that aligned with his orders but cost him personally in ways he'd spend years processing. Damnation, Eastern Slav Republic, 2011. 5 years later, Leon was dispatched to the Eastern Slav Republic, a war-torn nation in Eastern Europe where a civil war had been raging for years. Intelligence indicated that one faction was deploying bioweapons, specifically Las Plagas, and the U.S. government wanted confirmation before deciding how to respond to the conflict. Leon's orders were to infiltrate, assess the situation, and report back without engaging unless absolutely necessary. It was supposed to be a reconnaissance mission. The situation on the ground was worse than intelligence had suggested. The government forces, desperate to defeat rebel factions, had purchased plagas from black market arms dealers and were deploying them as shock troops. Infected soldiers fought with enhanced strength and coordination while retaining enough intelligence to use weapons and tactics, creating a military force that conventional armies couldn't match. The rebels were being systematically slaughtered, and civilian casualties were mounting as the government showed no restraint in deploying their bioweapons. Leon quickly determined that the situation required intervention beyond just intelligence gathering. The government's president, Alexander, was using bioweapons to commit what amounted to genocide against his own people, and international observers were being kept away through diplomatic manipulation. If someone didn't stop the bioweapon deployment, the entire conflict would escalate beyond containment, potentially spreading infection beyond the nation's borders. During his infiltration, Leon encountered Buddy, a rebel commander who'd been infected with a plaga but had maintained his free will through a complex symbiotic relationship with the parasite. Buddy represented something Leon had never seen before, someone who'd been infected but retained their humanity, using the parasite's power without being controlled by it. The existence of such a state suggested the plagas were even more adaptable and dangerous than previous research had indicated. Leon and Buddy formed an uneasy alliance. Buddy wanted to protect his people and defeat the government forces that were destroying his country. Leon wanted to stop the bioweapon deployment and prevent international escalation. Their goals aligned temporarily, but Leon knew that eventually he'd need to deal with Buddy's infection, and that confrontation would test whether the bond they'd formed meant anything against the imperative to eliminate bioweapon threats. The mission escalated into full-scale combat as Leon fought alongside rebel forces to infiltrate the government's bioweapon facility. Ada Wong appeared again, working for some organization with interest in the Plagas and operating with her usual ambiguous loyalties. Her presence meant that even if Leon stopped the immediate deployment, samples would likely be secured and sold to whoever Ada was working for now. The futility of that reality exhausted Leon more than the physical combat. Inside the facility, Leon discovered the full scope of President Alexander's plans. He wasn't just using Plagas to win a civil war. He was creating a new military paradigm where bioweapon-enhanced soldiers would replace conventional forces. Alexander believed he was advancing military science, creating super soldiers who would give smaller nations the ability to defend themselves against superpowers. He saw himself as a visionary rather than a war criminal, unable or unwilling to acknowledge the horror he'd unleashed. Leon confronted Alexander as the facility began to collapse, government and rebel forces clashing throughout the complex. The president had infected himself with an advanced plaga, transforming into a massive bioweapon in a last attempt to prove his vision was correct. The battle was brutal, Leon fighting with the kind of weary determination that comes from having done this too many times before. He wasn't shocked or terrified by Alexander's transformation. He was just tired, going through the motions of destroying another person who thought they could control bioweapons and been proven catastrophically wrong. Alexander died, and Leon escaped the facility with Buddy, who was showing signs that his symbiotic relationship with the Plaga was breaking down. The parasite was slowly taking over despite Buddy's resistance, and Leon knew that the clock was ticking on when his ally would become another threat that needed to be eliminated. They reached the extraction point together, and Leon was faced with the decision: follow protocol and kill Buddy to eliminate the bioweapon threat, or let him live and risk the Plaga gaining full control. Leon chose mercy. He shot Buddy in a way that damaged the Plaga's connection to the nervous system without killing the host, essentially paralyzing the parasite's control functions. It was a temporary solution at best, and Buddy would spend the rest of his life with a dormant bioweapon in his body. But Leon couldn't bring himself to execute someone who'd helped save countless civilians. He justified the decision by noting that Buddy's unique symbiotic relationship with the Plaga made him a valuable research subject for developing countermeasures. But the truth was simpler. Leon was tired of killing people, even when they were infected. The aftermath of the Eastern Slav Republic mission brought official reprimand. Leon had exceeded his mission parameters, engaged in combat operations without authorization, and allowed an infected individual to survive. His superiors noted their disapproval in his file, but President Graham defended Leon's actions, pointing out that the bioweapon deployment had been stopped and valuable intelligence had been gathered. Leon kept his position but understood that his independence and willingness to make judgment calls in the field was becoming a problem for the bureaucratic structure he operated within. Resident Evil 6, Tall Oaks and Beyond, 2013. 2 years later, in 2013, Leon was back in the United States when the worst-case scenario that every anti-bioterror operative feared finally occurred: a major outbreak in an American city. Tall Oaks, where Ivy University was located, became ground zero for a new bioweapon called the C virus. The outbreak occurred during a public event where President Adam Benford was preparing to announce the truth about Raccoon City, finally revealing the government's involvement in the disaster and Umbrella's crimes. Leon was at the university that evening, having been invited by President Benford to attend the announcement. They'd developed a genuine friendship over the years, Benford being one of the few people in government who understood what Leon had experienced and sacrificed. The president believed that transparency about Raccoon City was necessary for preventing future incidents, that the culture of secrecy and cover-ups had enabled bioterrorism to proliferate. Leon supported the decision, even knowing it would likely end his own career once his role in various classified operations became public knowledge. The C virus outbreak destroyed those plans within minutes. The infection spread rapidly through the university, turning attendees into zombies faster than the T virus ever had. Leon watched Benford get infected, tried to protect him, and ultimately had to shoot his friend as the president transformed into one of the creatures. The weight of that act, killing the president of the United States because he'd become a bioweapon, would haunt Leon for years. It was Raccoon City all over again, except this time there was no excuse of being a rookie, no claim that he hadn't seen it coming. Leon partnered with Helena Harper, a Secret Service agent who'd been assigned to protect the president, and was devastated by their failure to prevent the outbreak. Helena harbored a secret. She'd been blackmailed into facilitating the attack by Derek Simmons, the national security advisor who'd orchestrated the C virus deployment. Her sister was being held hostage, and Simmons had threatened to kill her unless Helena provided access codes that disabled security systems at the university. She'd complied, choosing her sister over her duty, and now carried the guilt of having enabled the attack that killed the president and hundreds of others. Together, Leon and Helena fought through tall oaks as the infection spread beyond the university. The C virus created zombies that were faster and more aggressive than T virus strains, and it also generated unique mutations in some hosts, creating specialized bioweapons that hunted survivors with disturbing intelligence. The city was being evacuated using military protocols, but Leon and Helena knew that meant sterilization was coming. Just like Raccoon City, the government would erase tall oaks to contain the outbreak, and they needed to escape before that happened, while also gathering evidence about who was responsible. They discovered that Derek Simmons, the national security advisor, had orchestrated the attack to prevent President Benford from revealing the truth about Raccoon City. Simmons was part of an organization called the Family, a secret society that had been manipulating global events for generations. The family believed that maintaining stability required controlling information, and Benford's planned disclosure threatened their carefully constructed order. Simmons had decided that killing the president and framing the attack as terrorism was preferable to allowing the truth to emerge. Leon and Helena escaped tall oaks just before a sterilization missile destroyed the city, killing any remaining survivors along with the infected. It was Raccoon City again, history repeating with the same brutal efficiency, another American town erased from maps and memory to hide the failures of bioweapon containment. Leon had survived 2 such erasures now, and the psychological weight of watching entire cities die was becoming harder to carry. They pursued Simmons to Lanshan, China, where another outbreak was already underway. The C virus had been deployed simultaneously in multiple locations, part of a larger plan by Simmons and the family to destabilize global security and justify increased authoritarian measures. China's coastal city of Lanshan was under siege, with C virus infections spreading through the population and new bioweapon variants emerging faster than military forces could respond. In Lanshan, Leon's path intersected with Chris Redfield, now a BSAA commander who'd been fighting bioterror threats through his own channels since leaving STARS. Chris was hunting someone he believed was Ada Wong, holding her responsible for attacks on his unit. The reunion between Leon and Chris was tense, both men exhausted and traumatized by years of fighting bioterror threats, both believing their approach was correct and the other's was misguided. The figure Chris was hunting turned out to be Carla Radames, a researcher Simmons had transformed into an Ada Wong clone using the C virus. Carla had been Simmons' obsession, a woman he'd loved who didn't return his feelings. So he'd used bioweapon technology to literally reshape her into the woman he did love, Ada Wong. The procedure had worked physically but destroyed Carla's personality, leaving her a twisted copy, seeking revenge against Simmons for what he'd done to her. She'd been orchestrating bioterror attacks under Ada's identity, framing the real Ada while pursuing her own vendetta. The real Ada Wong was also in Lanshan, working against Simmons and the family for her own reasons. She helped Leon and Chris understand the situation, provided intelligence about the family's operations, and ensured that Leon could reach Simmons for a final confrontation. Her motivations remained opaque as always, but her assistance was genuine, suggesting that whatever organization she worked for now opposed the family's methods. Leon and Helena confronted Simmons in a subway station as Lanshan descended into complete chaos above them. Simmons had been infected with the C virus in an attack by Carla's forces, and the virus was transforming him even as he tried to explain his actions. He genuinely believed he'd been protecting the nation, that preventing the truth about Raccoon City from emerging was worth the cost of tall oaks and Lanshan. His transformation mid-conversation was almost anticlimactic, the man becoming monster while still trying to justify his choices. The fight against mutated Simmons was exhausting rather than dramatic. Leon had fought so many of these transformed humans by this point that the shock was gone, replaced by grim efficiency. Simmons' mutations were extensive, the C virus giving him multiple forms, as Leon and Helena pursued him through the subway system and eventually to the city's surface. Each time they put him down, he regenerated, the virus refusing to let its host die until finally, after multiple encounters, Simmons' body could no longer sustain the continuous regeneration and he dissolved. In the aftermath, with Lanshan still burning and casualty counts in the thousands, Leon filed his report on Simmons and the family. The evidence he'd gathered was incontrovertible, but predictably, it would be classified and sealed. The family's other members would be dealt with quietly. Simmons would be officially listed as a victim of the attack rather than its architect, and the public would never know how close they'd come to the family's vision of controlled global catastrophe. Leon returned to the United States having killed the president he'd been protecting, watched another American city get destroyed, and gathered evidence that would never see public disclosure. The Raccoon City truth that President Benford had wanted to reveal remained classified. The cycle continued, bioterror attacks occurring, being contained at massive cost, and then being buried under official narratives that protected institutions rather than informed the public. The 6 years between Resident Evil 6 and Leon's next major operation were filled with smaller missions, ongoing operations against bioterror cells, and the slow accumulation of fatigue that comes from fighting a war that never ends. Leon continued as a government agent because he was good at the work and because someone needed to do it, but the idealism that had survived even Raccoon City was finally gone. He'd become what Jack Krauser had accused him of refusing to be, a pragmatic operator who understood that perfect solutions didn't exist and that sometimes you just tried to minimize the damage. Vendetta, New York Crisis, 2014. In 2014, Leon was dispatched to investigate an arms dealer named Glenn Arias, who'd been purchasing bioweapon research from various sources. Intelligence suggested Arias was preparing a large-scale attack, but his target and methods remained unclear. The mission brought Leon into contact with Chris Redfield again and Rebecca Chambers, the former STARS medic who now worked as a bioweapon researcher trying to develop countermeasures and vaccines. Glenn Arias was different from previous bioterror threats Leon had faced. He wasn't driven by profit like the Wilpharma researchers, or ideology like Los Illuminados, or political power like Derek Simmons. Arias was motivated by pure revenge. His wife had been killed in a U.S. drone strike during an anti-terror operation, her death dismissed as collateral damage by the government officials who'd ordered the strike. Arias had decided that if his loss meant nothing to those in power, he'd create loss on a scale they couldn't ignore. The virus Arias had developed was called the A virus, a strain that combined elements of Las Plagas with more traditional viral bioweapons. The result was a pathogen that could be controlled remotely, allowing Arias to infect large populations and then direct their behavior like puppets. His target was New York City, where he planned to release the A virus during a major public event and turn millions of people into a bioweapon army under his direct control. Leon, Chris, and Rebecca worked together to track Arias to his facility in Mexico, where he was finalizing preparations for the attack. The operation required infiltrating his compound, fighting through his private military forces and bioweapon test subjects, and stopping the virus release before Arias could deploy it to New York. The mission brought together 3 different approaches to fighting bioterrorism: Leon's government operations, Chris's BSAA military response, and Rebecca's scientific research. Their combined efforts represented perhaps the most coordinated anti-bioterror operation that had been attempted. The confrontation with Arias came in his facility's central laboratory, where he'd set up the virus distribution system. He'd already infected himself with a modified version of the A virus, giving him enhanced abilities while maintaining his intelligence and control. Unlike other bioweapon users who transformed into monsters, Arias remained essentially human in appearance, which made the fight more personal and more disturbing. This wasn't a creature Leon could dehumanize. It was a man who'd chosen to become a weapon. Arias nearly succeeded. The virus was released, and for several terrifying hours, portions of New York City experienced outbreaks as the A virus spread through localized populations. But Rebecca had developed a vaccine based on research she'd been conducting for years, and mass distribution through emergency medical channels prevented the outbreak from becoming catastrophic. Leon and Chris destroyed Arias and his distribution network, and New York was saved, though not without casualties. The Vendetta operation was notable for being one of the few times that a bioterror attack was stopped before reaching full catastrophic scale. Casualties numbered in dozens rather than thousands. The virus was contained before spreading beyond initial infection zones, and the public never fully understood how close they'd come to disaster. For Leon, it represented a rare operational success, proof that with proper coordination and intelligence, bioterror threats could be stopped before they destroyed entire cities. But even that success came with costs. Leon's personal life, such as it was, continued to deteriorate. The mission had brought him back into direct contact with people who knew him from earlier operations, and they all noted the changes. Leon Kennedy in 2014 was harder, more cynical, more likely to make ruthless decisions if they achieved mission objectives. The rookie cop who'd wanted to help people had been burned away by years of watching people die despite his best efforts. The Later Years and Death Island, 2015. By 2015, Leon had been fighting bioterrorism for 17 years. He'd participated in dozens of operations, killed thousands of infected individuals, destroyed multiple bioweapon research facilities, and gathered enough classified intelligence to fill a small library. He'd become one of the most experienced anti-bioterror operatives in the world, and that experience had cost him nearly everything else. He had no real personal relationships outside his work, no family, no permanent home, no hobbies or interests that weren't connected to his mission. Leon Kennedy had become his job completely. The Death Island incident brought together multiple threads of Leon's history when a new bioterror attack targeted Alcatraz Island in San Francisco Bay. The island, which had been converted into a tourist attraction, was hit with a bioweapon release that transformed visitors and staff into aggressive infected. The attack was traced to an individual seeking revenge against several specific BSAA and government operatives, including Leon, Chris, and others who'd been involved in anti-bioterror operations over the years. The perpetrator behind Death Island was Dylan Blake, a former Los Angeles SWAT officer whose family had been killed in a bioterror incident that Leon and others had responded to years earlier. Blake blamed the operatives for not saving his family, for prioritizing containment over rescue, for all the brutal calculations that anti-bioterror work required. His revenge plot involved infecting the island and luring Leon, Chris, Jill Valentine, and Claire Redfield to the location so they could experience the same helplessness he'd felt watching his family die. The Death Island operation forced Leon to confront the accumulated costs of his career. Blake's accusations weren't entirely wrong. There had been missions where Leon prioritized containment over rescue, where he'd made decisions that saved more lives overall, but condemned specific individuals to death. Those decisions had been necessary, but they'd also created victims beyond just those who'd been infected. Blake represented all the family members, friends, and survivors who'd lost people because of choices Leon and others had made in the field. Leon, Chris, Claire, and Jill worked together to stop Blake's revenge plot and contain the outbreak on Alcatraz. The coordination between them demonstrated how much experience they'd accumulated over the years, how efficiently they could respond to bioterror incidents, and how deeply their lives had been shaped by this continuous war. They saved the tourists on the island, prevented the virus from spreading to San Francisco, and stopped Blake before he could execute the full scope of his revenge. But the victory felt hollow. Blake was right that their work created collateral damage, that containment protocols prioritized limiting spread over rescuing everyone in the infection zone, that the mathematics of bioterror response were brutal and unforgiving. Leon couldn't deny those truths, and he couldn't offer Blake anything except the cold reality that there were no better options. The conversation between them, before Blake's final transformation and death, was one of the most difficult Leon had experienced, because there was no way to defend choices that were simultaneously necessary and monstrous. After Death Island, Leon continued his work, but with growing awareness that the war he'd been fighting since 1998 had no victory condition. Bioterrorism wasn't a problem that could be solved, just a threat that required constant vigilance. Every organization they destroyed was replaced by someone else who'd acquired bioweapon samples and decided to use them. Every vaccine developed led to new viral strains that evaded it. Every containment protocol refined just meant the next outbreak would be slightly more controlled, but never fully prevented. The endless war, Leon Kennedy's story, doesn't have an ending, at least not one that's been written yet. As of the most recent reports, he continues to operate as one of the U.S. government's most valuable assets in the fight against bioterrorism. His missions remain largely classified, his successes unacknowledged publicly, and his failures buried under national security protocols. The rookie cop who drove into Raccoon City wanting to help people has become a weapon pointed at threats most civilians don't know exist. The psychological cost of that transformation is something Leon rarely discusses but constantly carries. He's developed mechanisms for dealing with the trauma, compartmentalization, dark humor, focusing on immediate objectives rather than larger questions about meaning or justice. But occasionally, in quiet moments between missions, the weight becomes visible. Leon Kennedy has seen more death than anyone should witness, has killed more infected humans than he can count, and has participated in cover-ups that protected institutions rather than revealed truth. His relationships with other long-term survivors of bioterror incidents, Chris, Claire, Jill, Rebecca, provide some emotional support, but they're all fighting their own battles with the same trauma. They understand each other in ways that normal people can't, but that shared understanding is built on shared horror. The bonds between them are strong, but not necessarily healthy, more like fellow soldiers in an endless war than friends who can help each other heal. Leon's relationship with Ada Wong remains complicated and unresolved. She appears periodically in his missions, sometimes helping and sometimes working at cross purposes, always operating with motivations that remain opaque. There's clearly history and emotion between them, but it's buried under layers of professional distance and the reality that they serve different masters. Leon knows Ada has helped him survive multiple encounters, but he also knows she's stolen bioweapon samples that have likely been used in other attacks. The moral complexity of that relationship mirrors the moral complexity of Leon's entire career. The question of whether Leon's work matters, whether the sacrifices have been worth it, is one he likely asks himself in darker moments. The optimistic answer is that his efforts have prevented countless deaths, that without operatives like him, bioterror attacks would be far more frequent and devastating. The pessimistic answer is that his work has only delayed inevitable catastrophes while providing cover for a system that enabled bioweapon development in the first place. The truth probably lies somewhere between those extremes, in the messy reality where preventing one disaster creates conditions for the next. What's certain is that Leon Kennedy can't stop. He's too experienced, too skilled, and too deeply committed to walk away while bioterror threats continue emerging. The government knows he's valuable and will continue deploying him until he either dies in the field or becomes too damaged to function effectively. There's no retirement plan for people with Leon's knowledge and capabilities. No quiet ending where he settles down and tries to build a normal life. The work will continue until it kills him, or until bioterrorism somehow ends, and the latter seems far less likely than the former. Reflections on a life defined by crisis. If you were to ask Leon what he's learned from 17 years of fighting bioterrorism, he might tell you that bioweapons represent humanity's greatest failure of imagination and ethics. Every virus, every parasite, every biological weapon he's encountered was created by someone who believed they could control it, that they could limit its effects to designated targets, that the power it represented was worth the risks. And every single one of them was wrong. He's learned that corporations will prioritize profit over safety until forced to do otherwise. He's learned that governments will cover up disasters to protect their legitimacy, even when transparency might prevent future incidents. He's learned that desperate people make terrible decisions, that revenge is a powerful motivator, and that the line between protecting people and becoming the threat you're fighting against is thinner than anyone wants to acknowledge. He's learned that some people can't be saved, that containment sometimes requires sacrificing those who might be rescued, and that the calculus of bioterror response is brutal enough to break anyone who thinks too carefully about the implications. He's learned that surviving doesn't make you a hero, that doing your job well doesn't make you a good person, and that the distinction between being a protector and being a weapon is mostly about who's giving the orders. But he's also learned that some things matter, even when the situation is hopeless. Sherry Birkin survived and grew up because Leon refused to let her be treated as just a research subject. Ashley Graham returned to her father because Leon prioritized her rescue over his own safety. Countless civilians have lived because Leon and others like him stepped between them and bioweapon threats. Those individual successes don't undo the larger failures, but they're not nothing either. Leon Kennedy is a man haunted by the weight of impossible choices and sustained by the belief that making those choices is better than refusing to engage. He's not particularly happy, not at peace with what he's done, and not convinced that his efforts have made the world significantly better. But he continues because someone has to, because the alternative is allowing bioterror threats to proliferate unchecked, and because the rookie cop who wanted to help people never completely died despite everything that's tried to kill him. His story is one of gradual erosion and stubborn persistence, of idealism ground down by reality but never quite extinguished, of a person who became a weapon but retained enough humanity to understand what that transformation cost. Leon Kennedy represents what happens when good intentions meet impossible circumstances repeatedly over decades, when doing the right thing requires becoming someone you wouldn't recognize if you met your younger self. The continuing threat, as of the most current intelligence reports, bioterrorism remains a persistent global threat. The destruction of Umbrella Corporation didn't end bioweapon development, it merely decentralized it. Former Umbrella researchers sold their knowledge and samples to various organizations, criminal groups, terrorist cells, and even legitimate pharmaceutical companies interested in the potential applications. The T virus, G virus, Las Plagas, C virus, and dozens of other strains continue to surface in black market transactions and outbreak investigations. Leon's work, like that of his colleagues in the BSAA and other anti-bioterror organizations, has shifted from fighting a single corporate threat to managing a distributed network of smaller threats. It's a less dramatic but more exhausting model of warfare, requiring constant vigilance rather than decisive victories. Every lab that's shut down is replaced by 2 more in different locations. Every researcher arrested or killed has students who've learned their techniques. Every virus strain that's cataloged and countered mutates into something that requires new countermeasures. The geopolitical implications of bioweapon proliferation continue to shape international relations in ways that most civilians don't see. Nations maintain their own bioweapon development programs while publicly condemning bioterrorism, creating a hypocritical dynamic that makes comprehensive solutions impossible. The same governments that employ operatives like Leon to stop bioterror attacks also maintain strategic reserves of biological weapons for deterrence purposes, ensuring that the knowledge and capability to create new outbreaks will never be fully eliminated. Leon understands these larger patterns but focuses on the immediate mission because contemplating the systemic issues leads to paralysis. He can't solve geopolitical problems or change how nations approach biological warfare. He can respond to specific threats, protect specific people, and prevent specific outbreaks. Those limited objectives are achievable, which makes them sustainable. The moment he starts thinking about winning the overall war rather than individual battles, the futility becomes overwhelming. The younger generation of anti-bioterror operatives look at veterans like Leon with a mixture of respect and concern. They recognize his competence and experience, but they also see the toll that 17 years of this work has taken. Leon represents what they'll become if they survive long enough, and for many of them that's not an encouraging vision. Some quit after their first major operation, deciding that the psychological costs are too high. Others commit fully and begin their own transformation into weapons. Leon doesn't offer much advice to newer operatives beyond tactical guidance. He's not a mentor figure who's found wisdom in experience. He's someone who survived through capability and stubbornness. When pressed, he might tell them to hold on to whatever personal connections they can maintain, to not let the work consume everything, to remember that the infected they're fighting were people before the virus. But he knows they probably won't follow that advice, just as he didn't when he was starting out, because the nature of the work makes those boundaries impossible to maintain. Legacy of the Raccoon City Survivor. Leon Kennedy's identity remains tied to Raccoon City, despite everything that's happened since. He's one of the most prominent survivors of that disaster, someone whose first day as a police officer became a nightmare that defined his entire life. The irony isn't lost on him. He'd been hours late to work because of a hangover caused by relationship troubles, and that poor decision saved his life, while officers who'd arrived on time died. There's no way to reconcile the guilt of surviving through failure with the gratitude of being alive. The other Raccoon City survivors, Claire, Sherry, and the handful of others who made it out, share a bond that outsiders can't fully understand. They experience something that the rest of the world can't imagine because the official story has been sanitized and classified. They know what it's like to watch an entire city die, to be surrounded by the infected, to understand that no help is coming and that survival depends entirely on your own capabilities. That shared knowledge creates connection but also isolation, because it's not something you can explain to people who weren't there. Leon occasionally wonders what his life would have been like if he'd arrived in Raccoon City on time, if he'd reported for his shift before the outbreak reached critical mass. Most likely he'd have died with the rest of the police department, just another name on the list of casualties. But there's a small chance he might have helped contain the outbreak earlier, that his presence could have changed outcomes for others. That speculation is pointless but inevitable, the kind of counterfactual thinking that comes from being a survivor. The official narrative about Raccoon City remains a sanitized version that attributes the disaster to a gas leak and subsequent containment efforts. The public doesn't know about Umbrella's bioweapon research, the T-virus outbreak, or the deliberate decision to sterilize the city with a nuclear weapon. Leon participated in maintaining that lie for years, following orders to protect classified information. President Benford's attempt to reveal the truth died with him in tall oaks, and subsequent administrations have shown no interest in reopening that particular wound. Living with that lie has been part of the cost of Leon's career. He knows what really happened, knows that the public deserves to understand the threats that still exist, but he's chosen operational effectiveness over transparency. The classified work he does requires security clearance and government support that would disappear if he went public with what he knows. So he maintains the lie, tells himself it's necessary for the greater good, and tries not to think too carefully about whether that justification holds up under scrutiny. The personal cost, Beyond the obvious trauma and psychological damage, Leon's career has cost him the possibility of a normal life. He's never married, never had children, never established roots anywhere. His living situation is temporary by design, knowing that his next mission could deploy him anywhere in the world with minimal notice. The few personal possessions he maintains are portable and easily abandoned if necessary. He's built a life around the assumption that attachment is vulnerability. Romantic relationships have been particularly complicated. The nature of his work makes trust difficult, and the classified aspects make genuine intimacy nearly impossible. He can't talk about what he does, where he goes, or what he's experienced with anyone who doesn't have equivalent clearance and context. That eliminates most potential partners, leaving only others in the anti-bioterror community who understand the work but are fighting their own battles with the same trauma. His relationship with Ada Wong represents the closest thing to a sustained, romantic connection in his life, but it's built on mutual attraction complicated by professional opposition and personal secrets. They've saved each other's lives multiple times, worked together on missions, and clearly care about each other, but Ada's loyalties remain divided and her ultimate motivations opaque. Leon has never been able to fully trust her, and she's never been willing to give him the transparency that trust would require. The friendship networks that sustain most people are absent from Leon's life. His closest relationships are with other bioterror survivors who understand his experiences but aren't necessarily healthy support systems. Chris Redfield is a colleague and occasionally an ally, but they approach their work differently and have different philosophies about what they're trying to achieve. Claire Redfield is someone Leon genuinely cares about, but their paths diverged years ago, and they rarely interact outside of crisis situations. The connections exist but aren't deep enough to provide real emotional support. Physical health has also deteriorated over years of combat operations. Leon carries injuries from dozens of encounters, some treated properly, and others handled with field medicine that kept him functional without fully healing the damage. His body shows the accumulated wear of 17 years fighting bioweapons, and he's aware that his physical capabilities are beginning to decline as he ages. The work requires peak performance, and there's no good answer for what happens when he can no longer deliver it. What remains? Despite everything that's been lost, ground down, or destroyed by years of fighting bioterrorism, something essential remains in Leon Kennedy that hasn't been completely corrupted. He still makes choices in the field that prioritize protecting civilians over operational efficiency. He still questions orders when they seem wrong, still pushes back against protocols that treat people as acceptable casualties. That core of idealism that drew him to police work in the first place survived Raccoon City, Operation Javier, the Spanish Village, Tall Oaks, and everything else that should have killed it. Maybe it's stubbornness, or maybe it's the only way Leon knows how to maintain his humanity while doing inhuman work. He can't save everyone, can't prevent every outbreak, can't stop bioterrorism from continuing to emerge as a threat, but he can make choices in specific moments that reflect the values he wanted to embody when he first became a cop. Those small choices don't undo the larger compromises, but there's something to hold on to when the weight of everything else becomes crushing. The rookie cop who drove into Raccoon City on September 29th, 1998, wanted to help people and make a difference. The government agent that rookie became has helped people and made a difference, just not in the way he imagined. The cost has been almost everything he was and most of what he might have become. What remains is someone defined entirely by crisis, shaped by trauma, and sustained by the belief that the work still matters, even when it feels hopeless. Leon Kennedy's story is about the distance between who you want to be and who circumstances force you to become, measured in years of accumulated horror and impossible choices. It's about fighting a war that can't be won while refusing to surrender, because surrender means letting threats proliferate unchecked. It's about maintaining humanity while doing work that strips away almost everything that makes you human. And it's about surviving long enough to wonder whether survival was the victory you thought it would be when you were younger and the world seemed simpler. The work continues, the threats evolve, the missions accumulate, and Leon Kennedy, now approaching 40 years old, remains one of the government's most effective weapons against bioterrorism. He's not the person he was, not even close, but he's exactly who this moment in history needs him to be. Whether that represents success or tragedy depends on how you measure the worth of a life spent fighting monsters while trying not to become one yourself. The story of Leon Kennedy is the story of every person who's had to choose between personal ideals and practical necessity, who's been ground down by impossible circumstances but kept going anyway, who sacrificed their own well-being for abstract concepts like duty and protection. It's not a happy story, and it doesn't have a satisfying resolution because the problems Leon fights against don't have satisfying resolutions. Bioterrorism will continue, the work will continue, and Leon Kennedy will continue until something finally stops him, whether that's a bioweapon that proves too powerful, a mission that pushes him past his breaking point, or simply age and accumulated damage rendering him ineffective. For now, he remains operational. The nightmares are manageable. The missions are survivable. The cost is acceptable, or at least has been accepted because there's no way to unpay it. Leon Kennedy stands as a monument to what happens when good intentions meet evil circumstance repeatedly over decades, not destroyed, not unchanged, but transformed into something that serves a purpose, even if that purpose has cost almost everything else. They arrived within 3 years of each other, two franchises that would reshape what horror could mean in gaming. Resident Evil released in Japan on March 22nd, 1996 for PlayStation, bringing zombies and corporate conspiracies to living rooms across the world. Silent Hill followed on February 23rd, 1999 in North America, introducing fog-shrouded streets and psychological torment to players who thought they'd seen everything horror games could offer. One franchise gave us biohazard outbreaks and military conspiracies. The other gave us manifestations of guilt and towns that read minds. On the surface, they couldn't be more different. Resident Evil thrived on action beats and survival tactics. Silent Hill built its foundation on atmosphere and emotional devastation. But peel back the surface, look past the fog and the virus samples, and something remarkable emerges. These two titans of survival horror share far more DNA than their surface aesthetics suggest. They learned from each other, borrowed from each other, competed with each other, and ultimately defined the genre together. This is 100 things they have in common, 100 threads connecting mansion corridors to otherworld hospitals, connecting typewriter ribbons to rusted save points, connecting zombies to manifestations of trauma. Some connections are obvious, others run deeper, hidden in game design philosophies and narrative structures that have influenced not just horror games, but gaming as a whole. Let's start with the foundations, the bedrock upon which everything else was built. The PlayStation era defined them both. Both franchises are children of the original PlayStation. that gray console that brought gaming into 3 dimensions and made survival horror technologically possible in ways that previous generations couldn't support. Resident Evil launched as a flagship title, demonstrating what PlayStation hardware could achieve. Silent Hill came later in the console's lifespan, pushing those same technical boundaries in completely different directions. The PlayStation CD-ROM format gave both games something previous cartridge-based systems couldn't provide: storage space for voice acting, full motion video, and most importantly, pre-rendered backgrounds that could display detail far beyond what real-time rendering allowed. Resident Evil used pre-rendered backgrounds to create the Spencer Mansion's elaborate rooms, each frame a carefully composed static image over which 3D character models moved. The technique allowed for stunning visual fidelity at the cost of player-controlled cameras. Silent Hill took a different approach, rendering its environments in real time to enable more dynamic camera movement and that signature fog that masked the hardware's limited draw distance. But both relied fundamentally on PlayStation's capabilities, and both games' aesthetics are inseparable from the platform's technical constraints. The grainy textures, the limited polygons, the fog and darkness that became atmospheric strengths rather than technical weaknesses. All of this defined the visual language of survival horror for a generation. Neither franchise would exist in its original form without PlayStation. The console made them possible, and their success helped establish PlayStation as the dominant gaming platform of its generation. This symbiotic relationship between hardware and software created a perfect storm where technological limitations became creative opportunities, where what the system couldn't do became as important as what it could. They both pioneered survival horror as a genre concept. While games with horror elements existed before 1996, Resident Evil coined the term survival horror and established the genre's core mechanics: limited resources, dangerous enemies you often needed to avoid rather than fight, environmental puzzles blocking progress, safe rooms offering temporary respite. These elements came together in Resident Evil to create a gameplay formula distinct from action games or adventure games. Silent Hill inherited this formula 3 years later but refined it, adding layers of psychological complexity and environmental storytelling that expanded what survival horror could mean. Both games understood that survival horror required a specific balance. Too much combat, and it becomes an action game. Too few threats, and it becomes a walking simulator. Too many puzzles, and it becomes an adventure game. Finding the sweet spot where exploration, combat avoidance, resource management, and puzzle solving coexist in productive tension. That was the achievement both franchises shared. Resident Evil leaned slightly more toward action, Silent Hill toward atmosphere, but both understood they were working within a genre that demanded players feel vulnerable, under-resourced, and uncertain whether running or fighting was the better choice. They also shared an understanding that horror worked best when players had agency. Unlike horror films where viewers passively watch events unfold, survival horror put players in control, making them complicit in the protagonist's choices. When you decide whether to use your last healing item now or save it for later, when you choose to fight a monster or run past it, when you navigate the mansion or the fog-covered streets, these decisions create tension that passive media can't replicate. Both franchises understood this instinctively and built their game designs around empowering players while simultaneously making them feel powerless. The impact of this genre creation rippled outward. Dead Space, The Last of Us, Alien, Isolation, Outlast, and countless others owe their existence to the survival horror framework Resident Evil and Silent Hill established. Even games outside the horror genre borrowed mechanics these franchises pioneered. The safe room concept appears in action games now. Limited inventory management influenced RPGs and looter shooters. Environmental storytelling through documents and audio logs became ubiquitous across gaming. The influence is so pervasive it's nearly invisible, woven into the fabric of game design itself. Fixed and limited camera perspectives dominated both. Resident Evil's pre-rendered backgrounds necessitated fixed camera angles. You couldn't control the camera because you weren't looking at a 3D space. You were looking at a 2D image of a 3D space. The camera cut between preset positions as you moved through rooms, creating a cinematic quality, but also the infamous tank controls, where characters moved relative to their own orientation rather than the camera's perspective. This could be disorienting when cameras changed mid-corridor, but it also created tension. You couldn't see what was around corners. Rooms could hide threats just off screen. The camera became a tool for building suspense. Silent Hill used real-time 3D environments, allowing for more dynamic camera movement, but still employed limited camera control. The game used cinematic angles, pulling back to show environments from dramatic perspectives, creating a sense that some external force was watching the player character. Sometimes the camera would soar overhead, showing Harry Mason as a tiny figure dwarfed by urban architecture. Other times, it would drop low, making the street ahead impossible to see. These choices weren't just aesthetic. They were narrative tools suggesting that Silent Hill itself was watching, framing, observing. Both franchises eventually moved toward player-controlled cameras in later entries, particularly when technology improved and player expectations shifted. Resident Evil 4 introduced the over-the-shoulder perspective that became industry standard. Silent Hill, the room experimented with first-person elements, but those original fixed and limited camera perspectives weren't just technical necessities. They were artistic choices that shaped how players experienced these worlds. The camera was a narrator, selecting what you could and couldn't see, building tension through framing and composition. Modern remakes of both franchises have struggled with this element. When you give players a fully controllable camera, you lose some of the cinematic framing that made the originals distinctive. The Resident Evil 2 and 3 remakes adopted the over-the-shoulder view from RE4, sacrificing the fixed cameras but gaining modern playability. The Silent Hill 2 remake kept the original's camera philosophy but modernized its execution. These decisions highlight how central camera perspective was to each franchise's identity. Changing it fundamentally alters the experience, for better or worse depending on what you value. Tank controls defined early character movement. Tank controls became shorthand for the movement scheme both franchises employed in their early entries. Push up on the controller and your character moves forward relative to their current facing direction, not relative to the camera. Push left or right, and they turn in place rather than strafing. This made sense with fixed camera angles. If the camera changed while you held up, you didn't want your character suddenly moving in a different direction mid-stride. Tank controls kept movement consistent regardless of camera position. Players either loved or hated this system. Advocates argued it created tension, making you commit to movements rather than allowing twitchy, responsive action game controls. Critics found it clunky and frustrating, especially during combat when you needed to turn to face enemies before you could move toward or away from them. Both perspectives had merit. Tank controls did create tension, Combat became scarier when you couldn't easily dodge and weave. But they also introduced artificial difficulty disconnected from the horror itself. Resident Evil maintained tank controls through multiple sequels: Code Veronica, Resident Evil Zero. Even the GameCube remake of the first game kept the scheme because it was synonymous with the franchise. Silent Hill used similar controls in its first 3 games, though some argued the controls felt slightly more fluid because of the real-time 3D environments. The debate raged in gaming forums for years. Were tank controls essential to survival horror, or were they just outdated control schemes that aged poorly? The answer came when Resident Evil 4 abandoned tank controls for a more responsive, over-the-shoulder system, and the game became more commercially successful than any previous entry while maintaining its horror atmosphere. Silent Hill 4. The Room introduced first-person segments with completely different controls. Both franchises proved that you could modernize movement without losing the horror. The tension came from enemy design, resource management, and atmosphere, not specifically from clunky controls. But those tank control era games retained passionate defenders who argued the stiffness was part of the aesthetic, part of what made those games feel distinctive and tense in ways modern games can't replicate. Inventory management created constant resource anxiety. Limited inventory space became a defining survival horror mechanic for both franchises. In Resident Evil, you could only carry a handful of items, maybe 6 or 8 depending on the character. Every weapon, every box of ammunition, every healing herb or first aid spray took up a slot. Finding a useful item meant making hard choices. Do I drop these shotgun shells to pick up this key? Do I combine these healing items now, or wait until I have more? Should I backtrack to a save room and use the item box, losing time but gaining inventory space? Silent Hill's inventory worked differently in specifics, but similarly in principle. You had limited carrying capacity, though generally more generous than Resident Evil's punishing restrictions. The radio took a permanent slot. Your flashlight occupied space. Weapons and healing items competed with puzzle objects and keys. The game rarely forced inventory crises the way Resident Evil did, but the limited space still created tension and forced planning. You couldn't collect everything you found. Choices mattered. Both franchises used inventory management to reinforce vulnerability and scarcity. If you could carry unlimited items, you'd never feel under-resourced. Limited inventory meant you couldn't hoard solutions to every problem. It forced you to specialize, carry more weapons and ammo, or carry more healing items. Focus on puzzle-solving tools or combat preparedness. The inventory screen became a mini-game in itself, arranging items into optimal configurations, combining things to free space, strategizing what to keep and what to store or discard. The item box in Resident Evil became iconic, a magical storage system where items deposited in one box appeared in all boxes, defying physics but providing essential infrastructure. Silent Hill had no equivalent, which created different problems. You couldn't store items anywhere, so if you were carrying puzzle objects you no longer needed, you were just wasting slots. Resident Evil's item boxes created strategic decisions about what to keep accessible and what to store. Silent Hill's lack of storage meant every decision was potentially permanent. Drop something and you might never find it again. Modern survival horror games still wrestle with inventory management. Some maintain strict limits to preserve tension. Others have moved toward more generous systems, arguing that inventory Tetris isn't inherently scary, it's just inconvenient. Both Resident Evil and Silent Hill have experimented across their sequels, with some entries maintaining harsh restrictions and others loosening the reins. The debate continues because inventory management sits at the intersection of mechanical challenge and thematic expression. When it works, it makes you feel vulnerable and resourceful simultaneously. Safe rooms provided essential breathing space. Safe rooms were sacred. In Resident Evil, certain rooms, marked by specific music, often containing typewriters and item boxes, were guaranteed enemy-free zones. Zombies couldn't follow you inside. Hunters couldn't break down the door. Once you entered a safe room, you were genuinely safe, at least temporarily. This created a rhythm to gameplay, tension building as you explored dangerous areas, relief flooding in when you reached a safe room, then the psychological difficulty of leaving safety to venture back into hostile environments. Silent Hill employed the same concept through save points marked by red squares in the first game and notebooks or other objects in sequels. These locations, often accompanied by that melancholic music box melody, offered respite. You could save your progress without consuming resources. No enemies would disturb you. The game gave you permission to breathe, to collect yourself, to plan your next moves without immediate threat. The genius of safe rooms lay in their psychological impact. By creating guaranteed safe spaces, both franchises made everywhere else feel more dangerous by contrast. The relief of reaching safety heightened the tension of leaving it. Good horror understands that constant threat becomes numbing. You need valleys to make peaks effective. Safe rooms were valleys, moments of peace that made the peaks of danger more impactful when they arrived. Both franchises occasionally violated their own rules about safe rooms, creating moments of horror through betrayal of trust. Resident Evil 3 had Nemesis crash through what you thought was a safe area. Silent Hill occasionally revealed that safety was temporary or conditional. These violations were carefully deployed for maximum impact. Break the safe room rule too often, and players stop trusting the spaces, which paradoxically reduces tension because there's nowhere left to feel truly secure. The safe room aesthetic became iconic for both franchises. Resident Evil's save room music, that gentle, melancholic piano melody, became Pavlovian comfort. Silent Hill's save point themes carried similar emotional weight. Both games understood that safe rooms needed their own identity, distinct from the horror environment surrounding them. The audio design, the lighting, even the camera angles in these spaces conveyed safety, creating a stark contrast with the danger lurking just outside. Environmental puzzles gated progress naturally. Locked doors and puzzle boxes weren't just obstacles. They were pacing mechanisms that forced players to explore thoroughly, engage with environments, and experience story beats at controlled intervals. Resident Evil filled the Spencer mansion with elaborate puzzles. Find 3 crests to open a door, solve a chess-based riddle to access a new wing, manipulate paintings and statues to reveal hidden passages. These puzzles rarely made realistic sense. What kind of mansion requires solving riddles just to move between rooms? But they served essential gameplay functions. Silent Hill's puzzles were similarly elaborate, but often carried more thematic weight. School puzzles involved childish logic and fairy tales. Hospital puzzles referenced medical procedures and anatomy. Hotel puzzles reflected memory and loss. The puzzles weren't arbitrary. They connected to the locations and the psychological states of characters. A piano puzzle in the school made sense. Students practiced there. A combination lock requiring knowledge of a poem Alessa heard made sense. Her memories shaped the other world. Both franchises used puzzles to control pacing. ensuring players couldn't rush through areas without engaging with environmental details. Finding the puzzle components required thorough exploration. Solving the puzzles required attention to documents, inspection of objects, and sometimes just trial and error experimentation. This forced players to spend time in each location, absorbing atmosphere and building tension before moving forward. The puzzle difficulty varied between games and between franchises. Resident Evil's puzzles ranged from obvious to obscure, with some requiring careful reading of scattered documents and others demanding keen observation of environmental details. Silent Hill generally featured more cryptic puzzles, with solutions requiring interpretation of poetry, religious symbolism, or abstract logic. Multiple difficulty settings often applied to puzzles separately from combat, acknowledging that players might want challenging combat with straightforward puzzles, or vice versa. Both franchises received criticism when puzzles became too obtuse, or when solutions felt arbitrary. Silent Hill 3's Shakespeare puzzle stumped players who weren't literature scholars. Resident Evil's occasional use of nonsensical riddles frustrated people seeking internal consistency. But at their best, environmental puzzles in both franchises served multiple purposes. They gated content to control pacing, they rewarded exploration and attention to detail, they provided breaks from combat tension, and they made environments feel more real through the density of interactive details. Documents and collectibles delivered environmental storytelling. Scattered throughout both franchises were documents, notes, diaries, reports, newspaper clippings, memos that told stories adjacent to the main narrative. In Resident Evil, these documents revealed the history of the Spencer Mansion, detailed Umbrella Corporation's experiments, chronicled the degradation of the researchers as the T-virus spread, and provided puzzle hints. Some were strictly functional, others purely atmospheric, but collectively they painted a picture of what happened before the player character arrived. Silent Hill used similar techniques but with more emphasis on psychological revelation. Documents might be real memories, hallucinated manifestations, or something in between. A diary entry in a hospital might detail a patient's treatment or might be a manifestation of guilt taking written form. The ambiguity was intentional. In a town that reshaped reality based on psychology, how could you trust that documents were objective records rather than subjective projections? Both franchises understood that environmental storytelling through documents allowed for world building without disrupting gameplay. You could deliver exposition without lengthy cutscenes. Players who wanted to understand the full story could collect and read every document. Players who just wanted the core narrative could ignore optional text. This created a two-tier narrative structure, the surface story told through cutscenes and direct gameplay, and the deeper story revealed through optional environmental details. The writing quality of these documents varied. Resident Evil became infamous for awkward translations and stiff prose, with memos written in ways no human would actually write. Silent Hill generally featured more naturalistic writing, with documents that felt like real diary entries or medical reports. Both franchises improved their document writing over time as development teams gained experience and translation quality improved. Collectibles expanded beyond documents and later entries. Resident Evil added files, photos, and audio recordings. Silent Hill included drawings, photographs, and audio tapes. The principle remained the same: scatter pieces of story throughout the environment for attentive players to discover, rewarding exploration and close attention to environmental details. This technique influenced countless games across genres, becoming standard practice for delivering backstory and world building without forcing it on players who don't want exposition dumps. Multiple endings encourage replayability and player agency. Resident Evil pioneered multiple endings based on player choices and performance. Save both Chris and Jill, and they escape together. Let one die, and the ending changes. Complete the game fast enough, and you get a better ending. These weren't branching narrative trees with different story developments. They were variations on the same core ending, but the variations created incentive to replay and try to achieve the best ending. Silent Hill elevated this concept into art. Silent Hill 2 famously had 6 possible endings depending on how James behaved throughout the game. Did you examine Mary's photo repeatedly? Did you heal yourself when wounded or run around at low health? Did you listen to headphones in one specific room? These factors determined which ending you received, with each ending offering different interpretations of James's psychological state and moral resolution. Multiple endings served several purposes. They created replayability. Why play through again if the ending would be identical? They allowed players to feel agency over outcomes, even when most story beats remained fixed. They let developers explore different thematic conclusions, without committing to one canon interpretation. Silent Hill 2's multiple endings worked because each felt valid. Each offered a different lens for understanding James's journey. Some endings were clearly better than others in moral or emotional terms. The Leave ending in Silent Hill 2 offered something resembling redemption. The In Water ending suggested suicide. Neither was more correct, but they carried different emotional weight and implied different interpretations of the preceding events. Resident Evil's multiple endings were generally more clearly ranked. Saving both characters and escaping fast was objectively the best outcome. Both franchises occasionally struggled with implementing multiple endings in ways that felt organic rather than mechanical. When endings depend on arcane factors players couldn't reasonably track, examining a photo a certain number of times, using healing items above or below certain thresholds, it can feel arbitrary rather than meaningful. The best implementations made endings feel like natural consequences of how you played. The worst made them feel like hidden checklists you couldn't complete without a strategy guide. Combat was clunky, difficult, and intentionally restrictive. Neither franchise made combat feel empowering, and that was the point. In action games, combat is where you flex your skills and feel powerful. In survival horror, combat is a resource drain you want to avoid when possible. Resident Evil's combat involved tank controls making it difficult to dodge, limited ammunition forcing careful shot placement, and enemies that took surprising amounts of damage to put down. Zombies could tank multiple pistol shots before dying. Hunters could decapitate you in one attack. Combat was dangerous, costly, and something you often chose to avoid. Silent Hill made its protagonists even less combat capable. Harry Mason was a writer, not a soldier. His attacks were slow, his aim was terrible, his melee swings were clumsy. Combat in Silent Hill wasn't about skill or power fantasy. It was about desperate survival using inadequate tools. The radio warned you when enemies were near, giving you the option to avoid them entirely. Running past enemies was often the smart choice because ammunition was scarce and fighting was risky. The restrictive nature of combat served thematic purposes. These weren't action heroes. They were ordinary people thrust into extraordinary horror. Making combat difficult and costly reinforced vulnerability and forced players to think tactically. Every bullet mattered. Every fight was a calculated risk. This distinguished survival horror from action games where combat was the primary gameplay loop rather than a dangerous option of last resort. Boss battles were exceptions where combat became unavoidable, testing whether you'd conserved enough resources and learned enough about enemy patterns to prevail. Resident Evil boss fights were typically more action-oriented, with clear attack patterns and strategies. Silent Hill boss fights were often more abstract, with some fights feeling less like tests of combat skill and more like endurance challenges or puzzle-like encounters requiring specific approaches. Later entries in both franchises would wrestle with this balance. Resident Evil 4 made combat more fluid and responsive, with higher enemy counts and more action game pacing. Some fans loved the increased focus on combat. Others felt it lost survival horror's vulnerability. Silent Hill Homecoming added God of War-style combat with dodge rolls and counterattacks, which some felt made the combat too competent, undermining the series' emphasis on powerlessness. The ongoing debate reflected genuine tension in survival horror design. Make combat too difficult, and it becomes frustrating. Make it too easy, and it loses tension. Limited saving systems created meaningful stakes. Resident Evil's ink ribbon system became infamous. Save points were everywhere, typewriters in safe rooms throughout the Spencer mansion, but using them required consuming an ink ribbon from your limited supply. This created agonizing decisions. Do I save now after making significant progress, or do I conserve the ribbon and risk losing progress if I die? How confident am I that I can reach the next safe room? How much progress am I willing to potentially lose? Silent Hill took the opposite approach. Save points were unlimited and free. You could save constantly without penalty. This seemed like it would reduce tension. If death has no stakes, why fear it? But Silent Hill compensated by making save points less frequent than Resident Evil's. You couldn't save anywhere. You needed to find specific locations marked by red squares or notebooks. The game still created tension about whether to backtrack to the last save point or push forward, hoping you'd find another soon. Both approaches worked by making saving a strategic consideration rather than an automatic action. Resident Evil made saving costly, forcing you to weigh current security against future resources. Silent Hill made saving logistically challenging, forcing you to weigh the time cost of backtracking against the risk of losing progress. Neither let you save anywhere, anytime, which meant death carried meaningful consequences. Modern survival horror often allows autosaves at checkpoints or unlimited manual saving, acknowledging that replaying sections due to not saving isn't inherently scary, it's just frustrating. But both Resident Evil and Silent Hill's save systems worked in their context because they reinforced the core loop of risk assessment and strategic planning. Saving became another resource to manage, another decision with consequences. Some players absolutely hated limited saving, viewing it as artificial difficulty that wasted time without adding genuine challenge. Others found it essential to creating tension, arguing that without meaningful death penalties, players took foolish risks knowing they could just reload. The debate continues with modern games split between harsh saving restrictions and generous checkpoint systems. Real-time 3D versus pre-rendered backgrounds created distinct aesthetics. The technical choice between real-time 3D environments and pre-rendered backgrounds shaped how each franchise looked and felt. Resident Evil used pre-rendered backgrounds, essentially 2D paintings over which 3D character models moved. This allowed spectacular visual detail impossible in real-time rendering on PlayStation hardware. The mansion's rooms could have intricate textures, complex lighting, and visual density that real-time engines couldn't match. The trade-off was fixed camera angles and the disconnect between background quality and character model quality. Silent Hill rendered everything in real-time 3D, which meant more freedom in camera movement and more dynamic interaction possibilities but lower overall visual fidelity. The fog that became Silent Hill's signature aesthetic choice was partially a clever workaround for the PlayStation's limited draw distance. If you couldn't render distant objects without massive slowdown, just hide them in fog and make the limitation atmospheric. Both approaches had strengths. Pre-rendered backgrounds could be stunning, with artists able to control lighting and composition for each fixed view. Real-time 3D enabled more dynamic experiences, with changing lighting, weather effects, and camera angles that could move fluidly. Resident Evil's aesthetic felt more like moving through a series of paintings. Silent Hills felt more like exploring a cohesive 3D space. Later games would blur this distinction as technology improved. Resident Evil 4 finally moved to real-time 3D rendering while maintaining visual quality that rivaled earlier pre-rendered backgrounds. Silent Hill maintained its real-time approach while dramatically improving fidelity. But those original technical choices left lasting imprints on each franchise's visual identity and influenced how subsequent games balance visual quality against technical limitations. Both franchises featured ordinary protagonists, thrust into horror. Neither franchise made action heroes their protagonists, at least not initially. Resident Evil starred special police unit members, trained, yes, but not superhuman. Chris Redfield and Jill Valentine were competent professionals, but the horror came from facing threats beyond their training. They weren't prepared for zombies and bioorganic weapons. Their skills helped them survive, but didn't make survival easy or guaranteed. Silent Hill went further in the ordinary person direction. Harry Mason was a writer searching for his daughter. James Sunderland was a bereaved husband answering a letter. Heather was a teenager. These weren't people with combat trainings or tactical experience. They swung pipes and fired guns like amateurs because they were amateurs. Their ordinariness made the horror more relatable. These could be anyone, could be you. The choice to use ordinary protagonists served important purposes. It made the player identification stronger, easier to imagine yourself in the protagonist's place when they're not trained soldiers or action heroes. It justified the clunky combat and limited resources. Of course, an ordinary person struggles against supernatural horrors. It created vulnerability that action hero protagonists couldn't provide. Later entries in both franchises would complicate this. Resident Evil eventually gave us Leon Kennedy post-special agent training, Chris Redfield after becoming a boulder-punching action hero, and other protagonists with progressively more combat competence. Silent Hill maintained its ordinary protagonist approach longer, though games like Homecoming and Downpour featured protagonists with military backgrounds. The shift toward more capable protagonists often coincided with shifts toward more action-oriented gameplay. Boss battles provided punctuation points in the horror narrative. Boss encounters in both franchises served as climactic moments where story and gameplay intersected. These weren't just tougher enemies, they were narrative crescendos, often representing thematic concepts or character development. Resident Evil's boss fights tested whether you'd manage resources well and learned enemy patterns. Silent Hill's boss fights often symbolize psychological breakthroughs or confrontations with repressed trauma. Resident Evil bosses range from realistic threats like giant snakes and sharks to science fiction monstrosities like tyrants and mutated Umbrella executives. The fights typically had clear patterns. Learn when to dodge, when to shoot, exploit specific weaknesses. They felt like video game boss fights in the traditional sense, with defined stages and strategies for victory. Silent Hill bosses were more abstract. The split head in the school represented duality and split consciousness. The flesh lips in the hospital echoed themes of consumption and grotesque transformation. Pyramid Head wasn't even primarily a boss. He appeared throughout Silent Hill 2 as an executioner figure, and your few combat encounters with him weren't meant to be won in traditional terms. Both franchises use boss battles to provide closure to major locations or story beats. Defeating a boss often meant you were done with that area, creating a sense of progression and accomplishment. The boss acted as a gatekeeper, and victory allowed you to move forward both geographically and narratively. Some Silent Hill boss fights were criticized for being tedious rather than scary. Bullet sponge enemies requiring repetitive shooting without interesting mechanics. Some Resident Evil boss fights were criticized for being more frustrating than challenging, with instant kill attacks or poorly communicated strategies. But at their best, boss battles in both franchises provided memorable set-piece moments that punctuated the horror experience with focused combat encounters. Transformation sequences showed reality breaking down. Both franchises employed transformation sequences where familiar environments became nightmarish versions of themselves. In Silent Hill, this was codified as the transition between the fog world and the other world. An air raid siren would wail, and the town would transform, walls becoming rust-covered metal, floors turning to grating, blood and barbed wire appearing everywhere. The transformation was the town's true nature revealing itself, or perhaps reality reshaping based on the protagonist's psychological state. Resident Evil used transformation more sparingly, but no less effectively. The mansion itself was relatively stable, but discovering secret passages and hidden laboratories revealed the mundane facade hiding horrible reality. The mansion wasn't what it seemed. Beneath the ordinary surface lurked experimentation chambers and biohazard containment areas. Later games made these transformations more dramatic, with areas becoming more destroyed or corrupted as the plot progressed. The transformation concept served to keep environments from becoming too familiar. Just when you thought you'd learned an area, Silent Hill would shift it into the other world, requiring re-navigation and creating renewed tension. Resident Evil's transformations were usually one-time reveals, but served similar purpose. The environment you thought you knew had hidden depths and terrors. These transformations also served thematic purposes. In Silent Hill, the other world represented psychological truth, breaking through everyday reality. The rust and decay visualized corruption and trauma. In Resident Evil, discovering the mansion's true nature as a cover for illegal experimentation revealed the horror hiding behind corporate respectability. Fog and darkness masked technical limitations beautifully. Both franchises used environmental conditions to hide technical constraints while creating atmosphere. Silent Hill's signature fog wasn't originally an artistic choice. It was a technical necessity. The PlayStation couldn't render the entire town without crippling frame rate drops, so the developers hid distant geometry in thick fog, drastically reducing what needed to be rendered at any moment. What started as a workaround became the franchise's defining aesthetic element, creating an atmosphere of claustrophobia and uncertainty even in outdoor spaces. Resident Evil used darkness and fixed camera angles to similar effect. Pre-rendered backgrounds meant they didn't need to render environments in real time, but character models and enemies still required processing power. Dark lighting meant fewer expensive lighting calculations, fewer details requiring rendering. Darkness also limited sight lines in ways that built tension. What you couldn't see remained threatening. Both franchises turned these limitations into atmospheric strengths. Fog made Silent Hill feel suffocating and unknowable. You could only see a few feet ahead, making navigation dangerous and disorienting. Darkness made Resident Evil's mansion feel oppressive and dangerous. Rooms were often dimly lit with dramatic shadows, creating uncertainty about what might be lurking in the corners. Later games maintained fog and darkness even when technical constraints no longer demanded them, because these elements had become integral to each franchise's identity. Silent Hill without fog felt wrong. Resident Evil without dramatic lighting felt wrong. What began as technical necessities became aesthetic choices that defined the franchise's visual languages. Corporate conspiracy and hidden experiments drove both narratives. Umbrella Corporation became synonymous with evil pharmaceutical companies conducting illegal experiments. The T virus, the G virus, bioorganic weapons research, all of it drove Resident Evil's plot. The experiments created the zombies and monsters. The cover-ups created the conspiracy. The corporate structure meant layers of responsibility and deniability, with executives and researchers at odds, private military contractors following immoral orders, and innocent people caught in the crossfire. Silent Hill's Order cult served similar narrative function, though with different aesthetic. Where Umbrella represented corporate greed and scientific hubris, the Order represented religious fanaticism and occult ambition. Both organizations conducted experiments on unwilling subjects. Both pursued godhood or ultimate power through morally bankrupt means. Both created monsters and suffering in pursuit of their goals. These overarching antagonist organizations provided context for the immediate horrors. The zombies and bioweapons weren't random. They were created deliberately. The otherworld and its manifestations weren't arbitrary. They resulted from the Order's rituals and the town's dark history. Having institutional antagonists meant the horror had origins, purposes, and human agents responsible for setting events in motion. The conspiracy elements also provided mystery and revelations to drive narrative progression, discovering Umbrella's true purpose, uncovering the extent of their experiments, learning about specific viral strains and their development. These revelations punctuated Resident Evil's story. Similarly, learning about the Order's history, discovering their methods, understanding their goals, these drove Silent Hill's narrative forward. Sound design created unsettling atmospheres through minimalism. Audio design in both franchises understood that silence and subtle sounds often created more tension than constant noise. Resident Evil used ambient sounds sparingly, footsteps echoing in empty hallways, distant moans of zombies, the click of doors opening. The Spencer mansion felt oppressively quiet, making every sound stand out. When music did play, it was often unsettling strings or ominous brass rather than melodic themes. Silent Hill took this further with Akira Yamaoka's industrial soundscapes. The games often featured no music at all, just ambient environmental sounds, wind through empty streets, distant metallic scraping, the static of the radio. When music appeared, it was frequently dissonant and abstract, using industrial percussion and processed sounds rather than traditional instrumentation. The result was deeply unsettling in ways that conventional horror scores couldn't achieve. Both franchises used the radio or similar alert systems to create audio-based tension. Resident Evil's enemies often made distinct sounds before appearing on screen. Zombie moans, hunter screeches, dog growls. This gave players warning, but also created dread, knowing something was coming without seeing it yet. Silent Hill's radio crackled with static when enemies were near, creating similar anticipatory tension. The save room music in both franchises provided crucial contrast. Resident Evil's save room theme was gentle and melancholic, creating Pavlovian relief when you entered safe spaces. Silent Hill's save point music carried similar emotional weight, signaling that you could breathe, at least temporarily. These audio cues help define the rhythm of play. Tension, relief, tension, relief. Multiple playthroughs unlocked rewards and new content. Both franchises encouraged replaying through unlockable rewards. Complete Resident Evil, and you might unlock infinite ammo weapons, alternate costumes, or new game modes. Finish fast enough and you'd get special items like rocket launchers with unlimited ammunition. These rewards made subsequent playthroughs easier and more experimental. With infinite ammo, you could fight instead of avoiding enemies, changing the gameplay experience dramatically. Silent Hill offered similar incentives: complete the game and unlock alternate outfits, joke weapons, or special items that appear in subsequent runs. The UFO endings and other joke endings provided comedy relief after the psychological trauma of the serious endings. Some weapons and items only appeared in New Game Plus, rewarding multiple playthroughs with expanded options. These unlock systems served several purposes. They increased replay value. Why play through again if nothing changes? They allowed players to experiment with different playstyles, using more aggressive tactics, with infinite ammo, or trying self-imposed challenges with limited resources. They rewarded mastery, giving players who learned the game's tangible benefits. Both franchises also used ranking systems that graded player performance. Complete the game in under a certain time, use minimal saves, achieve high accuracy. These factors determined your rank, with higher ranks unlocking better rewards. The ranking system appealed to completionists and speedrunners, creating additional challenge beyond simply finishing the story. Sequels built on original formulas while evolving gameplay. Neither franchise stood still after their first entries. Resident Evil 2 expanded the formula with larger environments, more complex narratives, and refined mechanics. Resident Evil 3 added the dodge mechanic and the Nemesis Pursuer. Code Veronica brought the series to Dreamcast with improved graphics and more complex storytelling. Each sequel iterated on the core formula while maintaining the essential elements that made the original work. Silent Hill 2 is often considered the franchise peak, taking the original's psychological horror and deepening it into a meditation on grief, guilt, and sexual frustration. Silent Hill 3 connected directly to the first game's storyline while refining gameplay. Silent Hill 4, The Room experimented with apartment-based horror and first-person segments. Each sequel explored different aspects of horror while maintaining the franchise's core identity. Both series struggled when they strayed too far from their origins. Resident Evil 6 tried to be everything to everyone: action game, horror game, cinematic blockbuster, and satisfied few. Silent Hill's Western-developed entries like Homecoming and Downpour struggled to capture what made the series special. The most successful entries balanced innovation with respect for core design philosophies. This evolutionary approach kept both franchises relevant across multiple console generations. Rather than endlessly remaking the first game, both series explored different settings, different characters, different gameplay variations. Some experiments worked better than others, but the willingness to evolve prevented stagnation while the commitment to core principles prevented complete identity loss. Remake and remaster cycles brought classic entries to new audiences. Both franchises have extensive remake and remaster histories, bringing older games to new platforms with updated graphics and refined mechanics. Resident Evil received a stunning GameCube remake in 2002, completely rebuilding the Spencer Mansion with gorgeous pre-rendered backgrounds, revised puzzles, and new mechanics like defensive weapons. That remake was later remastered for HD platforms, bringing it to new audiences again. The Resident Evil 2 and 3 remakes from 2019 and 2020 completely reimagined the original games with over-the-shoulder perspective, modern graphics, and streamlined design. These weren't simple graphical upgrades. They were full reimaginings that maintained the original spirit while modernizing everything for contemporary audiences. The remakes achieved both critical and commercial success, proving that classic survival horror could still resonate with modern players. Silent Hill 2 received a comprehensive remake in 2024 from Bloober Team, rebuilding the game with modern graphics, while maintaining the original's atmosphere and psychological complexity. The remake demonstrated that Silent Hill's appeal transcended its original PlayStation 2 presentation. The core narrative and emotional resonance remained powerful, even in updated form. These remakes and remasters served multiple purposes. They introduced classic games to players who couldn't access original hardware. They preserved gaming history, keeping important titles playable and available. They let developers revisit and refine old ideas with modern tools, fixing problems that technical limitations once forced them to accept. And they kept franchises commercially viable during periods when new entries weren't in development. The Resident Evil films and Silent Hill films expanded beyond gaming. Both franchises spawned live-action film adaptations with varying degrees of success and faithfulness to source material. The Resident Evil film series, beginning in 2002, became the highest-grossing video game film franchise despite bearing little resemblance to the games. Paul W.S. Anderson's films focused on original character Alice and increasingly diverged from game continuity, prioritizing action spectacle over horror atmosphere. Silent Hill's 2006 film adaptation, directed by Christoph Gans, was more faithful to the game's aesthetic and psychological horror approach. While it condensed and altered storylines, the film captured much of what made the games distinctive: the fog, the otherworld transformations, the symbolic monsters, the oppressive atmosphere. It wasn't universally beloved by fans, but it attempted to translate the game's essence to film in ways Resident Evil's adaptations rarely tried. Both film franchises demonstrated the challenges of adapting survival horror games to cinema. Games create horror through player agency, resource management, and pacing that films can't replicate. What works as tense gameplay doesn't necessarily translate to watchable cinema. Resident Evil's films opted for action movie spectacle, acknowledging that watching someone carefully manage inventory and solve puzzles isn't exciting cinema. Silent Hill tried to maintain the game's atmospheric horror, but struggled with pacing and exposition. The film's existence demonstrated both franchises' cultural penetration beyond gaming. They introduced the properties to audiences who never played the games, creating awareness that potentially drove game sales. They also proved that video game adaptations remain challenging. Even beloved franchises struggled to translate effectively to film. Merchandise and media expanded both franchises beyond core games. Both franchises spawned extensive merchandise and transmedia expansions. Resident Evil comics explored storylines between games. Novels filled narrative gaps. Animated films provided additional canon content. Merchandise ranging from action figures to clothing brought franchise iconography into the physical world. The transmedia approach built engaged fan communities and kept franchises relevant between major game releases. Silent Hill similarly expanded beyond games, though less extensively than Resident Evil. Comics explored additional storylines. Novels adapted and expanded game narratives. Art books and guidebooks provided insight into creature design and world building. The franchise's cult status meant merchandise was more limited, but no less passionate, with fans treasuring rare collectibles. These expansions served multiple purposes beyond simple revenue. They kept franchises in public consciousness during development gaps between games. They allowed deeper exploration of lore and backstory than games could accommodate. They built engaged fan communities sharing enthusiasm across media formats, and they demonstrated that both franchises had cultural impact beyond their original medium. Psychological horror versus action horror created distinct identities. While both franchises occupied the survival horror genre, they approached horror differently. Resident Evil leaned toward action horror, zombies lunging from shadows, hunters leaping across rooms, lickers crawling on ceilings. The threats were visceral and immediate. The horror came from physical danger, from resource scarcity, making you vulnerable to very real monsters trying to kill you. Silent Hill leaned towards psychological horror, manifestations of guilt and trauma, symbolic monsters representing repressed emotions, environments that might be hallucinated rather than real. The horror came from uncertainty about what was real, from facing externalized versions of internal demons, from the realization that the town was showing you your own darkness. This distinction shaped everything about the franchises. Resident Evil's monsters were biological, products of viruses and genetic manipulation, explained through pseudo-scientific lore. Silent Hill's monsters were psychological, products of minds and spiritual power, explained through symbolism and metaphor. Resident Evil's environments were corrupt but real, labs and mansions suffering outbreaks. Silent Hill's environments were subjective, shaped by the protagonist's psychology, potentially hallucinated. Both approaches had strengths. Action horror provided clear threats with comprehensible rules. Psychological horror provided ambiguity that lingered after the game ended. Resident Evil created tension through resource management and combat difficulty. Silent Hill created tension through atmosphere and emotional devastation. Neither approach was superior. They were different tools for different types of horror. Both franchises influenced countless other horror games. The impact of Resident Evil and Silent Hill rippled across the gaming industry. Dead Space took Resident Evil's over-the-shoulder perspective and resource management into science fiction horror. The Last of Us combined Resident Evil's scarcity and stealth with narrative-driven character development. Outlast took survival, horror's vulnerability, and removed combat entirely, creating hide-and-seek terror. Silent Hill's influence appeared in games like Alan Wake, which used similar fog aesthetics and psychological mystery. The Evil Within blended Resident Evil's gameplay with Silent Hill's surrealism. Layers of Fear explored psychological horror and unreliable environments directly inspired by Silent Hill's reality-questioning approach. Even games outside horror drew inspiration. The safe room concept appears in action games now. Inventory management influenced RPGs and looter shooters. Environmental storytelling through documents became standard across genres. The influence is so pervasive it's difficult to identify because it's been absorbed into gaming's design language. Both franchises also influenced each other. Resident Evil 4's over-the-shoulder camera became industry standard, influencing how later Silent Hill games approach perspective. Silent Hill's psychological depth pushed Resident Evil to explore more complex narratives in later entries. The franchises didn't just influence other games, they influenced each other, creating a feedback loop of design innovation. Iconic monster designs became cultural touchstones. Certain monsters from both franchises transcended the games to become cultural icons. Resident Evil's zombies helped revive zombie popularity in early 21st century pop culture. Tyrants, particularly Mr. X and Nemesis, became instantly recognizable horror villains. Lickers with their exposed brains and grotesque tongues became synonymous with bio-horror. Silent Hill's Pyramid Head achieved similar, iconic status despite appearing primarily in one game. His triangular helmet, his massive blade, his role as executioner and sexual aggressor, all of it made him one of gaming's most recognizable horror figures. The nurses with their twitching movements and obscured faces became franchise symbols. The lying figures and mannequins carried deeply unsettling designs that stayed with players. These iconic designs succeeded because they were memorable, distinctive, and thematically resonant. They weren't just scary, they represented ideas. Zombies represented loss of humanity and unstoppable contamination. Pyramid Head represented guilt and sexual frustration. Each monster communicated something beyond surface appearance. The monsters' iconic status meant they appeared in crossover media, merchandise, and fan creations. They became shorthand for survival horror, instantly recognizable even to people who never played the games. This cultural penetration demonstrated both franchises' impact beyond gaming into broader pop culture consciousness. Religious symbolism and occult themes appeared throughout. Both franchises incorporated religious and occult symbolism, though to different degrees and purposes. Silent Hill leaned heavily into occultism through the Order, its attempts to birth God, its rituals and ceremonies. The town's power had spiritual dimensions, connected to Native American sacred ground corrupted by European settlers. Religious imagery appeared throughout: churches, angels, demons, apocalyptic visions. Resident Evil occasionally dabbled in religious themes, particularly in Resident Evil 4, with the Las Plagas parasites spreading through a religious cult. The Umbrella Corporation's God complex, attempting to create ultimate life forms, echoed religious narratives about humanity overreaching divine authority. But religion remained mostly aesthetic flavor rather than thematic core. These religious and occult elements served different purposes. For Silent Hill, they were essential to understanding the town's nature and history. For Resident Evil, they added atmospheric flavor to stories primarily driven by corporate conspiracy and scientific hubris. Silent Hill asked players to engage with religious symbolism to understand the narrative. Resident Evil used religious imagery as seasoning rather than main ingredient. Both approaches reflected broader horror traditions. Occult horror has deep roots in literature and film. Scientific horror represents modern anxieties about technology and progress. Silent Hill connected to the former, Resident Evil to the latter, though both occasionally borrowed from each other's toolkits. Limited voice acting created distinctive performances. Early entries in both franchises featured limited voice acting that became both notorious and beloved. Resident Evil's original dialogue was infamously bad. The master of unlocking, Jill Sandwich, you were almost a Jill Sandwich. Stiff delivery by actors seemingly reading English phonetically. The dialogue became meme-worthy, with fans quoting bad lines ironically and with genuine affection. Silent Hill's voice acting was more naturalistic, but still stilted by modern standards. The limitations came partly from translation issues, partly from early gaming voice directing standards, and partly from budget constraints limiting recording time. Performances ranged from adequate to wooden, with occasional moments of genuine emotion breaking through the stiffness. These performances became part of each franchise's charm. The stiff dialogue in Resident Evil contributed to its B-movie horror aesthetic, making it feel like the George Romero zombie films that inspired it. Silent Hill's occasionally awkward performances added to the dreamlike, off-kilter atmosphere where nothing felt quite right. The imperfections became features rather than bugs. Later entries improved voice acting as standards rose across the industry and budgets increased. Resident Evil remakes often re-recorded dialogue with better performances. Silent Hill 2's remake featured entirely new voice work, but fans remain divided. Some prefer the authentic awkwardness of original performances, while others appreciate professional voice acting's improved delivery. Water and bathrooms featured as consistently unsettling locations. Both franchises used water and bathroom spaces to create uniquely claustrophobic horror. Resident Evil featured aquatic monsters, including the Neptune sharks and later games' water-dwelling threats. Bathrooms and shower rooms appeared as places where zombies lurked or where horrific discoveries waited. Water represented contamination, the virus spreading through fluids, corruption, and decay. Silent Hill used water and bathrooms with more symbolic weight. The bathroom in the Otherworld school dripped with blood and filth. The hospital bathroom suggested infection and bodily horror. Brookhaven Hospital's flooded basement created terrifying navigation challenges. Water represented drowning, suffocation, death, themes central to James's journey in Silent Hill 2. These spaces worked because they're simultaneously intimate and vulnerable locations. Bathrooms are private spaces where people are exposed and defenseless. Water obscures vision and restricts movement. Both franchises understood that making these familiar spaces horrific created deep unease. Horror works best when it corrupts the everyday. The aesthetic treatment of water differed between franchises. Resident Evil's water tended toward realistic pools, aquariums, sewers. Silent Hill's water was often abstract or impossible, blood raining from ceilings, tears streaming down walls, rust-colored liquid of ambiguous origin. But both used water to create environmental hazards and atmospheric horror. Health management systems created constant tension. Managing protagonist health was essential gameplay in both franchises. Resident Evil used a color-coded system: green, fine; yellow, caution; orange, danger; red, critical, with health visible through character status screens showing wounds and injuries. Healing required consuming herbs, first aid sprays, or combining items to create more potent remedies. Every healing item used was one less available for later, creating tension about when to heal versus when to endure. Silent Hill used similar systems with different specifics. Health was typically represented by a bar that depleted from damage. Healing items included health drinks and medical kits, with the latter being more potent but rarer. The games were generally more generous with healing items than Resident Evil, but combat was also more dangerous due to protagonist inexperience, balancing the equation differently. Both systems forced constant risk assessment. Do I heal now or wait until I'm more injured? Can I afford to use this healing item here, or might I need it more desperately later? Should I fight this enemy or run, knowing running preserves healing items but might lead to getting lost or trapped? These decisions created tension beyond immediate combat. They made players think tactically about resource expenditure across the entire game. Health management also connected to save systems. Resident Evil's ink ribbons created a three-way tension: health resources, save resources, and progress. Silent Hill's unlimited saves meant health was the primary resource, creating pressure. Both approaches worked because they made players feel under-resourced and vulnerable, never fully secure even in safe spaces. Backtracking through familiar spaces created evolving threat landscapes. Both franchises required extensive backtracking, forcing players to revisit areas as they unlocked new sections or retrieved necessary items. This could have been frustrating, but both games designed environments to change during backtracking, maintaining tension. Resident Evil spawned new enemies in previously cleared areas, or revealed new routes through familiar spaces. The mansion you thought you'd mastered continued presenting new challenges. Silent Hill used its fog world/otherworld transitions to completely transform spaces. You'd navigate the normal hospital, then return later to find it transformed into nightmare geometry. Familiar corridors became mazes of rust and blood. The backtracking felt fresh because the environments themselves changed, requiring relearning and renavigation. This approach served multiple purposes. It maximized level design investment. Building detailed environments was expensive, so reusing them for backtracking made economic sense. It created a sense of place by keeping you in consistent locations rather than constantly moving to entirely new areas. And it subverted player expectations. Just when you thought you'd mastered an area, it changed. The key was making backtracking feel purposeful rather than arbitrary. Both franchises usually gave you new tools or keys that unlocked previously inaccessible areas, making backtracking about progression rather than just retreading old ground. When backtracking felt pointless, just walking through empty areas to retrieve an item, it became frustrating. When it revealed new content or changed environments, it maintained engagement. Critical and commercial success defined their respective eras. Both franchises achieved massive success that validated survival horror as a commercially viable genre. Resident Evil sold over 2 million copies on PlayStation, making it a system seller and franchise cornerstone. Its success led directly to the development of Silent Hill, as Konami saw the market potential. Silent Hill couldn't match Resident Evil's raw sales numbers but achieved cult classic status and critical acclaim that established it as horror gaming's artistic counterpoint to Resident Evil's commercial dominance. This success encouraged publishers to invest in survival horror, leading to a genre boom in the late 1990s and early 2000s. Fatal Frame, Parasite Eve, Dino Crisis, Eternal Darkness, these and other franchises emerged in survival horror's wake, all drawing inspiration from what Resident Evil and Silent Hill established. The genre became one of gaming's most commercially reliable during this period. Critical reception varied between games, but both franchises received widespread acclaim at their peaks. Resident Evil 4 achieved near universal critical praise and influenced action game design broadly. Silent Hill 2 is frequently cited among the greatest games ever made, studied in academic contexts for its narrative complexity and psychological depth. Both franchises proved horror games could achieve artistic recognition alongside commercial success. The ongoing commercial viability of both franchises, demonstrated through successful remakes and continued fan engagement, shows their lasting impact. 20-plus years after their PlayStation debuts, both remain relevant, playable, and capable of reaching new audiences. That longevity speaks to fundamental design strengths that transcended their technological origins. The horror-comedy balance created memorable tonal moments. Both franchises included moments of dark comedy, intentional or otherwise, that provided relief from relentless horror. Resident Evil's B-movie dialogue and over-the-top scenarios sometimes crossed into unintentional comedy. The franchise leaned into this with unlockable costumes and weapons, Chris in a Star's costume, infinite rocket launchers, the Tofu Survivor mode. These additions acknowledge the inherent absurdity alongside the horror. Silent Hill rarely broke tone during serious playthroughs but included elaborate joke endings as rewards for completion. The UFO endings featured aliens and tongue-in-cheek humor. Dog ending revealed that a Shiba Inu controlled the town's manifestations. These weren't canon but provided cathartic comedy after the psychological devastation of legitimate endings. The comedy elements served important functions. They prevented franchises from taking themselves too seriously, acknowledging the absurdity inherent in video game horror. They provided replay incentives through humorous unlockables. They gave players emotional release after intense horror experiences. And they built community through shared jokes and memorable moments that transcended the horror itself. Not everyone appreciated these tonal shifts. Some felt joke endings undermined Silent Hill's serious psychological horror. Some thought Resident Evil's campy elements prevented it from achieving genuine terror. But both franchises found audiences that valued the mixture of horror and humor, the ability to laugh at the absurdity while still experiencing genuine fear. Modding communities kept original games alive and evolved. Both franchises spawned active modding communities that extended games' lifespans far beyond official support. PC versions of Resident Evil games received mods adding new content, improving graphics, fixing bugs, and creating alternate experiences. Fan-made campaigns, texture overhauls, and quality of life improvements kept games playable and relevant years after release. Silent Hill's modding community focused heavily on restoration and preservation. Enhanced Edition mods for Silent Hill 2 PC restored effects and audio missing from the original port, essentially fixing a broken PC release through community effort. These mods became essential for experiencing the game as intended on modern hardware. The modding communities demonstrated passionate fan investment beyond passive consumption. Players became creators, extending and improving games they loved. These communities also served preservation functions, keeping games playable when official support ended and hardware obsolescence threatened accessibility. Both franchises occasionally incorporated community feedback into official releases. The Silent Hill 2 remake acknowledged Enhanced Edition mods' popularity by implementing similar fixes officially. Resident Evil remakes sometimes incorporated community-requested features. This dialogue between fans and developers enriched both franchises, creating feedback loops where community engagement influenced official development. Voice acting quality dramatically improved over time. The journey from early stiff performances to modern professional voice acting tracked both franchises' evolution and the gaming industry's maturation. Early Resident Evil games featured notoriously poor voice work, with actors seemingly reading English phonetically without understanding context or emotion. The infamous Master of Unlocking line became a meme representing early gaming voice work's limitations. Silent Hill's original voice work was more competent but still limited by budget and directing constraints. Performances ranged from adequate to occasionally wooden, with Harry Mason's delivery sometimes lacking emotional conviction that his situation warranted. As gaming matured and budgets increased, voice acting quality improved dramatically. Resident Evil 4 featured significantly better performances with more naturalistic delivery. Silent Hill 3 employed more professional voice directing, resulting in Heather's convincing performance. Later entries in both franchises featured full performance capture, motion capture, and Hollywood-level production values for voice work. The remakes of both franchises completely re-recorded dialogue with modern standards. Resident Evil 2 Remake featured performances that conveyed genuine terror and personality. Silent Hill 2 Remake offered entirely new voice acting that divided fans. Some preferred the original's slight awkwardness as part of the aesthetic. Others appreciated professional delivery. This evolution reflected gaming's broader shift from niche hobby to mainstream entertainment. Voice acting went from afterthought to central component of game production, with professional voice actors and directors becoming industry standards. Both franchises rode this wave, improving dramatically over time, while their earliest entries' charming stiffness became nostalgic artifacts. Urban and rural isolation created different types of horror. Both franchises explored isolation but in different contexts. Resident Evil often used rural isolation. The Spencer Mansion stood in remote mountains, accessible only by helicopter. Later games continued this pattern with isolated villages, remote islands, and secluded facilities. The isolation was geographical. Civilization was far away. Help couldn't arrive quickly. You were trapped in remote locations with limited resources. Silent Hill used urban isolation. The town itself was the prison. Ostensibly a normal resort town, Silent Hill became sealed off from the outside world during the otherworld manifestations. Fog prevented seeing more than a few feet ahead even in open streets. The isolation was psychological and supernatural rather than purely geographical. The town trapped protagonists through its supernatural power. These different approaches to isolation created distinct horror flavors. Rural isolation suggested vulnerability. Help was genuinely unreachable. You were truly alone. Urban isolation suggested wrongness. Towns shouldn't be empty, streets shouldn't be silent. The absence of people in populated spaces created uncanny dread. Both worked because isolation removes safety nets and forces self-reliance. The isolation also served practical gameplay functions. It explained why protagonists couldn't just leave or call for help. It justified limited resources and lack of support. It created contained environments where horror could escalate without external interruption. Both franchises needed isolation for their survival horror to function mechanically and narratively. Family trauma and personal demons drove character motivations. While Resident Evil focused more on external threats, both franchises explored personal trauma as narrative motivation. Resident Evil characters often had tragic backstories, or lost family members that drove their involvement. Leon Kennedy's dead girlfriend, Chris and Claire searching for each other, Ada's complex loyalties, personal connections motivated characters beyond just escaping monsters. Silent Hill made personal trauma and family dysfunction central to its narratives. Harry searched for his lost daughter. James dealt with his wife's death and his role in it. Heather discovered her true identity and confronted family legacy. Angela, Eddie, and other supporting characters in Silent Hill 2 each carried massive psychological burdens that the town manifested. The horror was inseparable from personal demons. This focus on character motivation distinguished survival horror from pure monster movies. The protagonists weren't just fighting external threats, they were confronting internal conflicts manifested externally. Resident Evil did this subtly through character relationships and backstory. Silent Hill made it explicit through symbolism and manifestation. The emphasis on personal stakes created emotional investment beyond simple survival. You weren't just trying to escape. You were trying to rescue someone, uncover truth, confront guilt, or achieve some personal resolution. The monsters and environment were obstacles, but the real journey was internal. Both franchises understood that horror works best when it's personal, when characters have something to lose beyond just their lives. Pharmaceutical horror and medical experimentation themes. Medical horror threaded through both franchises, though expressed differently. Resident Evil made pharmaceutical companies' unethical experimentation central to its premise. Umbrella Corporation developed bioweapons under the guise of pharmaceutical research. Hospitals and laboratories featured prominently as locations where human experiments occurred. The horror came from corporate disregard for human life in pursuit of profit and power. Silent Hill featured hospitals as primary locations but focused more on psychological associations with medical spaces. Brookhaven Hospital in Silent Hill 2 manifested James's memories of Mary's illness and his resentment toward her suffering. The hospital became a nightmare space reflecting guilt and sexual frustration. Alchemilla Hospital in the first game mixed cult experimentation with occult horror. Medical spaces worked for horror because they're liminal, places between life and death, health and sickness. They contain suffering and healing, hope and despair. Both franchises exploited these associations. Resident Evil made medical institutions villainous, their healing mission corrupted into weapon development. Silent Hill made medical spaces personal hells, reflecting characters' traumas associated with illness and death. The medical experimentation themes also served as social commentary. Resident Evil critiqued corporate greed and the military-industrial complex willingness to weaponize anything. Silent Hill explored how medical institutions, meant to heal, can become sources of trauma through their inevitable associations with suffering and mortality. Both franchises use medical horror to explore deeper anxieties about institutions meant to help us. The Japanese horror influence shaped both franchises. While Resident Evil drew heavily from Western zombie films and action movies, both franchises were fundamentally Japanese horror games, influenced by Japanese horror cinema and cultural anxieties. Silent Hill particularly showed J-horror influence through its emphasis on psychological horror, ambiguous reality, and symbolic monsters. The fog, the rust, the industrial decay, these aesthetic choices reflected Japanese horror cinema's tendency toward atmospheric dread over explicit violence. Resident Evil incorporated J-horror elements more subtly. The emphasis on slow building tension, the use of children as frightening figures, the corporate conspiracy elements. These reflected Japanese anxiety about corporate power and social conformity. The biological horror, while inspired by Western zombie films, was filtered through Japanese sensibilities about contamination and collective responsibility. The cultural context influenced how horror was deployed. Japanese horror often emphasizes the inescapability of curse or contamination. There's no escape once marked. Both franchises incorporated this through their manifestation mechanics and viral spread concepts. Silent Hill's town called to people with darkness in their hearts. Resident Evil's T-virus spread inexorably once released. Neither allowed for easy escape once horror began. Understanding these franchises' Japanese origins helps explain design choices that sometimes puzzled Western audiences. The slower pacing, the emphasis on atmosphere over constant action, the willingness to leave mysteries unexplained, these reflected Japanese horror traditions. Both franchises were Japanese developers' interpretations of horror, filtered through their cultural context, even when borrowing from Western sources. Time-limited challenges and rankings added competitive elements. Both franchises incorporated speedrun-friendly design and ranking systems that encourage mastery and competition. Resident Evil ranked your performance based on completion time, saves used, and other factors. Complete the game fast enough without saving excessively, and you received A rankings and unlockable rewards. This created replayability for players seeking optimal runs. Silent Hill employed similar ranking systems, grading players on multiple factors: combat efficiency, puzzle-solving speed, damage taken, all contributed to final rankings. The UFO and dog endings often required specific actions that speedrunners learned to execute precisely. Rankings and time-based unlockables encouraged players to master games thoroughly. These competitive elements attracted different player types than the narrative-focused horror. Speedrunners found deep wells of optimization potential. Completionists sought to achieve perfect rankings on all difficulties. The rankings added longevity beyond story completion, creating communities around optimal play and route planning. The time-limited challenge aspects might seem antithetical to horror. Rushing through environments undermines atmospheric tension, but both franchises managed to maintain horror on first playthroughs while offering optimization challenges for subsequent runs. This dual nature, horror game and score attack challenge, broadened appeal and extended playability. Environmental hazards beyond enemies created additional threats. Both franchises featured environmental hazards that killed or damaged players independently of enemies. Resident Evil had explosive barrels, electrical hazards, crushing traps, and poison gases. Navigating environments required attention to surroundings beyond just enemy positions. Traps in the Spencer Mansion punished careless movement. Silent Hill featured pits that appeared in otherworld floors, requiring careful navigation. Rust-covered grating sometimes gave way, dropping players into lower areas. Environmental hazards were less frequent than in Resident Evil, but served similar purposes, making environments themselves threatening, not just the monsters within them. These hazards forced spatial awareness and careful movement. You couldn't just sprint through areas, you had to watch for environmental threats while also tracking enemies. This layered different types of threats, increasing overall tension. The environment itself became hostile, not just a neutral space where combat occurred. Environmental storytelling often accompanied these hazards. Traps in Resident Evil suggested the mansion's true purpose before explicit reveals. Collapsing floors in Silent Hill emphasized the otherworld's instability and decay. Hazards weren't just mechanical obstacles, they contributed to atmosphere and narrative. Photo and screenshot modes encouraged documentation. Later entries in both franchises incorporated photography mechanics or screenshot modes that encouraged players to document their experiences. These features served multiple purposes beyond simple photo collection. They encouraged environmental observation, slowed pacing, and created shareable moments that built community engagement. Photography mechanics sometimes served gameplay functions. Taking pictures of specific objects or locations might unlock bonus content or provide hints for puzzles. This transformed photo modes from purely cosmetic features into gameplay systems that rewarded exploration and attention to detail. The ability to capture and share horror moments built community engagement around both franchises. Players shared screenshots of particularly terrifying encounters, beautiful environmental details, or humorous moments. This social aspect extended game's reach beyond individual play sessions into shared cultural experiences. Photo modes also reflected gaming's evolution toward cinematic presentation. Players wanted to capture dramatic moments, beautiful environments, or disturbing imagery. Both franchises recognized this desire and eventually incorporated official tools for documentation and sharing. Conclusion: two pillars supporting the same roof. 100 connections, 100 threads weaving through fog-shrouded streets and virus-infected mansions, some obvious, others subtle, some mechanical, others thematic. Together they tell a story larger than either franchise alone, the story of survival, horror's birth, evolution, and lasting impact on gaming. Resident Evil and Silent Hill arrived at survival horror from different directions. One brought zombies and conspiracies, action beats and resource management. The other brought manifestations and symbolism, atmosphere and psychological devastation. But both understood fundamental truths about horror in interactive media. Vulnerability creates tension, atmosphere builds dread, scarcity forces difficult choices, and personal stakes transform escape attempts into emotional journeys. They learned from each other. They competed with each other. They pushed each other to evolve. When Resident Evil succeeded with action horror, Silent Hill doubled down on psychological complexity. When Silent Hill demonstrated atmospheric storytelling, Resident Evil incorporated more character depth. The competition elevated both, creating a feedback loop of innovation that benefited the entire survival horror genre. Their influence extends far beyond themselves. Walk through the corridors of Dead Space's Ishimura, and you see Resident Evil's DNA in every resource management decision. Wander The Last of Us's abandoned cities, and Silent Hill's atmospheric horror echoes in every environmental detail. Modern survival horror exists because these two franchises established the genre's vocabulary, grammar, and possibilities. They remain relevant decades after their debut because they understood something essential. Horror works best when it connects to deeper anxieties. Resident Evil's corporate conspiracy taps into fears about institutional power and uncontrolled science. Silent Hill's psychological manifestations explore guilt, trauma, and repressed emotions. Both franchises recognize that monsters are most frightening when they represent something beyond themselves. 29 years have passed since that mansion outside Raccoon City opened its doors. 26 years since that foggy resort town welcomed Harry Mason. Both franchises have changed, evolved, stumbled, and recovered. They've been remade, reimagined, and reinvented for new generations. But their fundamental appeal remains constant. They make us feel vulnerable, under-resourced, and uncertain whether we'll survive. They make us confront horrors external and internal. They prove that video games can be as terrifying, meaningful, and memorable as any horror film or novel. These 100 commonalities don't diminish what makes each franchise unique. Resident Evil's action horror remains distinct from Silent Hill's psychological terror, but recognizing their shared foundation helps us appreciate how two different approaches to survival horror can both succeed, both influence gaming broadly, and both remain vital parts of horror's ongoing evolution. The fog hasn't lifted, the virus hasn't been cured, and somewhere in a dark room lit only by screen glow, a new player encounters these franchises for the first time, beginning their own journey through fog and infection, discovering why survival horror matters and why these two particular horrors have endured when so many others faded into obscurity. 100 things in common, two franchises, one genre they helped create, and countless players who face their fears in Spencer Mansion's halls and Silent Hill's streets, emerging changed by the experience. The radio crackles with static. Somewhere nearby, something shuffles toward you, and you realize you're almost out of ammunition, low on healing items, far from any save point. This is survival horror. This is what Resident Evil and Silent Hill built together. 30 years. That's how long it's been since the world watched Raccoon City burn. 30 years since a missile strike turned a Midwestern American town into ground zero for humanity's first real confrontation with bioterrorism on a scale that couldn't be hidden, couldn't be denied, couldn't be explained away as isolated incidents or urban legends. On October 1st, 1998, the United States government made a decision that would define the next 3 decades of Resident Evil's universe. They erased an entire city from the map, vaporized over 100,000 souls, and then spent the next generation lying about why. And now we're going back. Resident Evil Requiem isn't just another entry in Capcom's survival horror franchise. It's not another village with a tall vampire lady, not another Louisiana swamp house with a family of mold-infected murderers, not another island populated by cultists with parasite problems. Requiem is taking us back to where it all began, back to the ruins of Raccoon City, and what Capcom is planning to do there might fundamentally alter everything we thought we knew about this series. The question isn't whether Requiem will be scary, or whether it'll have good gameplay, or whether it'll satisfy fans. The question is this: what truth has been buried under 30 years of rubble and radiation? Why does that truth matter enough to build an entire game around excavating it? This is speculation, analysis, and detective work. This is connecting dots that Capcom has been dropping since Resident Evil 7 launched in 2017. This is about understanding why the franchise's 9th mainline entry isn't moving forward but deliberately stepping backward into a mass grave. So settle in. We're going deep into the ruins of Raccoon City, and by the end of this investigation, the entire Resident Evil timeline might look very different than it did before. The return that changes everything. When Capcom closed out Summer Game Fest 2025 with the Resident Evil Requiem reveal trailer, the crowd's reaction was immediate and visceral. That slow pan across destroyed streets, the collapsed sections of the Raccoon Police Department, the crater where downtown used to stand, and then that title, Requiem, not Resident Evil 9, not a subtitle promising a new location or new threat. Requiem, a mass for the dead, a prayer for souls departed, an acknowledgement that what happened here demands mourning, demands remembrance, demands reckoning. Director Koshi Nakanishi, who previously helmed Resident Evil 7 and returned the franchise to its survival horror roots after years of increasingly action-heavy entries, made a fascinating comment during an interview at Tokyo Game Show. He said returning to Raccoon City felt like opening a rice cooker that had been forgotten for a week, that eventually curiosity makes you lift the lid to see what's become of what was left inside. It's a visceral image, that sense of decay and transformation, of something that should have been dealt with properly, but was instead abandoned to rot. That's Raccoon City in 2026, or possibly 2028, depending on how exactly Capcom calibrates the timeline. A wound left to fester for 3 decades. The game's release date, February 27th, 2026, isn't arbitrary. The Resident Evil franchise celebrates its 30th anniversary in 2026, marking 3 decades since the original game terrified PlayStation owners in 1996. But more significantly, if we assume Requiem takes place in its release year the way Village did in 2021, that puts the game's events approximately 28 years after Raccoon City's destruction in October of 1998. Close enough to 3 decades that about 30 years works perfectly as the vague time frame Capcom has been using in marketing materials. This timing matters because of what 3 decades represents: a generation. Everyone who was an adult during the Raccoon City outbreak is now middle-aged or elderly. Children who were born in the aftermath have grown up knowing Raccoon City only as historical tragedy, as the bioterrorism event that changed the world, as ground zero for legislation and military protocols and international treaties governing biological weapons. The ruins have sat sealed off, a radioactive exclusion zone patrolled by military forces and restricted to authorized government personnel. For 30 years, Raccoon City has been simultaneously the most important location in Resident Evil's universe, and a place nobody could access. A gap in the map, a hole in history, until now. Grace Ashcroft, FBI technical analyst, receives assignment to investigate the Wrenwood Hotel, located either within the Raccoon City exclusion zone or close enough to its borders that the investigation inevitably leads there. Her briefing from FBI Special Agent Nathan Demps frames this as a routine case: mysterious deaths, possible disease outbreak, standard investigative protocol. But Grace knows something Demps doesn't mention in his official briefing. 8 years ago, in 2018, if our timeline calculations are correct, her mother, Alyssa Ashcroft, was murdered at the Wrenwood Hotel. And Alyssa Ashcroft wasn't just any victim. She was one of the few documented survivors of the Raccoon City outbreak. She was an investigative journalist who'd spent years uncovering umbrella corporations' crimes. She was someone who knew secrets that powerful people wanted to keep buried. And now her daughter is being sent to the exact location where she died. This isn't coincidence. Nothing in Resident Evil is ever coincidence. The question is whether Grace is being given an opportunity to find truth, or whether she's being set up, being positioned as another loose end to be eliminated the way her mother was. The Requiem trailer shows Grace as nervous, disorganized, clearly uncomfortable with confrontation or violence. Her FBI office is cluttered with papers, coffee cups, the detritus of someone who lives at their desk because field work terrifies them. She's late submitting reports. She stammers when Demps assigns her the case. Everything about Grace Ashcroft screams Analyst, not operator. She's supposed to review case files and compile data, not investigate active crime scenes in radioactive exclusion zones, which makes her absolutely perfect for what Capcom is trying to accomplish with Requiem. Because Grace isn't a super soldier like Chris Redfield, isn't a special agent like Leon Kennedy, isn't even particularly brave or competent with weapons. She's us. She's someone completely unprepared for the horrors she's about to face. Someone whose analytical mind will be pushed to its breaking point by trauma, paranoia, and the growing suspicion that she's not investigating a case so much as walking into a trap designed specifically for her. The vulnerability is intentional. The fear is the point. Nakanishi has stated explicitly that they wanted a protagonist who gets scared, who feels like an introvert thrown into situations beyond their capacity to handle. This is Resident Evil 7's Ethan Winters concept, refined and intensified. But here's where things get interesting. Here's where the story Capcom is telling stops being about one frightened woman investigating her mother's death and starts being about something much larger, much more dangerous, much more fundamentally destabilizing to everything the Resident Evil franchise has built over 30 years. Because Grace Ashcroft isn't just Alyssa's daughter. She might be the key to understanding what really happened to Raccoon City, and more importantly, what's been happening there ever since. The outbreak survivor who knew too much to understand what Requiem is really about. We need to understand Alyssa Ashcroft, not the murder victim, not the mother whose death motivates Grace's investigation. Alyssa, the character, Alyssa, the survivor, Alyssa, the journalist who spent 5 years documenting Umbrella's crimes before the Raccoon City outbreak, and another 22 years afterward trying to expose truth that governments and corporations desperately wanted suppressed. Alyssa first appeared in Resident Evil Outbreak, Capcom's 2003 attempt at online cooperative survival horror on PlayStation 2. While the game itself received mixed reviews, largely because Capcom never bothered setting up servers for European players, forcing them to experience an online-focused game offline with longer load times. Its narrative importance has grown significantly in retrospect. Outbreak told the stories of ordinary Raccoon City residents trying to survive the zombie apocalypse, focusing not on special forces teams or police officers, but on civilians, a bartender, a university student, a plumber, a waitress, and Alyssa, the investigative journalist. Alyssa's defining characteristic in Outbreak was her lock-picking ability. She could bypass locked doors and containers that other characters needed keys to access, a mechanical advantage that represented her journalistic talent for getting into places she wasn't supposed to be, uncovering information people wanted hidden. Her backstory involved investigating Umbrella even before the outbreak, specifically looking into illegal drug testing at a private hospital in the Arklay Mountains. In 1993, 5 years before Raccoon City's destruction, Alyssa and her colleague Kurt Diamond infiltrated that hospital to gather evidence. Kurt was killed by an infected patient, specifically by Dorothy Lester, the hospital director's wife who'd been infected with T-virus during experimental treatments. To prevent Alyssa from exposing what happened, Umbrella researcher Greg Muller captured her and used a memory suppression technique to make her forget the specifics of what she'd witnessed. This memory suppression didn't stop Alyssa from continuing to investigate. She knew something had happened at that hospital. She knew people had died. She knew Umbrella was involved. The suppression just prevented her from having the concrete evidence needed for exposure. So she kept digging, kept following leads about strange deaths and missing people and corporate corruption, compiling a portfolio of circumstantial evidence that pointed toward something massive and criminal happening in her city. Then, September 1998 arrived, and Umbrella's sins came home to roost in the form of citywide viral outbreak. Alyssa survived, not through action hero competence or military training, but through journalist instincts, knowing when to run, when to hide, when to trust strangers, when to risk everything for information. During the outbreak, she returned to the Arklay Hospital with other survivors, and there her suppressed memories finally returned. She remembered Kurt's death. She remembered Dorothy Lester's transformation. She remembered Umbrella's experiments. She remembered everything they'd tried to make her forget, and she escaped. Alyssa Ashcroft was one of the few documented survivors of the Raccoon City outbreak. She got out before the missile strike on October 1st. She received treatment for the Epsilon strain of T virus she'd contracted from contaminated water during her escape, and she spent the next 20-plus years trying to expose what had really happened in Raccoon City. This is where the timeline gets fascinating and where Capcom has been playing an extremely long game. In Resident Evil 7, which takes place in Louisiana in 2017, players can find a newspaper article written by Alyssa Ashcroft. It's dated 2016 and discusses mysterious disappearances in Dulvey Parish, Louisiana, the exact location where the Baker family has been murdering people under the influence of Eveline's mold-based infection. This Easter egg seemed minor at the time, just a neat callback to Outbreak for longtime fans. But now, knowing that Alyssa's daughter becomes the protagonist of Resident Evil Requiem, that newspaper article takes on new significance. Alyssa wasn't just investigating random disappearances. She was tracking bioorganic weapon incidents. She was following the trail of Umbrella's legacy, documenting cases where experimental bioweapons continued causing deaths long after the parent corporation had supposedly been destroyed. Between 2017, when she wrote about Dulvey, and 2020, when she was murdered at the Wrenwood Hotel, Alyssa was clearly getting close to something, close enough that someone decided she needed to be eliminated. The question is what? What had she discovered? What truth was dangerous enough to warrant killing a journalist who'd already survived Raccoon City, who'd spent 2 decades exposing Umbrella's crimes, who should have been protected by her public profile as a documented survivor and her work as an investigative reporter? What was she investigating at the Wrenwood Hotel that got her killed? And this brings us to the core speculation that Requiem might be built around, the theory that makes everything else make sense, the possibility that Capcom has been carefully laying groundwork for since Resident Evil 7. Alyssa wasn't just investigating past crimes. She discovered that Raccoon City didn't actually end in 1998. What if the outbreak never stopped? The official narrative about Raccoon City has always been straightforward. Umbrella's underground laboratory suffered containment breach. T-virus and G-virus escaped into the city's water and sewer systems. Infection spread rapidly through the population. Government response was inadequate. Umbrella deployed its biohazard countermeasure service, which failed to contain the situation. National Guard established perimeter. On October 1st, 1998, the United States government launched a sterilization operation, firing a missile or missiles, accounts vary, that completely destroyed Raccoon City in a thermobaric blast designed to eliminate all biological contamination. End of story. Raccoon City ceased to exist. The ruins were sealed off as an exclusion zone due to lingering radiation and potential biological hazards. Over the next 3 decades, Raccoon City existed only as historical event, as cautionary tale, as the incident that forced the world to acknowledge bioterrorism as existential threat requiring international cooperation and oversight, except we know from various Resident Evil games that Umbrella's viruses don't behave like normal pathogens. They don't simply die when exposed to high temperatures or radiation. T virus is remarkably resilient. G virus is even more so. These are engineered organisms designed to be weapons, to survive hostile conditions, to adapt and evolve in response to environmental pressures. The Raccoon City missile strike would have killed the zombies and other infected creatures. The extreme heat and pressure would have destroyed most biological material. But viruses are microscopic. Virus samples stored in reinforced containers deep underground in Umbrella's facilities wouldn't necessarily be destroyed by the blast. And if those samples survived, if even a small amount of viable viral material remained in the ruins, then Raccoon City isn't dead, it's dormant. Think about the implications. An exclusion zone sealed off for 30 years, no public access, limited even for government personnel, due to radiation hazards and potential biological contamination. That's the official explanation. But what if the biological contamination isn't potential? What if it's active? What if the United States government has been maintaining that perimeter not to keep people away from ruins, but to keep something contained? What if Raccoon City has been slowly transforming beneath that seal for 3 decades? Viral material interacting with radiation, mutating in the dark, creating something new and infinitely more dangerous than anything that existed in 1998. This would explain several otherwise puzzling elements of Requiem's marketing. The trailer's emphasis on psychological horror rather than action, the darkness, the need for Grace's lighter to illuminate her environment, the stalker enemy that can move through walls and ceilings, described in early previews as one of the most terrifying creature designs in franchise history. The game's subtitle, Requiem, a mass for the dead. But what if the dead never actually died? What if they've been evolving for 30 years in an environment that combined biological warfare agents with radioactive contamination? The real-world parallels are chilling. Chernobyl's exclusion zone became an unintentional nature preserve where animals thrived without human presence, despite radiation. But the animals that evolved there showed genetic abnormalities, adaptations to radioactive environment that make them distinct from populations outside the zone. Now imagine that process applied to T-virus infected organisms. Imagine what 30 years of mutation and adaptation might create. Imagine what could emerge from those ruins when Grace Ashcroft opens the door. And here's the terrifying part. If this theory is correct, if Raccoon City has been an active biohazard zone for 3 decades, then the United States government has been lying about it for just as long. The sterilization operation didn't actually sterilize anything. It just contained the problem, sealed it away, and then spent 30 years ensuring nobody looked too closely at what was happening beneath that seal. Anyone who got too close, anyone who started asking the wrong questions, anyone who began connecting dots that led back to Raccoon City's ruins, anyone like Alyssa Ashcroft, the Spencer theory, when the dead return to judge. The living one of the most explosive pieces of speculation emerging from the community involves the mysterious hooded figure who appears throughout Requiem's trailers. For months, fans have been dissecting every frame, every shadow, every glimpse of this character, trying to determine their identity. The theories ranged from plausible to absurd. Albert Wesker's clone, Brandon Bailey from The Connections, Leon Kennedy gone rogue, the merchant from Resident Evil 4, even Nikolai Zinoviev somehow surviving all these years. Then director Koshi Nakanishi and producer Masato Kumazawa shut it all down at Tokyo Game Show, confirming explicitly that the hooded figure is a new character created specifically for Requiem's storyline, not a returning face, not fan service, something original. But here's where it gets interesting, where community speculation has evolved beyond simple identity guessing into something more profound and disturbing. The Road to Requiem video hosted by Maggie Robertson features a conspiracy board, the kind of crazy wall that FBI investigators and obsessed detectives build when connecting disparate pieces of evidence into coherent narrative. And on that wall, among the photos of Leon Kennedy, Claire Redfield, Ada Wong, Grace Ashcroft, and her mother Alyssa, there's one face that stands out as conspicuously referenced: Oswell E. Spencer, Umbrella Corporation's founder, and arguably the franchise's original architect of horror. Spencer died in Resident Evil 5, murdered by Albert Wesker in a confrontation that exposed Spencer's ultimate goal, achieving godlike immortality through viral enhancement. His death should have closed that chapter. His legacy should have ended with Umbrella's dissolution. But what if it didn't? What if Spencer's obsession with immortality, with transcending human limitations through bioweapon research, didn't die with him in that wheelchair at his estate? Consider the clues Requiem's marketing has been dropping. The hooded figure wears elaborate clothing that seems anachronistic, almost Victorian in its styling, suggesting someone disconnected from modern fashion, someone whose aesthetic sensibilities were formed in a different era. The figure moves with purpose and authority, suggesting intelligence and planning rather than mindless aggression. And in one crucial shot from the Gamescom trailer, we see this character sitting at a desk, removing goggles, revealing a prominent scar running down their chest, surrounded by paintings and artifacts that scream old money, old power, old ambitions. "We have so much work to do," the figure says, their voice carrying weight of someone who views their activities not as crimes, but as necessary research, as the continuation of important work, interrupted but never abandoned. This is the Spencer theory in its most developed form, that the hooded figure isn't Spencer himself, but rather someone carrying forward his vision, someone who either worked directly with Spencer or has inherited his research, his goals, his fundamental belief that humanity's next evolutionary step requires embracing bioweapon enhancement. This could be a protege, a cultist, even a family member, someone who views the Raccoon City incident not as tragedy, but as data point, as experiment that produced valuable results despite unfortunate civilian casualties. The theory gains weight when we consider what the Wrenwood Hotel might actually be. If it's not really a hotel, but rather a research facility disguised as civilian structure, then who built it and why? If Alyssa Ashcroft was investigating Umbrella-related activity there and was killed for it, then who had both the resources to maintain secret bioweapon research facility and the motivation to eliminate a journalist asking uncomfortable questions? Spencer's network didn't disappear when he died. His fortune didn't evaporate. His research notes didn't burn. Someone inherited all of that. Someone who might have spent the years since Spencer's death in 2009 continuing his work in secret, using facilities like the Wrenwood Hotel to monitor and study what's been evolving in Raccoon City's sealed ruins. Someone who views Grace Ashcroft not as threat, but as opportunity, as the daughter of a survivor whose blood might carry antibodies, genetic mutations, adaptations that 20-plus years of post-infection life produced. "You are the chosen one," the voice tells Grace in trailers. Not threatened, not hunted, chosen, selected for purpose. That's not the language of elimination, that's the language of experiment. Grace isn't being killed like her mother was. She's being harvested, being prepared for something, being positioned as the next step in research that began when Oswell Spencer first dreamed of creating humans who could survive and thrive in worlds contaminated by bioweapons. The scar on the hooded figure's chest becomes crucial detail here. Scars suggest survival of trauma, of surgery, of modification. If this character underwent bioweapon enhancement, if they're a willing subject of the kind of experimentation Spencer championed, then that scar could be surgical site, the place where viral agents were introduced, where human biology was deliberately altered in pursuit of Spencer's vision of enhanced humanity. This transforms Requiem from simple survival horror into something more philosophically complex. The question isn't just whether Grace survives the Wrenwood Hotel and Raccoon City's ruins. It's whether she becomes what the hooded figure wants her to be, whether she accepts or rejects the transformation being offered, whether humanity's future involves embracing bioweapon enhancement as evolutionary tool rather than terrorist threat. And here's the darkest implication. What if Spencer was right? What if the only way humanity survives in a world where bioweapons exist is by becoming something that can coexist with viral contamination, something enhanced and modified and no longer purely human? What if the hooded figure isn't villain but prophet, someone who understands that Raccoon City's ruins aren't cemetery but laboratory, that 30 years of viral evolution in sealed environment has produced the blueprint for humanity's next stage? Grace Ashcroft might not be investigating her mother's murder. She might be fulfilling her mother's purpose, becoming what Alyssa's survival and subsequent reproduction created, a bridge between human and post-human. Someone whose genetics carry keys to understanding how life adapts to bioweapon saturation. The chosen one, not for heroism, for transformation. The light and the freeze, environmental mechanics that change everything. One of the most discussed aspects of Requiem's revealed gameplay involves the interaction between Grace's lighter and the enemy AI, specifically the unsettling behavior of the white-gowned enemies who appear throughout trailers in various states of movement and stillness. Community speculation has coalesced around a theory that could fundamentally change how Resident Evil approaches enemy encounters. What if light doesn't just illuminate the environment, but actively affects enemy behavior? The evidence is subtle but consistent across multiple trailer shots. We see Grace holding her lighter, approaching a white-gowned figure who stands motionless like a statue. The figure's posture is wrong for typical zombie, too still, too balanced, frozen mid-motion, as if time stopped. Grace seems to be testing something, waving the light near the figure's face, curious about whether it will react. The figure doesn't move, doesn't attack, doesn't even seem to register Grace's presence while the light is active. Then, in other shots, we see similar white-gowned enemies moving through the chronic care center, walking upstairs, pressing against mirrors. They're active, mobile, clearly responsive to stimuli. The difference between these states isn't random. The theory gaining traction is that these enemies freeze when exposed to light sources, becoming temporarily statue-like, and reactivate when darkness returns. This creates a completely new survival horror dynamic. Traditional Resident Evil games give you light as tool for seeing threats. You illuminate dark corners to spot zombies before they grab you. You use flashlight to track enemies in shadow. Light is passive reconnaissance tool. But if Requiem makes light active defense mechanism, if shining your lighter at an enemy freezes them temporarily, then every encounter becomes risk-benefit calculation. Do you keep your lighter lit to see where you're going, potentially freezing nearby enemies, but also draining fuel and attracting the stalker enemy that's drawn to light sources? Or do you navigate in darkness, conserving fuel and staying hidden, but risking collision with enemies you can't see? The tension compounds because you need light to solve environmental puzzles, read documents, examine key items. But every second the lighter burns, you're broadcasting your location and depleting limited resource. The implications extend beyond simple stealth mechanics. If enemies freeze in light, then encounter design can force players into impossible choices. Imagine a hallway with multiple white-gowned enemies positioned to block your path. You can light your lighter to freeze them, creating safe passage, but the hallway is long and the lighter's fuel won't last. You make it halfway before the flame dies. The enemies behind you unfreeze immediately. The enemies ahead are still active. You're trapped in darkness between two groups of hostile entities, with no light and no way to freeze them again until you find more fuel. Or consider the psychological horror of enemies who freeze in light but remain aware. What if they're not really frozen but paralyzed, conscious and watching but unable to move while illuminated? What if breaking eye contact causes immediate reactivation, turning every encounter into nightmarish staring contest where you must maintain visual focus on threat while navigating around it, backing away slowly, never blinking, never looking away? This mechanic would explain why the Chronic Care Center features so many lights, ceiling fixtures, lamps, windows with external illumination. These aren't just aesthetic choices, they're strategic elements. Lit areas might offer safety zones where enemies can't function, but they also limit your ability to hide, make you visible to anything that can see, including the stalker enemy that's allegedly attracted to light sources. The white-gowned enemies themselves become more interesting under this interpretation. They're not zombies, they're not typical infected. They're something that evolved in Raccoon City's ruins over 3 decades, something adapted to darkness and shadow, something that thrives in the sealed exclusion zone where sunlight never reaches contaminated lower levels. Light isn't just uncomfortable for them, it's antithetical to their biology, the way sunlight affects vampires in folklore. This fits with broader speculation about what 30 years of viral evolution in radioactive environment might produce. If infected organisms adapted to perpetual darkness, if their sensory systems evolved to navigate without visual input, then sudden exposure to light could trigger defensive paralysis, a hardwired response to stimulus they're no longer equipped to process. They freeze not because light hurts them, but because their nervous systems can't integrate the information, creating temporary sensory overload that manifests as catatonic stillness. The genius of this mechanic, if it's real, is how it inverts traditional survival horror power dynamics. Usually light empowers players. You're safer with flashlight than without, but in Requiem, light becomes double-edged tool. It freezes some enemies but attracts others. It reveals threats but also reveals you. It solves immediate problems but creates new vulnerabilities. Every time you light that lighter, you're making bet about which danger matters more right now, the one you can see or the one that's hunting you. And here's the truly disturbing possibility. What if Grace herself is affected by the light mechanics? What if her exposure to whatever is in Raccoon City's environment, her genetic inheritance from Melissa's Epsilon strain infection and subsequent cure, makes her partially susceptible to the same light-based paralysis that freezes the white-gowned enemies? What if using light too much doesn't just drain resources but slowly transforms Grace? making her more like the thing she's trying to escape, blurring the line between investigator and subject. The lighter becomes metaphor then. Every time Grace lights it, she's illuminating truth, but also revealing her own changing nature. She's pushing back darkness, but also surrendering to what the darkness has made necessary. The light that protects her also marks her as belonging to this place, to these ruins, to whatever emerged from 30 years of sealed contamination. She came here to investigate her mother's death, but maybe what she's really investigating is her own inevitable transformation into something that can survive what Raccoon City has become. The Wrenwood Hotel, architecture of conspiracy. Let's talk about the building itself, because the Wrenwood Hotel is more than just a setting. It's evidence, it's argument, it's the physical manifestation of the conspiracy that Alyssa Ashcroft died trying to expose, and that Grace Ashcroft is now being sent to investigate. The hotel appears in marketing materials as a specific location with distinct architecture. It's not the Raccoon City ruins themselves, but a structure near or within the exclusion zone, close enough that investigating it requires entering or approaching the sealed area. This raises immediate questions. When was it built? Who built it? And why would anyone construct a hotel anywhere near a radioactive crater that's supposedly too dangerous for civilian access? The answer might be that the Wrenwood Hotel was never really a hotel. Intelligence agencies and military organizations have a long tradition of using civilian structures as cover for covert operations. Hotels make excellent fronts because they explain constant turnover of personnel, unusual hours, suspicious activities. Someone arrives with heavy equipment at 3 in the morning, their early check-in for a conference, armed guards patrolling the perimeter, private security for important guests, strange sounds in the basement, maintenance issues. If the Wrenwood Hotel was built after Raccoon City's destruction to serve as monitoring station or research facility, that would explain why Alyssa was there in 2020. She wasn't investigating a hotel. She was investigating what the hotel was hiding, and what it was hiding was evidence that Raccoon City's containment had failed, that the sealed zone was still active, that 30 years of viral evolution was producing results that someone, government agencies, private contractors, umbrella remnants, wanted to study and potentially weaponize. The Gamescom trailer gives us crucial environmental details. We see Grace exploring the hotel's interior, and the architecture is significant. There's the main hall that evokes the Raccoon Police Department's entrance from Resident Evil 2 Remake, suggesting deliberate callback to that location's design philosophy. There's the Chronic Care Center, medical facility that shouldn't exist in a hotel unless the hotel's actual purpose involved treating or studying infected subjects. There are isolation wards with red lighting, suggesting quarantine areas for containing hazardous materials or contaminated individuals. This isn't hospitality architecture. This is research facility architecture disguised with hotel aesthetics. The paintings on walls, the furniture in rooms, the lobby's welcoming design, these are camouflage. Underneath is a facility designed to process people in and out of Raccoon City's exclusion zone, to conduct research on samples recovered from the ruins, possibly to experiment on subjects who either volunteered or were coerced into exposure to whatever's evolving in those sealed areas. The presence of Alyssa's hidden files becomes crucial here. Trailers show Grace discovering documents that her mother concealed behind a painting in the hotel. "What did you hide behind that painting?" Grace asks, speaking to her dead mother's memory, trying to understand what Alyssa had discovered. Those files likely contain evidence of the Wrenwood Hotel's real purpose, documentation of who's running it, possibly even research data on what 30 years of Raccoon City contamination has produced. This explains why Alyssa was killed. She didn't just stumble onto minor conspiracy. She uncovered the central lie that Raccoon City's destruction solved the bioweapon problem, when in fact it just sealed the problem away and allowed it to evolve undisturbed for 3 decades. She found proof that government agencies were not only aware of ongoing viral activity but actively studying it, potentially harvesting it, maybe even deliberately allowing it to continue because the research was too valuable to terminate. The hooded figure's presence at the hotel suggests they're either running the operation or are key participant. Their laboratory or office setup seen in trailers, complete with examination equipment and preserved specimens, indicates they've been conducting research at this location for extended period. The aged appearance of some equipment suggests this isn't recent installation. Someone's been working here for years, possibly decades, using the Wrenwood Hotel as base of operations for studying Raccoon City's evolution. Grace's assignment to investigate mysterious deaths at the hotel takes on sinister dimensions when we consider this context. If the hotel is research facility, then the deaths Nathan Demps is sending Grace to investigate aren't random outbreak victims. They're failed experiments, test subjects, researchers who got infected by what they were studying. The official story about an unidentified disease is cover for continued bioweapon incidents occurring at facility that's supposedly monitoring rather than actively experimenting. And Grace is being sent in with minimal briefing, minimal backup, minimal resources. Either Demps is incompetent, failing to recognize that he's sending an analyst into active biohazard zone, or he's complicit, deliberately sending Alyssa Ashcroft's daughter to the location where her mother died because someone wants to see how Grace performs, how she reacts, whether she inherited anything from her mother beyond determination and curiosity. The hotel's location matters too. If it's positioned on the edge of the Raccoon City exclusion zone rather than deep within it, that suggests it serves as transition point, a place where people enter or exit the sealed area. Researchers going in to collect samples would stage at the Wrenwood Hotel, undergoing decontamination procedures before returning to civilian areas. Test subjects might be housed there before and after exposure to viral agents. The hotel becomes buffer zone between contaminated ruins and normal world, a place where the impossible coexists with the mundane. This creates opportunities for horror that go beyond simple monster encounters. Imagine Grace discovering that the hotel's guest registry lists people who checked in but never checked out, that room numbers corresponding to isolation wards contain evidence of long-term occupation by individuals who were neither guests nor voluntary participants. Imagine finding medical records showing progression of infection in subjects who were deliberately exposed to viral samples recovered from Raccoon City, documentation of how various strains affected different genetic profiles, notes about which subjects survived long enough to produce interesting mutations. The hotel becomes haunted then, but not by ghosts. It's haunted by the living consequences of research that should never have been conducted, by people who were turned into experiments against their will, or who volunteered because they were desperate enough to believe promises about compensation, about contributing to science, about being part of something important. The white-gowned enemies might not be random infected. They might be former residents of the hotel, former subjects, people who were housed in those chronic care units and exposed to contamination until they transformed into something that can't leave, that wanders the halls forever, frozen in light and active in darkness. And somewhere in this building, in a locked room that requires Alyssa's hidden information to access, there might be the ultimate revelation, the complete documentation of what Raccoon City has become over 30 years, what the government knew and when they knew it, and most damning of all, who's been profiting from studying it instead of properly destroying it. The Wrenwood Hotel isn't a location. It's evidence of crime so vast that its exposure would destabilize governments, destroy careers, potentially trigger international incidents. Alyssa died because she found that evidence. Grace is being sent to find it again, either to expose it or to be silenced by it. The question is which outcome those who sent her are actually hoping for. Combat versus stealth, the marketing mystery. One of the most contentious debates in the Resident Evil community since Requiem's announcement involves a conspicuous absence in the marketing, substantial combat gameplay. We've seen Grace hold weapons. We've glimpsed her firing a magnum in one brief trailer shot that cuts away before impact. But compared to the extensive combat showcases that preceded previous Resident Evil releases, Requiem's promotional materials have been almost aggressively evasive about showing players fighting enemies. This absence has spawned multiple theories. Some fans worry that Capcom is minimizing combat because the game is predominantly stealth-based, that Grace's vulnerability and lack of combat training means most encounters will involve hiding and running rather than fighting. Others speculate that the combat exists but is being saved for January showcase and public demo, that Capcom is deliberately withholding to maintain mystery and generate discussion. A third faction believes something more complex is happening, that combat exists but is relegated to specific portions of the game or specific characters, suggesting Grace might not be the only playable protagonist. The evidence for each theory is circumstantial but intriguing. The stealth-focused interpretation points to Grace's characterization as analyst rather than field agent, to the emphasis on the lighter as tool rather than weapon, to the way trailers show her hiding under tables and behind walls rather than standing and fighting. The enemies we've seen, particularly the stalker that can move through walls, and the white-gowned figures that might freeze in light, seem designed to be evaded rather than defeated. There's no UI visible when Grace aims the magnum, suggesting that moment might be cutscene or scripted event rather than representative gameplay. The January reveal theory draws support from Capcom's established marketing patterns. Resident Evil 2 Remake withheld substantial combat footage until its demo release, allowing players to discover the intensity of its action firsthand rather than through trailers. Village similarly held back its later game weapons and more empowered sections, presenting marketing that emphasized horror over firepower even though the full game featured significant combat. Requiem could be following this template, showing only early game sections where Grace is underpowered and vulnerable, saving revelation of more substantial arsenal for when players actually get their hands on the demo. The multiple protagonist theory is more speculative, but carries interesting weight. Rumors and supposed leaks have suggested Leon Kennedy might appear in Requiem, possibly a secondary playable character representing the combat-focused portion of the game, while Grace handles investigation and survival horror sections. This would mirror earlier Resident Evil titles that alternated between characters with different strengths, Leon and Claire in 2, Chris and Jill in the original, Ethan and Chris in Village's DLC. The Magnum on the Collector's Edition Steelbook becomes key piece of evidence in this debate. Why feature a weapon so prominently in the game's physical marketing if combat is minimal? Why choose the Magnum specifically, a weapon that traditionally appears in Resident Evil games as powerful but rare tool for handling toughest enemies. The steelbook design suggests combat is significant enough to warrant its visual representation, that players will indeed use firearms to survive encounters rather than exclusively relying on stealth. But here's where things get interesting, where we can synthesize these theories into a more complete picture of what Requiem might actually be doing. What if all three theories are partially correct? What if Requiem is structured to transition from survival horror to survival action over its runtime, with Grace beginning vulnerable and underpowered but gradually acquiring weapons, skills, and confidence as her investigation deepens? This would make thematic and mechanical sense. Grace starts as analyst thrust into field work she's unprepared for. Early encounters are terrifying because she can't effectively fight. She hides, she runs, she uses environmental tools like light to manipulate enemy behavior. This creates survival horror atmosphere, emphasizing vulnerability and resource management. Players feel Grace's fear because they share her limited capabilities. But as the story progresses, as Grace discovers more about what happened to her mother and what's really happening in Raccoon City, she adapts. She finds weapons. She learns to use them. Her confidence grows. The game shifts from pure horror toward survival action, maintaining tension through escalating enemy threats and resource scarcity, but allowing players to fight back more effectively. By the game's final act, when Grace presumably enters Raccoon City's ruins proper, she's armed and capable, ready to face whatever 30 years of evolution has created. This structure would explain the marketing dichotomy. Early game footage emphasizes stealth and vulnerability because that's Grace's starting state. Later game combat exists but isn't being shown because Capcom wants players to experience that progression organically, to feel the satisfaction of going from helpless analyst to competent survivor through their own gameplay rather than having it spoiled in trailers. The Leon Kennedy rumors, if true, could represent a parallel campaign or playable flashback sections that provide contrast to Grace's storyline. While Grace struggles through the Wrenwood Hotel with minimal equipment, perhaps we occasionally play as Leon investigating government cover-up from different angle, well-armed and experienced, providing action-focused gameplay that complements Grace's horror-focused sections. This would give players both experiences, the vulnerability they want from survival horror and the empowerment they expect from Resident Evil combat, without compromising either. Or maybe the entire debate is misdirection. Maybe Capcom is withholding combat footage not because it doesn't exist, but because the combat itself is spoiler, revealing something about the story they don't want known yet. If Grace's blood or genetics are key to the plot, if her transformation into something enhanced or modified is central narrative thread, then showing her using weapons effectively might spoil that revelation. Late game Grace, with enhanced reflexes and strength, cutting down enemies with ease because she's been changed by her exposure to Raccoon City's environment, would be massive spoiler that trailers absolutely should not reveal. The marketing mystery might be statement of intent. Requiem is not afraid to withhold information, to let players discover its secrets firsthand, to trust that the reputation built by previous games and the intrigue generated by careful marketing will carry interest through the months before release without needing to show everything. In an era where game marketing often reveals too much, where trailers spoil story beats, and gameplay showcases eliminate mystery, Capcom's restraint with Requiem might be the smartest move they could make. We'll know the truth soon enough. January's showcase and demo will presumably settle the debate definitively. But until then, the mystery itself generates engagement, drives discussion, keeps Requiem in community consciousness even during marketing quiet periods. Whether combat is minimal, substantial, or evolving over the game's runtime, Capcom has successfully made its absence from marketing into talking point that keeps fans invested and analyzing every new piece of information. And really, that's what good marketing does. It makes you want to know more. It makes you willing to wait, to speculate, to engage with community theories, while counting down days until you can finally experience the game yourself and discover which speculations were accurate and which were red herrings. The combat debate is Requiem's central marketing mystery, and Capcom is playing it perfectly. The 30-year evolution, what biology becomes when humanity isn't watching. Let's engage in thought experiment grounded in what we know about viral biology, radiation effects, and ecosystem evolution. What happens when engineered bioweapons are sealed in radioactive environment for 30 years with no human intervention, no containment protocols, no active management? What does evolution produce when selection pressures are extreme and the organisms involved were designed to adapt and overcome? Resident Evil's bioweapons were never meant to remain stable. T-virus was explicitly designed to reanimate dead tissue, to override cellular death, to maintain function despite catastrophic damage. G-virus took this further, granting not just resilience but rapid mutation, allowing infected organisms to respond to threats by immediately altering their biology. These aren't passive infections. They're active systems that manipulate host genetics to ensure survival and propagation. When the Raccoon City missile struck in October of 1998, it killed the active infected creatures, zombies, lickers, tyrants, all the things shambling through streets or lurking in sewers. The heat and concussive force destroyed living tissue, but deep underground, in reinforced laboratory facilities buried beneath layers of concrete and steel, virus samples in cryogenic storage or sealed containers weathered the blast. Not all of them, maybe not even most, but some, enough. And then those surviving samples had 30 years. Normal pathogens die without hosts. They need living cells to replicate, living systems to sustain them. But T-virus and G-virus were designed for bioweapon applications, meaning they needed environmental stability, the ability to remain viable in storage, in transport, in battlefield conditions where host availability isn't guaranteed. They're hardy in ways natural viruses aren't, capable of surviving dormancy for extended periods before encountering suitable tissue. In Raccoon City's sealed ruins, these dormant samples would have been exposed to radiation from the thermobaric weapons fallout. Radiation damages DNA through ionization, creating breaks and errors in genetic sequences. For normal organisms, this is lethal, but for viruses that already manipulate genetics as their core function, radiation becomes something different: mutagen, accelerant, source of variation upon which selection can operate. Over 3 decades, virus samples exposed to low-level constant radiation would accumulate mutations at rates far exceeding natural viral evolution. Most mutations would be neutral or harmful, producing non-viable variants. But viruses reproduce rapidly when they encounter hosts, and Raccoon City's ruins, while largely dead, wouldn't be completely sterile. Rats, insects, possibly even plants growing in the irradiated soil, these could serve as temporary hosts, allowing viral replication, creating opportunities for adaptive mutations to proliferate, while maladaptive ones died out. The selection pressure in this environment would be unique. Survival wouldn't depend on traditional fitness markers like reproduction rate or transmission efficiency. Instead, it would depend on radiation resistance, on the ability to maintain function in environments saturated with ionizing particles, on developing mechanisms to repair radiation-induced genetic damage or incorporate it into adaptive strategies. The white-gowned enemies we see in trailers might be product of this evolution. They're not zombies in the traditional sense, shambling, mindless, driven only by hunger. They move with purpose. They respond to stimuli in complex ways. They exhibit behaviors suggesting retained or regained intelligence. They're not reanimated corpses. They're something that evolved to thrive in contaminated environment, something adapted to darkness and radiation and the specific chemical composition of Raccoon City's ruins after 30 years of decay and transformation. If these creatures are photophobic, freezing when exposed to light, that's not random quirk, that's adaptation. In the perpetual darkness of sealed underground facilities, visual systems would atrophy. Organisms that could navigate without light would outcompete those dependent on vision. Light becomes disorienting stimulus, something these evolved infected can't process effectively, triggering defensive paralysis as hardwired response to sensory input their neurology is no longer equipped to handle. The stalker enemy represents a different evolutionary path, where white-gowned enemies adapted to specific environmental niche. The stalker might be generalist, something that evolved flexibility rather than specialization. Its ability to move through walls suggests its physical structure has become less solid, more fluid, possibly through mutation that altered cellular cohesion. This sounds impossible until you remember that T-virus already manipulates cellular biology in impossible ways, reanimating dead tissue, maintaining function without blood flow or oxygen, an evolution that reduces density, that allows infected tissue to flow through gaps in architecture the way liquid seeps through cracks, becomes just a matter of degree rather than kind. This creature's attraction to light creates interesting evolutionary logic. If most infected evolved away from light dependence, becoming photophobic specialists in darkness, then a predator that could hunt those creatures would need different adaptation. By being drawn to light, by tracking sources of illumination, the stalker would know where potential prey are hiding, because anything using light in this environment is foreign, is vulnerable, is something that doesn't belong, and therefore represents either threat or food. The 30 years matter because evolution requires time. Single generation isn't enough for dramatic adaptive change, but viruses reproduce rapidly, and if infected organisms could maintain some level of metabolic activity even in dormant state, then 30 years represents thousands of generations, countless opportunities for mutation and selection. The Raccoon City exclusion zone becomes laboratory for directed evolution, with radiation providing mutagens, darkness providing selection pressure, and complete isolation from human intervention, allowing the process to continue uninterrupted. And here's the truly disturbing possibility. What if this evolution produced something viable, something stable, something that represents genuine adaptive success rather than just movie monster horror? What if the organisms in Raccoon City's ruins aren't abominations struggling to survive, but rather successful species that have carved out ecological niche in an environment that would kill anything normal? If that's true, then opening the seal isn't just releasing monsters. It's introducing stable invasive species into outside world, species adapted to survive in contaminated environments, species that could establish themselves anywhere there's radiation or darkness or chemical pollution, species that could outcompete normal organisms because they evolved in crucible that makes normal environmental stressors trivial by comparison. Raccoon City's ruins wouldn't be graveyard, they'd be nursery. 3 decades of isolated evolution producing entirely new forms of life that humanity never anticipated because we've never sealed bioweapons away in radioactive environment long enough to see what happens when evolution gets to work. The stalker, the white-gowned enemies, whatever else Grace encounters, these aren't lingering remnants of 1998. They're the future, the demonstration of what happens when humanity's weapons are left to evolve beyond their original design parameters. And Grace Ashcroft is about to become the first person in 30 years to document that evolution, assuming she survives long enough to tell anyone what she found. The playable demo and January showcase, what we'll actually learn, as of this recording, we're 4 months away from Resident Evil Requiem's launch on February 27th, 2026. That feels simultaneously distant and immediate. Distant because 4 months is significant time for anticipation to build and speculation to develop. Immediate because in gaming development timelines, 4 months means the game is essentially complete, locked in, being polished rather than fundamentally changed. What we're going to play in February already exists right now in finished or near finished form, which makes January crucial. Capcom has confirmed a Resident Evil showcase is planned for early 2026, and based on their historical patterns, this is when we'll get public demo, not the closed doors demo that's been shown at conventions since summer. That's marketing preview, controlled experience for press and influencers. The January demo will be the one everyone can download and play, the one that determines whether pre-orders surge or retreat, the one that settles months of speculation and debate. History suggests this demo will be substantial. Resident Evil 2 Remake's demo allowed players to experience the game's opening in Raccoon Police Department. 3 Remake let players escape Jill's apartment building and explore nearby streets. Village offered castle sections and combat encounters. These demos weren't vertical slices or proof of concepts. They were actual game content, representative of final product's quality and design philosophy. For Requiem, the smart money says we'll get Renwood Hotel section. This makes narrative sense. It's where the story begins. It's where Grace first encounters the horror awaiting her. It's self-contained enough that playing it won't spoil later story beats about Raccoon City proper. It makes mechanical sense, too. The hotel is where players will learn the game systems, where light mechanics and stealth dynamics and whatever combat exists will be introduced gradually. It's tutorial area disguised as genuine horror experience, teaching through play rather than exposition. The convention demos reportedly lasted around 20 to 30 minutes, short enough to be digestible in busy show floor environment, but long enough to give meaningful sense of the game's pacing and atmosphere. The public demo will probably be similar length, maybe slightly extended, to allow for player experimentation and exploration beyond critical path. One-shot format is likely. Play once with time limit, then it locks until full game releases. This creates urgency, forces players to commit to choices rather than repeatedly replaying to optimize strategies, maintain sense of vulnerability and consequence that defines survival horror. What the demo will answer: first, the combat question. We'll finally know definitively how much shooting happens, how empowered Grace feels with weapons, whether combat is viable strategy or desperate last resort. The community has spent months debating this, and 20 minutes of gameplay will settle it immediately. Second, the light mechanics. If the theory about enemies freezing in light is correct, the demo will demonstrate it explicitly. We'll understand fuel economy, how long the lighter lasts, whether there are other light sources, how to balance illumination for puzzle solving versus enemy manipulation. Third, the atmosphere and pacing. Trailers can't convey how a game actually feels to play, how tension builds during exploration, how much time passes between encounters. The demo will show whether Requiem is slow burn dread or constant threat, whether it's closer to original Resident Evil's deliberate pacing or Resident Evil 7's relentless pressure. Fourth, the perspective options. Being able to switch freely between first and third person view is revolutionary for Resident Evil, and the demo will let players experiment with how each perspective changes the experience. First person for intimacy and immersion, third person for spatial awareness and aesthetic appreciation. The ability to swap at will suggests Capcom is confident both perspectives work well, that this isn't compromise but genuine feature. But more than answering specific questions, the January demo will shift the conversation. Right now, discussion is speculation based, theory crafting from limited information. After the demo, discussion becomes experience based, people comparing notes about what they found, what worked for them, what genuinely scared them. The demo transforms Requiem from abstract concept into concrete reality that thousands of players have touched. It also creates new form of marketing. Players who love the demo become evangelists, sharing clips on social media, streaming their playthroughs, convincing friends to try it. Positive word of mouth from demo typically drives sales more effectively than traditional advertising because it comes from peers rather than marketers, from genuine enthusiasm rather than commercial interest. Conversely, if the demo disappoints, that spreads equally fast, potentially damaging launch momentum if enough people feel let down by what they played. Capcom is confident enough to release demo just 1 month before launch. That's faith in their product. Most games bury bad demos or skip them entirely if internal feedback is poor. Releasing demo this close to launch means Capcom believes exposure will help rather than hurt, that letting people play will generate excitement rather than concern. The showcase itself will probably include more than just demo announcement. We'll likely get extended gameplay trailers showing sections beyond the demo's scope. Maybe our first real look at Raccoon City ruins if Grace reaches them in the game's second half. Character trailers are possible, proper introduction to Grace's personality and background, possibly confirmation of other playable or major supporting characters, if Leon Kennedy or anyone else appears. Story trailer is probable too, something that clarifies the central narrative without spoiling major twists. We know Grace is investigating her mother's murder, and that investigation leads to Raccoon City, but there's obviously more to it. The showcase could establish the stakes more clearly. What specifically did Alyssa discover? Who's really behind the Wrenwood Hotel? What's the hooded figure's actual plan? Pre-order push will intensify. The showcase will emphasize that February 27th is approaching, that deluxe edition content is available, that playing the demo should convince players to secure their copies. Marketing always ramps up in final month, transitioning from building awareness to closing sales. The demo and showcase together represent that transition point, the moment when Requiem moves from that game we're anticipating to that game we're about to play. For content creators and community members, January becomes busy period. Demo playthroughs, analysis videos, comparison between demo and trailers, speculation about what wasn't shown. The discourse intensifies because everyone finally has shared experience to reference, common ground for discussion rather than individual interpretations of marketing materials. And for Capcom, the showcase's final major marketing beat before launch. Whatever they reveal in January needs to sustain excitement through February without oversaturating and exhausting audience interest. It's delicate balance. Show enough to generate enthusiasm, withhold enough to preserve mystery. Based on their handling of previous games, they understand this balance well. The January showcase won't spoil Requiem, but it will make the wait until February 27th feel longer, while simultaneously making that date feel more real, more imminent, more inevitable. 4 months until launch, 1 month until the showcase and demo, 120 days that feel both impossibly distant and terrifyingly close, depending on whether you're eager for answers or enjoying the speculation phase where anything remains possible. Either way, January is coming, and with it, the moment when Requiem stops being abstract concept and becomes something we can actually touch, play, and fear. The Leon Kennedy question. Evidence, rumors, and what it might mean. No discussion of Resident Evil Requiem speculation would be complete without addressing the elephant in the room, Leon S. Kennedy. Since the game's announcement, rumors about Leon's involvement have proliferated across community forums, Discord servers, and social media platforms. Some whispers suggest he's secondary playable character. Others claim he appears in cutscenes or side missions. A few assert he's not present at all, that the rumors are entirely fabricated by over-enthusiastic fans desperate to see their favorite character return. The evidence is frustratingly ambiguous. A PlayStation Store listing in Portugal allegedly showed Leon Kennedy's skin available as deluxe edition content, though screenshots circulated show inconsistencies that could indicate either regional listing error or skilled image manipulation. Trailer audio includes a voice line, "We need to move now," that sounds remarkably like Nick Apostolides, Leon's voice actor in recent games, though without confirmation it could be different actor or even reused audio from previous titles. A particularly intriguing piece of supposed evidence comes from the reveal trailer itself. In the sequence showing destroyed Raccoon City, eagle-eyed fans identified what appears to be Leon's Jeep parked outside the ruined Raccoon Police Department. The vehicle's model and coloration match the car Leon drove in Resident Evil 2 Remake's opening sequence. If this is intentional reference rather than asset reuse for background detail, it suggests Leon has returned to Raccoon City at some point between the original outbreak and Requiem's present-day events. Director Koshi Nakanishi has been coy when asked directly about Leon's involvement. At Tokyo Game Show, he told an interviewer that Leon Kennedy is quite a bad match for horror because Leon's experience and combat proficiency make him less vulnerable than protagonists like Grace Ashcroft. This could be a polite way of confirming Leon isn't in the game. If the game is designed around vulnerability, a seasoned agent like Leon wouldn't fit thematically, or it could be misdirection, suggesting Leon isn't the primary focus while leaving door open for his appearance in different capacity. The thematic argument against Leon's inclusion is compelling. Requiem is explicitly about returning to roots, emphasizing survival horror over action spectacle, prioritizing fear and resource management over empowered combat. Leon Kennedy, 28 years after Raccoon City, would be in his 40s, a veteran of multiple bioterrorism incidents, someone whose face lost Plagas parasites, fought alongside Chris Redfield, saved the president's daughter. He's not someone who gets scared easily. He's not someone who runs from infected instead of shooting them. He's not someone whose inclusion would naturally support the vulnerable, atmospheric horror that Nakanishi keeps emphasizing. But there's counter-argument. Requiem isn't just about present-day investigation. It's about 30 years of history, about what happened to Raccoon City after the outbreak, and how that history has been suppressed. If the story includes flashbacks or parallel narratives showing events from multiple time periods, Leon could appear in sections set closer to the original Raccoon City incident or in its immediate aftermath. A younger Leon, still traumatized by what he experienced, being recruited by government agencies and sent on missions related to Raccoon City's containment, would fit thematically while providing combat-focused gameplay segments that contrast with Grace's survival horror sections. This dual protagonist structure has precedent in Resident Evil. The original game allowed players to choose between Chris and Jill, experiencing different perspectives on same events. Resident Evil 2 featured Leon and Claire with intersecting storylines. Village's DLC gave players brief control of Chris Redfield after spending main game as Ethan Winters. Requiem could follow similar pattern, primarily play as Grace, investigating in present day, occasionally switch to Leon in flashbacks, showing earlier events that contextualize what Grace discovers. This structure would explain the magnum on the steelbook and the apparent de-emphasis of combat in marketing. Grace's sections are stealth and survival focused, true to the horror roots Capcom keeps highlighting. Leon's sections, set years or decades earlier, are combat focused, allowing players who want action to get it while maintaining the game's overall horror atmosphere. The marketing shows Grace because she's the primary protagonist and the face of Requiem's return to horror philosophy. Leon is held back as reveal, as surprise for longtime fans, as answer to the question, where's the combat, that avoids spoiling his role in the story. Another possibility, Leon appears but isn't playable. He could be NPC guide, someone Grace contacts for information about Raccoon City's history and what government agencies know about the site. Phone conversations or video calls where Leon provides context, warns Grace about dangers, possibly reveals his own guilt about not doing more to expose the truth about what's been happening in the exclusion zone. This would give fans Leon content without compromising Requiem's focus on Grace's vulnerable experience. Or maybe the rumors are just wrong. Maybe Leon doesn't appear at all, and community's desperation to see fan-favorite characters has created speculation from minimal evidence. The voice line is different actor. The Jeep is reused asset. The Portuguese store listing was either error or fake. Leon stays off screen, his story continuing in whatever comes after Requiem rather than being retroactively inserted into this particular narrative. The frustrating reality is we won't know until January's showcase or the game's actual release. Capcom has successfully maintained ambiguity, neither confirming nor definitively denying Leon's involvement. If he's in the game, the reveal will be a significant marketing moment. If he's not, the rumors will have served purpose of keeping Requiem in discussion, keeping fans engaged with speculation even when official news is scarce. Here's the position I'm taking. Leon Kennedy probably appears in Requiem in some capacity, but probably not as primary playable character for entire game. The evidence, while circumstantial, is too consistent and too widespread to be entirely fabricated. But the thematic focus on vulnerability and horror, the emphasis on Grace as protagonist who's defined by her lack of combat experience, suggests that if Leon is playable, it's in limited capacity. Flashback sequences, specific missions, unlockable content, or brief sections that provide perspective shift without dominating the overall experience. This middle ground makes sense commercially too. Capcom can appeal to fans who want to see Leon again without compromising The creative vision of Requiem has returned to survival horror. They can have both the vulnerable new protagonist and the competent returning favorite, satisfying different player preferences through structural design rather than forcing uncomfortable compromises that would weaken both elements. But until Capcom actually shows us Leon, or definitively confirms his absence, this remains speculation, educated guessing based on limited evidence and franchise history. The Leon Kennedy question is Requiem's secondary mystery, less central than what happened to Raccoon City, but more personally invested for many fans. Whether he appears or not, the discussion itself has value, keeping community engaged, generating theories, maintaining interest during the long wait between announcement and release. And really, that's what smart marketing does when it can't or won't provide direct answers. It creates space for speculation, allows community to fill gaps with their own theories, turns absence of information into its own form of engagement. Leon Kennedy might be in Requiem, might not be, but either way, fans are talking about it, thinking about it, anticipating the reveal. Mission accomplished. The collector's edition debate and physical media's uncertain future. The announcement of Requiem's collector's edition sparked controversy in ways that reveal broader tensions in gaming's relationship with physical media, fan expectations, and the economics of special editions. At the center of the debate, the decision to replace traditional statue with an acrylic stand featuring artwork of protagonist Grace Ashcroft. This seemingly minor change ignited passionate discussions about value, effort, and what limited editions should provide to justify their premium pricing. Resident Evil has built reputation for impressive collector's editions. The Resident Evil 2 remake came with meticulously detailed statue of Leon Kennedy fighting zombies. 3's edition featured Jill Valentine. Village gave us massive Chris Redfield bust. These weren't cheap plastic toys. They were substantial display pieces, physical representations of the game's iconic characters, collectibles that fans would proudly showcase alongside their games and consoles. The acrylic stand feels like downgrade by comparison. Its flat printed artwork attached to base, more akin to standee you'd see in retail store promoting a game than collectible worthy of premium edition. The steelbook case is nice but hardly unique. Most deluxe editions include steelbooks now. The lenticular card inside the steelbook is interesting but small. The costume pack, weapon skins, and digital bonuses are standard fare for deluxe editions across the industry. Nothing about this package screams collector's edition the way previous Resident Evil offerings did. Fan response was predictably negative. Comments across forums and social media expressed disappointment, accused Capcom of laziness, questioned whether the edition was worth its price point. Some speculated this signals Capcom reducing investment in physical editions as industry transitions increasingly toward digital distribution. Others wondered whether development budget constraints forced cuts to collector's edition quality. A few suggested this might be regional, Japan's version including the acrylic stand, while other territories might receive different offerings. That last point deserves attention. Collector's editions often vary by region, with European and Asian markets sometimes receiving different contents than North American releases. It's possible, even likely, that other territories will get different packages. UK editions in particular have historically included better bonuses than US releases for various franchises. Fans hoping for statue-inclusive version should watch for announcements from European retailers or direct Japan imports. But there's bigger picture here about physical media's economics. Statues are expensive to manufacture. They require sculpting, mold creation, production runs that need to be large enough to achieve reasonable per unit costs. They're fragile, requiring careful packaging that increases shipping weight and dimensions, driving up distribution costs. They take up warehouse space. They create quality control issues. Paint applications vary. Pieces arrive damaged. Customer service has to handle replacements and refunds. From publisher perspective, simpler collector's editions with less elaborate physical components make financial sense. Lower production costs mean higher profit margins or ability to price competitively. Reduced packaging complexity means fewer logistics headaches. Digital bonuses cost nothing to manufacture beyond initial development and can be distributed instantly to infinite customers without inventory concerns. But fans aren't wrong to feel disappointed. Collector's editions exist to reward dedicated supporters, to provide physical embodiments of their passion for franchises they love. When publisher reduces quality or scope of these offerings, it communicates that dedicated fans aren't valued enough to justify proper investment. It suggests physical collecting is being phased out in favor of digital convenience, that the tangible connection to games we've enjoyed for decades is being sacrificed to spreadsheet optimization. The debate extends beyond Requiem specifically. Physical game media is arguably in decline. Many games ship on disks that contain only partial data, requiring day-one downloads to be playable. Some games ship as download codes in boxes with no physical media at all. Digital storefronts offer better prices, instant access, no shelf space requirements. For younger players who grew up digital native, physical collecting might seem anachronistic, a relic of previous generations' habits. But there's value in physical that digital can't replicate. Ownership, truly owning a thing rather than licensing access to it. The ability to sell, trade, lend games to friends. The confidence that your library won't disappear if company goes under or decides to shut down servers. The simple pleasure of browsing physical collection, of seeing your gaming history displayed tangibly, rather than as list in digital interface. Collector's editions represent the premium end of physical media. Their statement, "I love this thing enough to pay extra for special version, for physical collectibles that demonstrate my fandom." When those editions become underwhelming, when publishers treat them as afterthought rather than celebration, it undermines the entire value proposition of physical collecting. Some fans have responded by simply not buying the collector's edition. Vote with wallet, support physical media only when it's done well. Others are holding out hope that additional editions will be announced, a proper collector's edition with statue, maybe exclusive to certain retailers or a separate later release. The acrylic stand version might be Japan-only standard, while other regions receive different packages. There's also possibility of aftermarket alternatives. Third-party companies sometimes produce unofficial collectibles, statues, art prints, replica props that serve collectors better than official offerings. If Capcom won't provide quality Grace Ashcroft statue, perhaps independent sculptor will, selling through Etsy or at conventions to fans willing to support creators who understand what collectors actually want. The broader question is whether this represents trend or isolated incident. If future Resident Evil games continue with downgraded collector's editions, if other Capcom franchises follow suit, if the industry as whole decides physical collectibles aren't worth investment, then this could mark inflection point where physical media becomes niche market served by specialty retailers rather than mainstream component of game releases. Or maybe I'm overthinking this. Maybe Capcom just made bad call on this particular edition and will course correct after seeing fan response. Maybe they're testing waters, seeing whether cheaper editions sell well enough to justify reduced production investment. Maybe the statue is coming but wasn't ready to announce with pre-orders, so they're showing what they have now and will reveal enhanced edition later. Either way, the debate matters because it's about more than one collector's edition. It's about what we value as gaming community, about whether physical collecting remains viable, about how publishers demonstrate respect for dedicated fans who support their franchises year after year. The acrylic stand might seem like minor issue in grand scheme, but it represents larger tensions about gaming's direction and what we're willing to accept as standards slide toward convenience over quality. For now, collector's edition decisions remain individual choice. If the package doesn't meet your standards, don't buy it. If you're okay with what's offered, pre-order without guilt, but pay attention to trends. Notice whether physical offerings improve or continue degrading. Support publishers who do right by collectors. And maybe if enough people speak up, companies will hear message that physical collectibles still matter, that fans will pay premium prices but only for premium products. The Requiem Collector's Edition debate isn't really about an acrylic stand. It's about respect, value, and the future of physical media in digital age. Those questions don't have simple answers, but they're worth asking as industry evolves and priorities shift. Because once physical gaming collectibles are gone, once that market collapses entirely, we won't get it back. Digital is irreversible. Physical requires constant support to survive, and that support comes from fans who care enough to complain when standards slip, who hold publishers accountable, who refuse to settle for less than what collecting deserves. Perspective shifting. First versus third person and why it actually matters. One of Requiem's most significant mechanical innovations is the ability to freely switch between first and third person perspective at any time. This might seem like minor quality of life feature, but it represents fundamental shift in how Resident Evil approaches player agency and atmospheric horror. The choice between perspectives isn't just about preference. It's about fundamentally different ways of experiencing fear, different relationships to the character you're controlling, different strategies for navigating horror environments. First-person perspective, default for Requiem, has defined the RE Engine era. Resident Evil 7 pioneered this shift, putting players directly into Ethan Winters' perspective as he explored the Baker estate. The intimacy was immediate and unsettling. When Jack Baker chased you through corridors, you felt the panic viscerally. When you opened doors, you experienced the vulnerability of crossing thresholds without knowing what waited on the other side. First person made horror personal in ways third person couldn't quite match. Village continued this approach while adding more action, demonstrating that first person worked for both horror and combat. The Duke's shop, Heisenberg's factory, Dimitrescu's castle all benefited from intimate perspective that made environments feel tangible, made threats feel immediate. You weren't watching character experience horror. You were experiencing it yourself, seeing through their eyes, feeling their fear as your own. But first person has limitations. Situational awareness suffers. You can't see enemies approaching from behind or flanking you from sides. Room layouts are harder to grasp because you can't see your character's position relative to furniture and doorways. Combat becomes more disorienting because you lack spatial context for where you are and where threats are. For players prone to motion sickness, extended first-person gameplay can be physically uncomfortable or even impossible to tolerate. Third-person perspective, traditional for Resident Evil, offers different advantages. You can see your character, which creates emotional connection. You're protecting someone you can observe rather than being someone you can't see. Situational awareness improves because camera shows broader view of environment, letting you spot threats and plan routes more effectively. Room layouts become clearer because you can see how your character relates spatially to objects and exits. Combat feels more tactical because you have better sense of positioning in enemy locations. But third person also distances you from horror. When camera is pulled back, showing you and the environment from external perspective, you're observer rather than participant. The monster chasing you is chasing a character you're watching, not chasing you personally. The jump scare is something happening on screen, not something happening to you. Horror becomes spectacle rather than experience. Scary movie you're directing rather than nightmare you're living. Requiem's innovation is letting players choose which of these experiences they prefer, allowing perspective shifts during gameplay rather than locking players into single view for entire game. This is more ambitious than it sounds. Most games that offer perspective options do so as menu setting. Choose first or third at start. Live with that choice throughout. Allowing mid-gameplay switching requires careful design. UI elements need to work in both views. Enemy encounters need to be balanced for different awareness levels. Puzzle design can't rely on specific perspective for solutions. The game needs to function equally well regardless of how players are viewing it. This flexibility serves multiple purposes. Players who love first-person horror can use it for atmospheric sections, then switch to third-person for combat or navigation when they need better situational awareness. Players with motion sickness can play primarily third-person, switching to first only for specific interactions or puzzle solving where intimate view helps. Streamers and content creators can demonstrate the game from both perspectives, showing how the experience changes based on viewpoint. It also creates interesting strategic dimension. Imagine encountering the stalker enemy in dark corridor. In first person, it's terrifying. You hear movement but can't see it. You turn and it's there. You're completely disoriented. Switch to third person, and suddenly you have better sense of where it is, but you've also lost the oppressive intimacy that made it so frightening. The perspective itself becomes tool for managing your own fear, for controlling how much horror you're willing to endure at any given moment. Or consider the white-gowned enemies that might freeze in light. In first person, holding the lighter means illuminating what's directly ahead, but you can't see what's behind or beside you. You freeze one enemy but can't confirm whether others are approaching from different angles. Third person gives you that awareness. You can see Grace holding the lighter, see which enemies are frozen and which are still moving. Plan your path more effectively, but you've sacrificed the claustrophobic tension of first person, the feeling of being trapped with limited visibility and no safety. The choice becomes part of how you play. Aggressive players who want to confront threats might prefer third person for its tactical advantages. Cautious players who want to maximize horror might stick with first person despite its limitations. The game accommodates both playstyles, both preferences, both tolerances for fear without forcing anyone to experience it the way that least suits them. This is particularly important for accessibility. Some players physically cannot play first-person games due to motion sickness or visual processing issues. By offering third person as full alternative rather than afterthought, Requiem ensures these players can experience the game without compromise. They're not getting inferior version or missing key content. They're playing the same game with different camera, accessing all the same areas, and facing all the same challenges. There's also fascinating narrative angle. Grace Ashcroft is character who's observing, investigating, analyzing. She's FBI analyst, someone who processes information from distance rather than being directly in the action. Third person might actually be more thematically appropriate for her character than first person, reflecting her professional habit of viewing situations from analytical remove rather than emotional immersion. But when she's terrified, when the investigation becomes personal and survival focused, first person captures that shift. She's no longer observing, she's experiencing, she's in it. Players who understand this thematic dimension can use perspective shifts to enhance their role playing. Start third person while Grace is professionally investigating, maintaining analytical distance. Switch to first person when encounters become threatening, when Grace loses her composure and becomes fully immersed in terror of her situation. The perspective becomes expression of Grace's emotional state, tool for making your playthrough feel more coherent as narrative journey. Technically, offering both perspectives without compromising either required significant development investment. Every animation needs to look good from both viewpoints. Every environment needs to be playable from both angles. The game's lighting, pacing, enemy behavior, all of it needs to work equally well whether players are looking through Grace's eyes or watching her from external camera. This is why most games don't offer this flexibility. It's expensive, time-consuming, risky. If one perspective ends up feeling better than the other, players will use only that view, making half the development effort wasted. Capcom is betting that both perspectives work well enough that players will use both, switching based on situation and preference rather than discovering one superior view and never deviating. Based on Village's RE-verse mode testing and feedback from the conventions where demo was shown, they've apparently succeeded. People who've played report that both perspectives feel polished, that switching is seamless, that the game doesn't pressure you toward either option, but genuinely supports both. This sets precedent for future Resident Evil games, and possibly other Capcom titles. If Requiem's perspective system works as promised, it becomes feature players will expect going forward. Why wouldn't next Resident Evil offer the same flexibility? Why wouldn't other RE Engine games adopt similar approach? The technology and design philosophy is established. The player appreciation is probable. The accessibility and preference arguments are compelling, but it also creates pressure. Future games that lock players into single perspective will face questions. Why not both? Requiem proved it's possible. Why isn't this game doing it? The innovation becomes expectation, and failing to meet expectations generates criticism even if the single perspective offered is well executed. This is risk of raising the bar. You have to keep meeting new standard or deal with disappointment. For now, Requiem's perspective flexibility is unqualified positive. It demonstrates Capcom's willingness to invest in player choice, to support multiple ways of experiencing horror, to acknowledge that different players have different needs and preferences. Whether other developers follow suit or this remains Resident Evil specific innovation remains to be seen. But either way, its statement about respecting player agency, about building games that accommodate rather than restrict, about trusting that players know what experience they want and giving them tools to achieve it. That's good game design. That's understanding your audience. That's why Resident Evil continues to define survival horror genre, not by forcing one vision on everyone, but by evolving to meet players where they are, adapting to changing needs and preferences while maintaining core identity. The perspective options aren't just nice feature, they're philosophy, demonstration that great games serve players rather than the other way around. The final countdown, what January through March will look like. We're entering the final stretch. Halloween has passed, the holidays are approaching, and beyond those, through the chaos of winter festivities and New Year celebrations, looms January and everything that comes with it. For Resident Evil fans, the next 4 months represent crescendo, the building tension before release, the period where anticipation transforms from patient waiting into active countdown. Let me paint a picture of what this timeline looks like, what we can reasonably expect based on Capcom's patterns and the information they've already confirmed. November and December will be relatively quiet. Holiday season means people are distracted by other priorities, family gatherings, gift shopping, year-end work obligations. Game marketing traditionally slows during these months because attention is divided, because marketing dollars are wasted competing with holiday noise. Expect minimal Requiem news beyond possibly some social media posts, maybe behind-the-scenes development blog entries if Capcom's feeling generous, but nothing major. This is deliberate pause before the storm. This quiet period serves purpose. It lets anticipation simmer without boiling over. It prevents marketing fatigue, the exhaustion that sets in when you've been shown too much for too long, when every piece of news becomes expected rather than exciting. By going relatively silent through holidays, Capcom ensures that January's reveal hits harder, feels more significant, captures attention more effectively because it breaks months of quiet rather than continuing endless stream of information. It also lets fans enjoy holidays without feeling obligation to constantly check for Requiem updates. You can disconnect, spend time with family, play other games without missing crucial announcements. The pause is gift, both to fans and to developers who probably also appreciate not having to maintain aggressive marketing schedule during busiest time of year. But come January, everything accelerates. The Resident Evil showcase will probably happen in the first or second week of January, positioning it early enough to build momentum toward late February release, but not so early that people are still recovering from New Year's. This showcase will be big, probably an hour or more of content, including the demo announcement, extended gameplay trailers, story reveals, possibly Leon Kennedy confirmation if that's happening, definitely collector's edition updates, and pre-order reminders. The public demo drops either same day as showcase or within week of it. This gives media outlets time to cover showcase contents, lets word spread about what was revealed, builds anticipation so that when demo becomes available, maximum number of people download and play it immediately. The demo will trend on social media, dominate gaming discussion for days or weeks, generate countless YouTube playthroughs and analysis videos. Then comes the content avalanche. Every gaming website publishes impressions. YouTubers create videos discussing every detail. Forums explode with strategy discussions, Easter egg hunts, speculation about what wasn't shown. The demo transforms conversation from abstract theory crafting to concrete analysis of actual gameplay, shifting community dynamics from imagination to evidence-based discussion. This period also sees pre-order surge. Positive demo reception drives fence sitters to commit. Negative reception causes cancellations. The demo's success or failure directly impacts launch sales projections, and Capcom will be watching those numbers closely, adjusting final marketing pushes based on response. Late January might bring additional reveals, character trailers, behind-the-scenes documentaries, interviews with developers going deeper into creative decisions. The goal is maintaining momentum from showcase and demo through rest of month, ensuring Requiem stays in consciousness, preventing attention from drifting to other games. competing for a February launch window. February arrives, and suddenly release is 3 weeks away, 2 weeks, 1 week, days. Marketing hits maximum intensity, final trailers emphasizing critical reviews, last-minute pre-order pushes, reminders about deluxe content, platform-specific promotions. PlayStation, Xbox, Nintendo, Steam, all push Requiem through their storefronts, featuring it prominently to ensure everyone knows it's coming. Content creators who received early review copies begin publishing reviews and preview content based on embargo schedules. Gaming media outlets post reviews, scores, analysis. The aggregate review score becomes topic of intense discussion. Will Requiem match or exceed Village's Metacritic rating? Will critics embrace the return to horror roots, or criticize it for regressing from Village's successful action-horror hybrid? Then February 27th arrives, launch day. Servers strain under load as millions download the game. Social media floods with first impressions, screenshot shares, early game discoveries. Streamers begin playthroughs. Speedrunners start routing optimal paths. The community shifts entirely from anticipation mode to experience mode, from theory to practice, from waiting to playing. But the conversation doesn't end there. March becomes about completion, analysis, retrospective. People finish the game and share reactions to ending, discuss story implications, debate whether the Spencer theory was accurate, analyze what the hooded figure's true identity and motivation reveal about Resident Evil's ongoing narrative. Speedrun times improve as strategies optimize. Challenge runs emerge. Requiem on hardest difficulty, no damage runs, item limited completions. The cycle that began with Summer Game Fest 2025's announcement completes with March 2026's post-release discussion, a 9-month journey from reveal to resolution. And through all of it, community engagement remains intense because Requiem matters. Its mainline entry and franchise people love, its return to series roots, its potentially game-changing revelation about Raccoon City's true fate. For content creators, this timeline is simultaneous opportunity and challenge. Opportunity because there's constant stream of material to cover, news to discuss, speculation to explore. Challenge because maintaining consistent output for 9 months without burning out requires planning, pacing, sustainable production schedules. The channels and creators who navigate this best are the ones who understand that marathon requires different approach than sprint, that lasting engagement beats viral intensity. For fans, the timeline is anticipation made manifest. Every month brings new reason to think about Requiem, new information to process, new theories to develop. The waiting becomes part of the experience. Communal activity where thousands of people simultaneously count down toward shared goal. By the time February 27th arrives, the anticipation has built such intensity that playing the game feels almost anticlimactic at first. Can reality match months of imagination? Usually yes, sometimes no, but either way, the journey from announcement to release is its own form of entertainment. And for Capcom, this timeline is carefully orchestrated, marketing campaign designed to maximize sales while managing expectations. Reveal too early and interest fades before release. Reveal too late and you miss building anticipation. Show too much and you spoil surprises. Show too little and people worry quality is poor. The balance is delicate, and Requiem's marketing has mostly threaded that needle successfully, maintaining interest without exhausting goodwill. 4 months to go, 120 days, each one bringing us closer to answers, to playing rather than speculating, to discovering whether everything we've imagined about Raccoon City's ruins and Alyssa Ashcroft's murder and Grace's investigation matches what Capcom has actually created. The waiting is torture and pleasure simultaneously, agony of delay and joy of anticipation intertwined. But soon enough, sooner than feels possible, even as days drag, we'll know, we'll play, we'll discover. And the speculation that sustained us through these long months will transform into memory, replaced by concrete knowledge of what Requiem actually is rather than what we imagined it might be. Whether that knowledge exceeds or disappoints our hopes remains to be seen. Either way, we're almost there. The countdown continues, and February 27th approaches with the inevitability of fate. Conclusion: the requiem that changes everything. So where does all this speculation leave us? What picture emerges when we connect all these dots, synthesize all these theories, examine all the evidence that Capcom has deliberately scattered through months of marketing? Resident Evil Requiem is not just return to Raccoon City, it's excavation of 30 years of lies, exposure of conspiracy that extends from 1998's missile strike through every government cover-up and agency obfuscation that followed. It's about journalists who discovered truth and died for it, and her daughter who's walking the same path with eyes slightly more open but protection barely better. It's about what happens when humanity's bioweapons are left to evolve without oversight, when sealed zones become laboratories for viral adaptation, when 3 decades of radiation and darkness and isolation produce organisms that represent genuine evolutionary success rather than temporary horror. It's about the stalker that moves through walls, the white-gowned enemies that freeze in light, the things that emerged when T-virus and G-virus had time and pressure to become something new. It's about Oswell Spencer's legacy manifesting through someone who believes in his vision enough to continue it, someone wearing hood and carrying scars, someone who views Grace Ashcroft not as threat but as chosen one, as bridge between human and post-human, as demonstration that survivors' descendants carry keys to humanity's enhanced future. It's about research that never stopped, facilities disguised as hotels, monitoring stations positioned to study rather than destroy what Raccoon City has become. It's about mechanics that transform how we experience horror, light that both protects and exposes, perspective that we control rather than accepting what's imposed, enemies that respond to our choices and tools rather than following predictable patterns. It's about Grace Ashcroft developing from terrified analyst into competent survivor, learning to navigate nightmare landscape where nothing is as it seems, and everyone who sent her here might have ulterior motives. It's about Leon Kennedy maybe appearing to provide contrast, to show experienced agents' perspective on events that traumatize newcomer, to offer combat-focused gameplay that complements Grace's survival horror experience. Or maybe it's about Leon's notable absence, about protagonists succeeding without franchise icons rescuing her, about new character proving she belongs in this universe without needing established names to validate her presence. It's about collector's editions and physical media, about respecting fans enough to provide quality collectibles, or recognizing that digital future makes such offerings less economically viable. It's about pre-orders and deluxe content, about Fortnite collaborations and Amiibo announcements, about the commercial machinery that keeps franchise viable, even as artistic ambitions push toward darker, more complex storytelling. It's about community speculation, about months of theory crafting and debate and analysis that transform waiting into engagement, anticipation into entertainment. It's about fans who care enough to dissect every trailer frame, who build elaborate theories from minimal evidence, who argue passionately about whether combat is adequate or perspective options matter, or Leon's involvement enhances or distracts from Grace's story. Most fundamentally, it's about Raccoon City never really ending. The missile strike didn't solve anything. It delayed, contained, sealed away the problem while creating conditions for that problem to evolve into something worse. For 30 years, the ruins have been changing, adapting, becoming something that challenges our understanding of what bioweapons are and what they might become given time and pressure and isolation. The outbreak didn't end in 1998, it transformed. And now, when Grace Ashcroft opens those doors and illuminates those ruins, we're going to see what 3 decades of evolution have produced. That's what changes everything. Not Grace's story specifically, not the gameplay mechanics or the marketing mysteries or the speculation about returning characters. What changes everything is the revelation that Resident Evil's foundational event, the incident that defined the franchise, that established the threat, that set up every subsequent game's stakes, was never actually resolved. Raccoon City is still happening. The bioweapons are still evolving. The conspiracy is still active. And everything we thought we knew about how the story progressed from 1998 forward needs reevaluation. If the government knew Raccoon City wasn't neutralized, if agencies have been studying it for decades, if Umbrella's research continued under different names and different covers, then every subsequent outbreak takes on new implications. Were they accidents or controlled tests? Were they independent incidents or connected experiments? Did BSAA and TerraSave and other organizations actually combat bioterrorism, or just manage it, containing visible threats while secret research continued? Grace's investigation isn't just about her mother's murder. It's about pulling thread that unravels entire tapestry, exposing framework of lies that held Resident Evil's universe together. When she discovers truth, when she documents what's in those ruins and what's been done with it, the repercussions will extend beyond Requiem into whatever comes next for franchise. That's why this game matters. That's why speculation has been so intense. That's why community engagement remains high even during marketing quiet periods. Requiem isn't just another entry in series. It's potential inflection point, moment where everything changes, where past reveals itself as fiction and future becomes uncertain. Whether Capcom actually delivers on this potential remains to be seen. Maybe I've overinterpreted, read too much into marketing breadcrumbs, constructed elaborate theory from insufficient evidence. Maybe Requiem is simpler story. Daughter investigates mother's death, discovers local corruption, escapes with truth. Maybe the ruins are just setting rather than revolution. Maybe 30 years of evolution produces scary monsters but no deeper implication. But I don't think so. I think Capcom is building towards something significant, something that justifies calling this entry Requiem rather than Resident Evil 9. A Requiem isn't just mourning, it's acknowledgement of death, acceptance of loss, commitment to remember what was taken. Requiem for Raccoon City means finally telling truth about what died there and what didn't, about who's been lying and why, about what prices were paid and who paid them. The game launches February 27th, 2026. In 4 months, speculation becomes certainty. Theories are confirmed or debunked. Questions receive answers. And the Resident Evil franchise either continues on its established trajectory or pivots dramatically based on what Requiem reveals about Raccoon City, about bioweapon evolution, about government conspiracy, about the foundations upon which 3 decades of stories have been built. Until then, we wait, we speculate, we analyze every new piece of information, every trailer frame, every developer comment. We build theories and defend them. We argue about interpretations. We count down days while simultaneously wishing time would slow because anticipation itself has value, because not knowing creates space for imagination that knowing will necessarily collapse. Raccoon City awaits. The ruins have been sealed for 30 years, and Grace Ashcroft is about to learn what emerges when humanity's weapons are left alone to evolve, to adapt, to become something we never intended and can't control. The Requiem is about to begin, and when it does, everything changes.